Greetings to you all. Thank you so much for making time to watch Mtembei TV. I'm excited to come your way today and looking out for a look into the Bukhungu 2 declaration. What is it all about? Is it about Atwoli, OPARANYA, Mudavadi, Wetangula, the Luhyia unity? And who are the gainers? Sorry for the technical hitch. I believe we are back now and flowing. Thank you very much, all of you that are joining. Austin, Kim, thank you so much. Enrico, karibu sana kwa show. Let's have a conversation. The link is right there in the comments that you can use to get into the studio, and we'll be able to begin to discuss Bukhungu 2 and its declaration. What is it all about? And why is it bringing all manner of jitteries from all quarters? Why are people uncomfortable about it? Why are people hell-bent to stop it? And now that it is unstoppable, what are the gainers of this? Who are the losers? Who are the casualties? I believe there is much that we need to dive in when it comes to Luhyia politics, and I want us on board. So use that link in the comments and be able to join me into the discussion, and let us look into this seriously, because it is a moment when we must separate between the lies and the truth, the perception and the reality, and make believe and what can be believed. So wherever you are around the world, we appreciate you for continued support on Tembei TV, and I am sure that you're finding value for your time as you watch, and you're free to express yourself, only that be civil. Ensure that you let people be people, and that means your rights end where and the next person's rights start. That means when you have a right you're exercising that is infringing on another person's right, that is a violation of that particular person's right. So let us keep within we keep ourselves within the boundaries and be able to converse on a serious note. So what do you think about the Bukhungu 2 declaration? What will it be about, even as we are a few hours to the same? So let us get down to making this happen and ensure that we give our thoughts and our perception on the same. Paul, Tony, thank you so much. We appreciate for you joining. Gideon Langat, we appreciate you. Uh, Muhwana Kagota, thank you so much for joining the show. Kate Lee is wait and see. Wow. Martin Wilson, barabara zote zaelekea Kakamega, sote tutakuwepo huko mbiu ya mgambo iklia. Kuna jambo. That's Martin Wilson. Thank you so much. You are a faithful follower of this particular channel and supporter. We salute you. Tukutane Kakamega, hakikisha kwamba mambo yote inaenda shwari. Mahindi choma, tiswa, timbatatia, and all those Luhyia goodies will be available in plenty for our celebration to be complete. Kenneth Manyasi, thank you so much. You say today your TV is not clear. Yes, we are using a different system. I hope it is not badly off. I pray that we will get better because we are in a transition and we are trying out different gadgets per time. I pray that you can hear me clearly and you can follow the conversation. And I want you in the studio, use the link, get into the studio, let us get talking. All right. Bukhungu, no scam, no hoka, no uda, Baba Tosha, Emmanuel Watiti. Thank you so much. Gloria, thank you so much. Peter Kethy, thank you so much. Kip Kowech Kip, thank you so much. Mbona wewe ongei kuhusu UDA, akili yako ni ODM tu. Kipkowechi, nyinyi watu mtanimaliza. Siku ya UDA mnasema nazungumza UDA peke yake. Siku ya ODM tena mtake ODM. Sasa si ni Kenya ya multi-party wherever state where everybody is free to join whatever political party he believes serves his interest and is able to help the country go better. Samson Kiprotich, Mlembe Unity for Prosperity, thank you so much. Kenneth W, thank you so much. Felix Oyo, we appreciate you. Atwoli Ju, Methusela Tarigin, thank you so much. If I misspell your name, I mispronounce your name, keep forgiving me in advance. Because we all did not go to the same school, neither were we taught by the same teacher who went to the same school. So we pronounce the best way we are taught to pronounce in our initial stages of learning. Nyanango Nyoremo, thank you so much. He say Ruto is going to Malala's tournament tomorrow. How now? Confirm. I don't know. Probably somebody can confirm that. And I wouldn't be surprised if it does, but I don't think it will have any consequences. Felix Kyoko, thank you so much. Cornelius Wasik, we appreciate you. Stephen Omondi, asante sana. Big Mambo, karibu sana kwa show. Haya, naona tumejumuika kwa studio, tuanze maongezi yetu. Tukianza na Dan. Dan, vipi? Unmute kwanza, unmute so that you can hear you.
Yeah, niaje Bernard?
Poa, namna gani?
Niko fresh mtu wangu. Kwanza kabisa acha nishukuru wenye wako kwa comment na wenye wako live. Niseme hivi kivyangu kibinafsi.
Yes.
Mimi ni pale Bukhungu. Itakuwa pale. Now we are ready for everything that's going to be there. But whoever is planning anything that is trying to cause any drama, macho yote imemwangalia, so asijaribu kuleta hiyo nyenye zao. And then nimeona kwa comment chama anasema Ruto anaenda kwa hiyo nini ya Malala. Hatuna shida, wacha aende, lakini kwa kusema kweli hii ni kuleta sarakasi tu, yani kila mtu kujipigania, naona kila mtu asimame pande yake kuchionyesha, lakini kwa kweli waje waruhusu Bukhungu mkutano iendelee, ause sera, kwa sababu kila mtu akona uhuru wa kufanya chochote kenye anataka. And then tukiwa live ya Chuzi ilisema hivi, ukiwa mwanasiasa lazima uko na uhuru wa kutembea mahali popote pale, uuze sera zako na wananchi wa kusikiza, unaona, sio kusimama kuongea mambo mabaya kama hii Malala anaongea hapa. Lakini we are waiting for tomorrow, and actually I'll be Bukhungu, we are there. There's nothing like that, Bernard. We are there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you Dan. Tuhakikishe mambo yote inaenda sawa sawa, na hii ni nchi huru, mtu ana ruhusa ya kufanya mambo yake mahala popote, bora tu haya mambo yanasaidia nchi na wote kujumuika kwa pamoja. Thank you very much for your input. Let's keep talking.
Kidogo tu pen. Na isasema hivi. Kuna wale wengine ambao hawako pamoja na watu wanaenda pale kuhudhuria mkutano pale Bukhungu, ambapo wanasema Atwoli amefunga sijui sehemu fulani, amefungia biashara zao. Kenya naweza waambia hivi, wale watu wanakuja Bukhungu ni wengi, wasitegemee wale watu wanatoka maybe Uganda, wanatoka sehemu zingine, lakini kwa kusema ukweli ni wale watu watakuja kama ni kuuzia maji, watapata pesa. Na niko na uhakika wale wanamuziki watakuja pale kutumbuiza baba Raila Odinga, watapata pesa, wasitegemee watu wa kutoka nchi zingine. Ndio unaona hapa Kenya kwetu hatutambui wale watumbuizaji wetu, tunapenda wale wa nje. Lakini kama huyu ameinvitiwa na kuna kuna biashara zake siendelee, asikuja akiwa na shaka kwamba kutakuwa na furugu. Lakini ule yeyote atapanga furugu, serikali itakuwa pale na itacheza na yeye vilivyo. Asante sana.
Okay,
yeah, that's my take.
Thank you. Let's now go to this other Dan Bundi. How are you today?
How are you, sir?
I'm well. Good to see you.
Yes, I'm happy to hear that the Bukhungu is not dead.
Bukhungu 2 declaration is almost inevitable.
Mimi natoka Nairobi saa 12 just to provide security hapo nje na mawe tu 2.
Hey.
Sitagonga mtu unless wakuje naye alafu tulibrai.
You don't want somebody's face to come in the way of your hand.
So simply what I'm saying, ile siasa ya upusi ya kitambo. Unajua hii kitu imeonekana, sioni watu wanaona namna gani. Hii kitu imesaonekana what kina Marara and the likes should have done, na kina Mudavadi, because ukiangalia mzee si anaacha na hii kitu sana. Mzee anataka kuweka structure, foundation. Hata hiyo miaka 5 kwake ni mingi. I think anataka miaka 3 hivi na aweke structure mzuri, afunge masimo ya ufisadi, awachie wengine. Mudavadi angekuwa amefuata huyo jamaa nyuma, angekuwa na nafasi nzuri sana. Lakini sasa akianza kuruka peke yake pale Mwaya hapa Figa, hata msie waka na support Raila na atakuwa Bukhungu. Sasa hii mambo gani? Sure. Ni nani huyu anaongeanga na huyu mzee wetu? Wale mnamfikia, sijui saa nyingine anaweza kuwa anatusikia ama kuna vibaraka yake vitamwambia. Mudavadi, wewe ni national leader. Waachana mambo ya Bukhungu. Waachana mambo ya Mwaya. Waacha mambo ya Kuisero. Wewe ni mtu watu wanatambua mpaka hata pale Kisii Nyamira mahali natoka. Sasa hii mambo nasikiza Marara wanakudanganya wapate chini kitu yao, wakuambie tulianguka, lakini wacha tu niendelee pale bunge nitakutetea. Miaka inasonga. Inafaa isonge ukiwa na nafasi pale mbele upate mahali pa kuingilia. Kwa wale mashabiki ambao wanasapoti mambo ya Bukhungu kesho, na tutakuwa hapo kesho, ninaomba ya kwamba wale wenzetu mjaribu kuongeleza waelewe, msiwatukane. Hatutawatukana, tutawaambia tu kweli. Naona jana tuliwachipu, lakini sasa hata ukiangalia wale wote wako nyuma ya Mudavadi, kitu alifanya mzuri, aliwaambia msupport hiyo mambo ya political parties. Hiyo tayari inaonekana hako ndani, anashindwa kutamuka. Mwambie tu atamuke mara moja. Pande ile ni kubaya. Ngirisi hajawahi tacha China Raila tangu aanze kampeni sijui miaka 2 iliyopita. Leo amesikia amesema mwenye anataka kuchagua Raila amchague, mwenye anataka kuchagua Mudavadi amchague. Sasa hii kitu kimeonekana. Ningekuwa na uwezo ya kukuambia watu tungewaambia badala tuharibu pesa hii 40 billion ya IPC, simkucha pamoja tutangaze Raila, hii pesa tufanyie something else, iwe ni history. Badala tuweke makaratasi, tupake magari rangi, tulipe watu na bado Raila achukue. They should think about it. 40 million shillings can do something else somewhere. Ni hayo tu niko naye kwa sasa.
Thank you Dan, thank you. Hiyo iko clear kabisa. Sijui nani hajapata, lakini tuendelee kujumuika pamoja. Wote ambao mnatujoin kwa comment section. Thank you Robert Wafula, Gaddafi TV, Florence Majengo. We appreciate you. Moses Mudama, karibu sana. Tuendelee kuwa pamoja. Let us keep talking. Julie Mishak, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Karibu kwa show.
Thank you. Nimeshukuru. Nimefurahia kuwaona nyote na wazalimu.
Asante. Karibu sana.
Wacha wengine waongee kidogo. Niko pamoja nanyi, nitachangia baadaye.
Okay, thank you Julie. We appreciate you. Now let's go to this thing is not stable. Karue Simon.
Yes.
Unmute and speak. Yes.
How are you all?
We are good. We are good. Thank you.
Hope you're doing good.
We are well kept. Karibu.
Asante. Though I'm in Nairobi, nasikia tu makelele huko, sijui Malala, sijui anataka aje, lakini the truth is hata afanye nini, mkutano lazima ufanyike. Atajua ya kwamba ye ni mdogo kwa hii serikali, si mkubwa. Kwa hivyo asiletee watu wenye wako kwa serikali kichwa. Na pia inafaa kumbuke hao watu wanasumbua, hao wana Kakamega, ndo baada atakimbilia tu warudi huko wampe kura. Na tukiangalia vizuri vile siasa iko huko sahi, mimi sioni akirudi huko. Kwa hivyo aache kusumbua kabisa. Aachane na mambo ya siasa kama yamemshinda, ashughulikie maneno mengine. Yeye aendelee tu na hiyo mipira yake yenye ako nayo huko Mumias Complex. Asituletee kelele hapo Kakamega town na vijana wake. Na akijaribu kuleta mchezo vile Atwoli alisema, yeye ni shenzi sana na atasumbuliwa sana na watu. Anaweza pigwa vibaya sana, asilete mchezo. Ni hayo tu.
Hey, Karue, sawa. Thank you. Lakini we don't promote violence. No aggression against anybody. Let us do what is right. Nicholas.
Yeah.
Naona uko tayari, endelea.
Watu wenye watoka Bukhungu, kwanza kabisa mimi niko side za Siaya to be specific, na azimio la Bukhungu 2 stadium kwanza ni kitu ambayo tunaangalia sana kitaifa nzima. Najua Kenya nzima pande yote inaiangalia vile Kenya nzima iliangalia ile azimio la umoja Nairobi, na tusitarajii kwamba kimtu kinajiita Malala kanaweza simamisha azimio linalosukumwa na Wakenya wote kutoka pembe yote, na azimio la Western Kenya region ambayo inatazamiwa na Kenya nzima.
Mind your language. Malala ni mheshimiwa.
Okay, sawa. Kama mheshimiwa kanajiita Malala, ama hapo pia ni mind language. Okay, I'm just trying to say that is small. It's too small than the nation of Kenya. Is to Kenya, to the 45 million people of Kenya. Is not somebody who can just stop something that is a movement endorsed by the whole country, and now Western Kenya region wants to do their part of statements and their part of ideology about it. They want just to be recognized the movement. It is Azimio la Umoja. We are saying that Kenya is due to be saved. Kenya is due for economical revolution that is being championed by His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga. And Malal cannot purport to be able to stop that. Na mimi kwanza nahurumia sana ma-DVD. Ma-DVD ni mtu siasa yake imekuwa ikionekana in the national limelight via His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga. And if now he is breaking away the way he did in 2013, 2017, I think, and we saw he could not pull up any substantial amount of votes. And I'm trying to wonder what kind of votes he can pull up with just a single person calling himself Malala in the name of a senator. No, that is now degrading him even further. You see how Malala aggressively tackles the issues, how he says things, how he's so reckless about this politics. I don't see Mudavadi growing politically. I just see him sinking and sinking and sinking and sinking. That's very unfortunate for him. Just like mwenzangu amesema hapo, Mudavadi inafaa jiangalie sana. Na kama Western Kenya region and is part of Western province and Nyanza as a whole. Nyanza and Western province wamekuwa kitu kimoja, tumekuwa familia kimoja. Sisi ni mashemeji, sisi ni mandugu, we do our things together. Western Kenya region, there is no day we can never separate and stand. We have to be together. Nyanza, kuanzia Luo Nyanza, Kisi Nyanza, na watu wa Western, Waluo wenzetu, we are just one thing. There's no way somebody wants to separate that at this particular time that power is now coming to the Western Kenya region. I see no need we should accommodate such a person in our midst and listen to them. You see, we just need to tell Weta and Mudavadi to come back to the house where we belong so that we pull this thing together and take the nation ahead. We at least show Kenya and every other tribe that in Western Kenya region, power can be what Kenyans decide. I mean, the leadership of this country can bring the change we have always dreamt for as a country, as a people, all of us together. Yo, this is the time that we are going to show that Western Kenya region can produce something substantive to the national limelight of Kenyan leadership and politics at large. We need to revolve a lot of things and correct a lot of things in this country, and we should not allow people who have just self-interest. Malal ni mtu anataka tu ajionyeshe, anataka pande, amepata ngazi ya kupanda into national discussion, and by mentioning even his name at times, I feel that we are even wasting time mentioning him, discussing him, because yeye anajijenga na ma-DVD ndio anamrudisha nyuma. We discuss Malala a lot and even forget the person he's trying to market. He's trying to market Mudavadi, but because of his negativity in this politics, jina lake linakuwa into discussion, na Mudavadi anaonekana kama mtu mwenye ameshapoteza mwelekeo. Sasa Mudavadi anashukisha points na Malala anapandisha point yake, because by discussing we are making irrelevant. You see, so we should not waste time in him. Let's join Azimio la Umoja and champion it together. Sasa asante. Unless kuna swali. Yuko swali?
Okay, thank you Nicholas, we appreciate your yeah. Swali utaulizwa baadaye. Sasa hivi ni kupatiana utangulizi. Okay, thank you. Everybody keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak. That is the standing order here, because every mic that is on brings back a feedback that causes the broadcast not to be clear. So please ensure you keep your mic mute. And then when you join, ensure you give StreamYard full control over your camera and your audio. If you don't, you will not be able to converse and be able even to be added to the studio. I guess, George, you seem to have a problem with that. Please make sure that that is well addressed. so that we can flow. Wycliffe Ongeri, you had lifted your hand. What is it?
Hello.
Unmute first.
Yes, Bernard.
Yes.
Actually, just I want to take this opportunity to say thank you. Your consideration. Sasa hii mkutano iko kwa sababu naona Marara anajipiga kifua. Sasa sijui mpango yake ni gani. Na hawezi simamisha hiyo ni Azimio. Hiyo ni Azimio la umoja. Si ya Atwoli peke yake. Sasa kwangu advice ni actually to cooperate. Wote tukae nyuma ya baba. Good day.
For being brief. Alex Isowe. Are you okay when you're on the road? Unmute first. Alex, net yako inaleta kizaza. Unmute and then speak. Oh, Alex, your internet has a problem. Let's go to let me see here. Abonyo, vipi? Abonyo Ken? Unmute kwanza, unmute, we can't hear you. You unmute the mic on your screen first so that we can hear what you're saying. Abonyo, you have not unmute your mic. We can't hear you. You see the crossed microphone on your screen. You are not yet there. You unmute the mic, then speak. Your speaking cannot go anywhere until that mic is on. Okay, Abonyo Kennedy, I think utajipanga, samahani. Alex amekwama. Turudi hapa kwa Mwamburi. Mwamburi, vipi?
Masalama, mwanipata kweli?
Kabisa. Habari ya kwako?
Huku kwema hatuna neno, lakini naomba msamaha, amunioni, lakini the kind of a job I'm doing, mtaniwia radhi jamani.
Mimi najua wewe ndio unatupigia doria huko. Sasa usipo tu update sitaanza kuwa na shaka.
Ndio hiyo sasa, basi wacha nimwambwagie sasa. Unajua kesho Atwoli tushampatia kila kitu. Msiongee mambo ya Malala. Malala amekuwa akipewa pesa, amekuwa akinegotiate pesa, anatumiwa. Unajua bado ni kijana. Hizo sounds zote tuko nazo, hatutaki kuzi-expose. Tunataka kesho mzee mwenyewe Atwoli hazipeane, ndio wananchi. Unajua Kenya hii mahali tumefika, hakuna mwenye anataka kudanganywa. Na let me tell you, nawaambia ukweli, mandugu zangu, madada zangu, najua sasa vijana ndio wale wenye wameshika kura sasa hivi, mabarubaru ndio wanataka kupiga kura. Ndugu yangu, piga kura kwa hekima. Jua hii nchi unapigia nani kura. Ndugu yangu, usipigie mtu mwenye atatutumbukisha mahali penye. Ndugu yangu, kitambo turudi miaka 100 ndio tufike mahali tumefika hata wa leo. Malala anatumika, anapewa pesa, anaambiwa nenda vuruga. Nimemaliza. Kesho uhondo kamili. Kitu cha pili, ninamuomba Mudavadi. Sijui Mudavadi alisoma politics ama Mudavadi. If it was me, ama ningekuwa mtu ambaye namshauri Mudavadi chance mzuri kuwa president of this country. Huyu mzee amezeeka bana. Ile miaka ako naye, hata akipata miaka 5
atakuwa ndiye anaacha. Twende tu kwa utaratibu tu. Ukawei Kalonzo na Mudavadi. Mudavadi angekuwa karibu na mzee. Unataka kuniambia mzee angechukua mkono kwenda kwa nani? Siko Mudavadi automatic. Sasa Mudavadi hapa wewe unabisha mzee. Mzee atapata, mzee ako na wafuasi hapa Mombasa, hapa Taita, tushashika kila kitu. Kura zote ni za mzee. Kule Western najua nazo ako nazo zake. Lakini ukweli ni kwamba, na tusidanganywe, hizi pesa zinapelekwa Ruto anarusha huku nini. Sikudanganywe. Siku ambapo kura zitahesabiwa, hawa watu they are prepared kukataa the outcome. I'm telling you. Baba atashinda mapema na asubuhi. I'm telling you, free and fair election to count one by one. I'm telling you, Raila Amolo Odinga will beat William Samoei Ruto morning by morning. Wacha tile maneno ya kuiba. Hakuna kuiba kura hata moja. Mark my word. Msidanganyini, hizi pesa mnapewa. Hata mimi nishakula hizo pesa. Kwani si ni pesa zenye ziliibiwa? Amor huko nini? Si ni pesa. Kwani wewe ukatae pesa? Nitakupa saizi hata 200,000 ukatae. Utakataa kwa nini? Saizi ukienda duka, saizi salad ni pesa ngapi? Ya kupika chakula. Nani alifanya hata hiyo salad ikapanda? Alafu kisha mtu akakuitia 20,000 saizi ukakataa. Ati hii siwezi chukua, ni ya Ruto. Pesa imeandikwa ni ya Ruto. Ndugu zanguni, hapa penye tuko hapa huwa naingia mara moja na nawaambia tafadhali tupige kura. Angalia mahali kura yako, usitupe. Na ninawaambia ukweli, msitupe. Central si wajinga. I'm telling you. Those are the big investors in this Kenya. Hata Ruto inashangaa mshauri wake. Ruto angetaka hii kiti mapema, yeye angefanya kazi na watu wa Central wale wenye wameinvest in Kenya heavily. How can you disregard those people? And those are the people who have employed youths in Kenya, most of them. Yeah? Angalia like Macharia ameemploy watu wangapi? Equity ameemploy all over Kenya, mpaka huko Sugoi yote si ameemploy. And then you ignore them. They can't tell you anything. Mimi nimemalizia hapo. Coast, Lamu, Kwale, Taita Taveta, tuko locked ni baba. Let me tell you, count it. Ruto akipata kura mingi coastal region, that's I'm counting Taita, Mombasa, Lamu, Kilifi and Kwale. The most kura anaweza pata nyingi haziwezi zidi 200,000. Mark my word. Nimemaliza, nimeenda. Asante.
Thank you Mwamburi, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako, tuendelee pamoja. Hear from Alex. I hope you have sorted out the issue now. Yes, Abonyo. Unmute your mic and speak.
Can I speak after one? I'm driving, and I'm gonna be home in 3 minutes.
Okay. You speak when you get home. Thank you.
Yeah.
Abonyo, you see there is a mic on your screen. You unmute it fast. Abonyo, are you listening to me? We can't hear what you're saying because your mic is mute.
Muongeleshe Kiswahili, labda aelewi, mwambie kule abofya kule mbele hapo. Labda
Abonyo, vipi unanipata? Hebu tingiza kidole kama unanipata. Sawa, sikiliza, kuna hiyo mic, the sign of a mic on your screen.
Hebu muongeleze ile lugha ya nyumbani kidogo.
Unmute it, then you will be able to speak. You click on it once. Sawa sawa.
Apojo, muongeleze ile lugha ya nyumbani kidogo. Mwenye anajua hiyo lugha ya nyumbani.
Wacha nijaribu kumweleza. Apojo, wewe ni Mkikuyu ama ni Mjaruo?
Ni Jaruo.
Omera na inkiere Mike kanyo maredi. Finyane.
Finyane. Now, you guys, let's make progress. James, you have come. How are you, James?
I'm fine, Bernard. How are you?
Hey, welcome. How is the going?
The going is okay. We are waiting for tomorrow to see how things unfold.
Yes, the Bukhungu too is inevitable.
It's the ultimate. This is a precursor to yet another meeting that will be happening early in the year in central Kenya, the Limuru 3. And it is now that people are going to know how politics is played in Kenya. These politics of going around marketplaces and generally talking a lot of uncoordinated information is not the way Kenyan politics is done. Kenyan politics is done through negotiations, and the community is the main organizing factor. We will transcend that maybe in the coming years, but for now, the community aspect remains the key organizing factor of our politics. So when you go into politics, you want to know what space the community you come from will occupy in the coming elections. It has been that way. It is going to be that way in 2022. Already there are signs of crumbling of UDA in central Kenya. And if you hear the likes of Purity Ngirichi making such bold statements, they cannot commit suicide politically. It's because the ground is responding differently. And they are sure that that will not jeopardize their political standing. If they are to be given positions as MCAs or governors or senator, by you merely being seen to associate with Azimio, it does not disadvantage you. This is what UDA wanted to fashion the minds of the people in the area, that if you associate with another party other than UDA, you run the risk of not getting leadership position. But that is crumbling very fast, because also people have come to see that there seems to be a plan to plant people who are preferred or who have paid more to the benefactors of the party. And in fact, there is something that has opened the rind on the management of UDA is the issue of Purity Ngirichi. She is the one who has marketed that party in that region, in Kirinyaga, for almost 4 years. Now, things have turned against her because the owner of the party does not seem to be enthusiastic about her. Yet already she has gotten into the hearts of quite a section of the people of Kirinyaga. So it now will become very easy to convince the people that this is a man who wants to come and plant leaders of his own choice in the community, which will be resistant. You will see it is just starting. I am seeing Baba winning these elections by 8 in the morning. The Bukhungu experience tomorrow will just be one of the many series of big community-based meetings that will endorse Baba. After Bukhungu, I can see Mount Kenya will be holding theirs sometime maybe before February ends. That is Rimuru 3. And this Rimuru 3 will obviously come up and say which candidate they feel safe or they can back. That will have a major effect on those who have not decided the political direction, because there are those who still feel that the president has not told them which is the best horse to back. So I don't repeat UDA. Maybe they have their own plans, but I also wish them well. They are part of Kenyans. Let them do their politics. The only thing I know is that this time it is them who have to accept defeat, and it is going to be a painful one, because the myths that they have been planting in the minds of people will not sway the footing. When you go and talk with the people who are level-headed and have gone to school within our community, you are going to hear them having second thoughts about the deputy president, because you know when you go to school, at least you are able to open up your mind to some extent. Of course, I'm not trying to say that there will be overwhelming support of Baba, but he is not going to miss over 40% of the votes, which is enough for him to triumph. And I am one of those who will vote for him. Asante. Bernard, you can take it.
Okay, thank you, James. We appreciate your continued support and valuable contribution in this channel. Thank you, thank you. Are you able to get me?
Yes.
Okay. Can we now hear from Austin? Austin Collins, take it.
Yes, Bernard, thank you so much. Give me some time. I come back later.
Twende kwa Jack. Jack, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, how are you doing?
Hi.
Yes,
Sasa kesho Bukhungu.
Complex. Yeah.
Hapana, si tutafuatilia tu, si tuko Nairobi. But sasa sisi kama partners wa Baba, unajua siku hizi Baba anasema si followers, sisi ni partners. Tutakuwa nafuatilia, but all in all tunajua western bedroom ya Baba kutoka kitambo. So hii mambo unasikia Malala anaongea kidogo kidogo hivi, unajua ukipewa kakitu lazima at least uongee ionekane umefanya kazi. But sasa unajua Western, hata Madividi mwenyewe anajua Western ni Baba. Sisi kama watu wa Kanairo huku hakuna hata haja ya baba kukampeni huku tuko locked. So wacha tungoje kesho tuone venye kutakuwa. Poa, thanks.
Sawa sawa. Thank you Jack. Julie vipi?
Poa sana.
Endelea.
Mi nitaweza ongea kidogo. Sasa mi naweza sema, unajua mi siwezi kuongelea watu wengine. Sometimes kila mtu yani ana mind yake ama ana uchaguzi wake. So nikisema, wacha niseme tu, unajua hao politicians, watu wengi tunaangalilia juu ya vitendo, visions, ndio tuweze kuchagua mtu. So wacha niseme watu tusiani chukulie kama hizi pesa unakuwa bribed with money ndio unachagua kiongozi. So time unachagua kiongozi, muangalie ni mtu wa matendo, ni mtu mwenye atatusaidia ama namna gani. Mi siwezi sema kwamba huyu ni bora kuliko mwingine, lakini wananchi ndio wako na uamuzi. Wataweza ona kiongozi mwenye watachagua mwenye ataweza kuwasaidia katika maisha yao ama kuendeleza maisha, or somebody who will improve the country. So mi nangoja tu. Thank you.
Sawa sawa. Thank you Julie. Tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Ni muhimu. Nilikuwa nafikiria leo kuhusu narrative ambayo wanasiasa wanatupatia. Wanatuambia tuangalie sera, okay? Tuangalie sera ya chama na sera ya yule anayeuliza kura. Nikawa nafikiria hizi sera zinatumika kutublind kuona tabia ya mtu, okay? Hata unaweza kuwa na sera nzuri lakini kama tabia yako ni mbaya hiyo tabia ita affect hizo sera. So kuchagua uongozi tuanzie hapo kwa tabia kwanza ndio tuingie kwa sera, kwa sababu hii story ya sera zimesemekana sana mpaka watu wanaona tu unaweza patia nguruwe sera alafu nguruwe iendelee tu kutawala usafi. Sioni nguruwe ikileta usafi hata mkipatia sera na sera yake ikuwe ni kusimamia Ministry of Usafi. So sijui maoni yenu ni yepi, lakini tutaendelea kujadili. So yes Nicholas.
Yeah, I want to respond on that. I want to respond on that. Umejua tusidanganyane wa Kenya. History ya kuangalia sera manze mi hainipelikani na mimi. Cause let's look back into the history. Let's go back even to recent times in 2013 when so many Kenyans elected Jubilee. Even if their win was quite a controversial one, and it has never been quite clear whether they won or not. And let us look at sera zao zilikuwa zipi kwa the 2013 na zile hata za 2017 recently. Sera manze hatujawahi chuna kwa sababu ya sera, because those people promised heaven, they delivered hell. Ni sababu ya sera. So tuangalie historia ya mtu. Na mjua kwa nini wao Wakenya wanaamini baba sana? Historia yake imekuaje? Amekuwa amesimamia nini? Amekuwa anapigania nini? Na akipata opportunity ya kuingia katika serikali amewahi leta nini? Tuangalie baba kuongezea ile 92 multi-party democracy, alifight multi-party, akafight devolution. Hizi counties zingine zenye pengine zinachotwa zinaenda zikiisha, na zingine tunaona zikijengwa kama Makueni, ni sababu ya baba. Yani ameleta devolution. Your leaders don't have to go and beg the government for them to give money to develop your areas. That is what he has been standing for. Hiyo ndio history ya baba, hiyo ndio legacy yake. Whether he has never been to power, but he has made that one happen. Tuangalie tena hata hizi stories zake na handshake. Handshake ya kwanza yenye baba alifanya ilikuwa na Moi. Kule Na alifanya nini na hiyo handshake wakati sasa NDP ilimajikawa na KANU pamoja? He started working together with the government of Moi. He made Kisumu a city because of the partnership with Moi. Na hii Western Kenya region, Nyanza region, Nyanza region, kulikuwa na regions ulikuwa unapata district inatoshana na county ya saa hii. Kama saa ilikuwa district, the whole Siaya county was a single district. You can even Kakamega, we can name them, a lot of them. He made the government subdivide those districts into smaller units. Na watu wetu wakapata makazi za chifu, DC, PC na government administrations zikaletwa zikawa nyingi. Pia alimanage kuleta mzee akapiga marambi Moi schools na manini nini zilikuwa zinajengwa juu ile time Moi tu lazima ukiwa na rafiki ya Moi mtembeze mtaa. Kesho hiyo primary school itakuwa na secondary school. Ni gava italeta masandi, italeta materials, majengo yanze na tutakuwa na Moi secondary school, Moi girls, Moi whatever. I hear a lot of schools in my region, Moi girls, Moi high, whatever. There are so many that happen in the Baba's handshake. Na wakati amekuwa na serikali ya Kibaki, alianza kusema free primary education, watu kasema itawezekana. He made it happen. Akaleta hii new constitution 2010 yenye tunajivunia mpaka devolution, tuko na freedom of speech hata saa hii. If not for Baba, hata hii story tunapiga saa hii was bena ungekuwa ndani una convene kitu kama hii ili watu waongee freely. If not for Baba, you could not even speak. So tuangalie history ya mtu ameendesha Kenya namna gani, opportunity yake kwa leadership imekuaje. Sasa hii handshake yake ya tatu ya na Uhuru Kenyatta, at least unaona mabarabara zinajengwa huko Western Kenya region, at least hiyo marginalization ameiua, at least vibanda vinafufushwa. Unaona, hata kama tunaona reli imefufushwa, reli inafikia Kisumu, Makagu zinaletwa Kisumu kitambo na reli zilikuwa zimekatizwa. Sasa ni Baba amezileta into the nini. Unaona, at least things are working in this other part of Kenya. But yule mwingine amekuwa DP president, but damu yenye watu wake wanapelekwa ili wasaidie ukame na chakula izalike, hizo damu zinapotea. Anatuambia ni 21 million peke yake ndiye 21 billion peke yake ndiye imepotea. Si alikuwa anasema hivyo when it was 72 billion lost. Na hata kama ni 21 billion, mtu anakuambia 21 billion yenu ndiye imepotea, as if 21 billion is just 21 shillings pocket change. You see,
mtu tu only 7 billion. Only 7 billion got lost.
Thank you. Only 7, not 21. Imagine. Na mtu anasema only 7, as if 7 it's just some 7 bob. You see, na ni pesa zenu zimepotea. Na watu wake hao wanalia ukame, chakula hakuna huko mpaka saa hii. Amekuwa DP president, tunasikia ofisi yake ndio njama ya ile scandal ya Amari inafanyika ndani ya ofisi yake. Investigations ikifanywa hivi, ndio huyo Wochi amekufa, ndio nini amepotea nini. Hell man. Tuongelea watu na tabia zao. Tuangalie historia yao, walikuwa mnafanya nini wakiwa na power? Walikuwa wanafanya nini? Unamkumbuka akiwa YK 2092 ile youth for KANU? Siendi alikuwa ameshikana na Jirongo. Zile scandals kubwa zilikuwa zinafanyika kwa gava ya Moi. Zile alikuwa ndani. Na hata hii serikali ya nusu mkate wakati Baba alimweka Minister for Agriculture. Alifanya nini? Si ndio sakata za mahindi zikatokea hapo. Baba kumtoa hivi akaruka pale akaanza kumpiga Baba vita. Watu tunajua historia yao manzee. Tuachane na sera kabisa. Tuachane na sera. Sera ni vitu mtu anaandika tu hivi anapewa pale asomeshe wa Kenya tupumaize naza tufurahishe. Hapana, wachana na sera. Tuangalie hao watu historia yao imekuaje. Wakipata chance katika hii serikali wamekuwa wanaiendeshaje? Na wao wenyewe wamekuwa wameamini nini toka waanze waingie siasa, waingie uongozini, wamekuwa wanaamini nini? Wamechangia nini katika kuboresha maisha yetu? Hiyo ndio tuangalie. Sera tuangalie baadaye. But for you to make a decision, look at the history of of that particular candidate. Hiyo tu ndio mimi naweza ambia Wakenya wenzangu. Sawa, asante.
Okay, thank you Nicholas. Tusonge mbele. Alex uko ready sasa? Endelea.
Yeah, niko ready. Unanisikia?
Uko endelea.
Yeah, asante sana. I want to thank you so much. Hii group is very educative to me. Inakaa sasa nyinyi ni watu wa Azimio la Busara. And thank you so much. I'm gaining a lot of knowledge, the capital knowledge kutoka hii Azimio la Busara. However, we tend to disagree on a few things. And I think my prospect, my projection of how I think in regard to this Bukhungu thing, if I'm pronouncing it in a better way, it's going to be a little bit radical. We grew up in the era of Jeff Mwangemi, who used to bring for us reggae time. And one of his most popular songs was where Bob Marley used to sing, "If you know your history, you know your destiny. In the abundance of water, a fool is thirsty." Now, why did I bring that? Raila has been very articulate in terms of history. Now, let us bring our history now here. In 1992, when we had our first multi-party democracy election in our country, there was a big split in Western Kenya. And I know all of you remember that, those who are older. And Shikuku went on his way, Masinde Murilo went on his way. There was a famous statement Matiba said, and I disagreed with him vehemently at that particular time. Unfortunately, I've come to agree with what Matiba said. Matiba said in a live broadcast, "Waluya ni malaya ya siasa." That was very bad at that particular time. But over time, you know, Kakamega County seems to be the biggest in terms of population in Kenya. But you look at how Kakamega, Bungoma, Busia, Trans Nzoia, they are playing their politics. It is so saddening. You see, Luyas do not respect power. And they don't understand what power is. Even this Atwoli still doesn't understand what is power. You know, if you want to know what power is, I will give you two examples. You know, if you ask any Kalenjin who is very close to you, you ask him, "Is Ruto corrupt?" They will say yes. Do you fear Ruto? Yes, but why do you vote for him? They will tell you that power is a conduit. If there is somebody who will bring power through an individual and power will come to you, then we cannot put him on the side. And therefore, because they respect power, they allow Ruto to be their leader. Is Uhuru a drunkard? He's even been projected that anavuta bangi, with some people saying that. Yes, has Uhuru shown that sometimes he drinks excessively, even in the public? One or two times we have seen whereby, especially 2017 after the election, the president was very unpresidential. You know, he was scratching himself somewhere, and, you know, there was a lot of problems in that. But the Kikuyus surrounded him. Why? The Kikuyus respect power. So what is power? Power is not an individual. Power is an individual who can bring to you power closer. You know, do all Luos love Raila? No. Do they disagree with him? Excessively. Look at the most prominent leaders in Nyanza, from Anyang'nyong to Orengo to Tuju. At some point, they've disagreed with Raila, but they have realized the guy is bringing them together. And through that, Kisumu, Nyanza has had its share. So what is wrong with the Luyas? The Luyas don't know how to handle power. And when you look at this thing about Bukhungu, I don't know if it's good for Luyas or it's bad for Luyas. But one thing I can say is this: our parties do not allow young people to grow in party ranks in terms of merits. When the big pocketed and the big bellies come, young people are shoveled on the side, despite the fact they have put their hearts, and soul in the politics. The whole issue of bedroom was well received when it was Kibera. And now, in as much as I felt bad what Malala said, we have to go back to the history, how we felt good in winning that seat because it was contested. You know, power is not given. Power is contested. And contestation is not election, my friend. Contestation in Kenya, as we have come to see, apart from the 2002 election, and let us be categorical, apart from the 2002 election, power has never been given through the electorate. It has been a brokerage. So, and you can see the brokerage is going on now. Atwoli is doing his. What's wrong if Malala can do his? If you look at the history of our great leaders, Raila, Ruto, and Uhuru, all of them, at some point, they all left their parties they loved and formed a new formation. Start with Raila. He resigned and started fresh. Ruto also had to go to many, many parties. What about Uhuru? He had to leave KANU ni Mama na Baba from TNA to Jubilee. So when young people fight for their space within party ranks, we should not think that they are disrespectful. Politics is not a church whereby we go and respect the padre. Politics, you fight for it. Malala is doing what you ought to do in politics. He's fighting for his space, though in a wrong way, but there is no conventional way of doing it in one way or the other. What I will say in my conclusion is this. If we are going to criticize Malala, we are going to go to a trajectory that is going to be very unfamiliar and very unreasonable. Point in case and illustration. In Kisii, we are being forced by an old Ogdetarian, a man who is 83 years old, who has served for many, many years, Professor Ongeri, as our governor. When you look at Simba Arati, compare him with Ongeri. Now, because Raila is running for the 5th time, tunaambiwa, mukicriticize huyu, Raila hatachukua. So Simba Arati is being subjected into scrutiny, which is very wrong. Young people are not given that space to fight for their politics. And because of the Mount Kenya Foundation, corruption in politics has taken center stage. If you are young like me, I love our people. I can represent them. For me to go and even win an MCA seat today, it will take me 15 million. Mimi nitatoa wapi 15 million to present my people? It means I have to sleep in the bedroom with Mount Kenya Mafia. We are forgetting who our enemy was. When the radical surgery was done in 2002, we forgetting who was our enemy. The enemy has infiltrated everywhere. As Miola Umoja, UDA. Now we are being lied something that everybody knows, but we are not talking, that you cannot win a president without Mount Kenya. Elections have been won without Mount Kenya. And I'm not here to say that we should segregate the people from Mount Kenya. But this myth that you cannot win election without Mount Kenya, we must stop it. We must say that it has been done before. Lastly, if we must criticize Malala, we must also give him the opportunity and the benefit of doubt that what he is doing, Raila did it, Ruto did it, Uhuru did it, they succeeded, and if he can do it and succeed, well for him. I may say he has gone a little bit too far, but if Malala will go here and unite in the future the Luhyia people, I'll be very, very glad. But hopefully, the person to unite Luhyas can never be Atwoli. We are mesmerized because he's supporting our person. I support Raila diehard, but the truth is that the unconventional way of undemocratic that Atwoli is, even his language, if it was be used by somebody else against us, we will feel bad. Atwoli must have the respect as an elder to use good language. Yeye hawezi tukana wengine, yeye asitukanwe. So Malala mpe space bwana, na mpende kama mtoto wenu nyinyi Waluhya wote. In him you might find what you have been very elusive. Thank you. Na kama unataka kuni criticize, I welcome that. Thank you Azimio la
Now,
Busara.
wait right there. Wait right there. Wait right there. Number one, it is the
Yes,
duty
sir.
of the sons to protect their
Yes.
father's bedroom. It is not the sons to protect their own bedroom. The bedroom narrative in Kibra was okay because the bedroom ya baba.
Okay.
But now when the sons begin to declare they also have their own bedroom, and now the baba should respect their bedroom, they are crossing the line, comparing themselves to their father. That is jumping the rank. I last weekend I went to Masai to to conduct a wedding, and I was shocked on how those people are so arranged in their age set, that we have a particular age set that serves the food. When an elder comes, there is how the young people disappear to in honor and respect. The political space you're asking for as young people, you will not get it by fighting for it. Number one, you will get it by earning it. How do you earn it? By serving those that have gone ahead of you. The moment you stop serving those that have gone ahead of you, you have already rejected your inheritance. And politics is inherited, just like family property. You don't fight your father to give you what falls on your side. You will end up like a prodigal son. So what you do is you serve your father, and when your father is pleased with your service, he will give you the inheritance. But the mistake the young politicians in Kenya, in my opinion, make is that after they have been introduced with their fathers in politics and have taken a few selfies, they begin to feel big. And in the process of feeling big, they declare their independence. And that is how they die, because they get off that protective shielding of the family setting. That's what happened to Ababu Namwamba. I don't think he can ever recover from that. And it is all over. So Malala is repeating the same mistakes. What ate up Mudavadi was a big thing in ODM. His walking away in 2013 is what finished him completely. How did he walk away? He was persuaded by people. You are the man making ODM big. You are the man making ODM move. If you move, ODM will be finished. Just move. Then he listened to the wrong advice. The wrong advice led him to the desert, and now he's drying up, trying to stay alive. Let us. That's why I'm in support of the political amendment. Let's have party hygiene, party politics hygiene, where you move from one party to another for a serious reason, not because I went to Orange House and Baba did not greet me. That's not the reason for you to move from one party to another. We need to grow into every space that we are looking for. But if you want to grab the space, that is how you are left without protection. And so I respect your opinion. I respect your contribution. Atwoli speaks that way because he's an elder. If you have interacted with your grandfather tells you things your teacher can never tell you. And he will tell you things your father can never tell you. Why? Because he's an elder. It entitles him to speak in a certain way, not because he doesn't respect you, he doesn't acknowledge you, but he is an elder. He must be given that space. And that space includes him making
we lost him. Is he around? Jakindu Bey? Is the guy, is Bernard in, or he went?
Hizi lakini inaonekana hiyo nani yake iko na shida kidogo.
Let me respond while he's coming back. You know, national politics is so sweet when we are geared to support one side or the other. But when we subscribe to a certain political tenant, especially I subscribe to the politics of ODM for many years, since its inception, internal democracy can be very elusive. And I have sometimes disagreed with ODM in a manner that, for example, during the a couple of months ago, Mbadi ejected the MP who fought for our presidency from the judicial committee because they disagreed. Internal democracy sometimes is very hard as opposed to national politics. So you're back. Ben, are you back?
I am back. Sorry for that. I think I was visited.
So I was responding, and I was saying
carry on, Alex. What was I saying?
Yeah, I was responding in terms of how sometimes we view national politics and the internal democracy of a party becomes very elusive. Sometimes the internal democracy of a party is more heated than even the external one. When you have won the presidency, and now it's time to put the committees together in parliament, that is where we have seen so many people discord and decide supporting the other side. And you can see Keter, he was given the Committee of Agriculture, and Ruto feared him so bad until he was taken out of that leadership. A young man, a vibrant man, and a man who was speaking the truth about fertilizer and other things. When we want to make democracy so that we can grow through party ranks, let us also seal the loopholes of rejecting young people to serve from the periphery areas so that they can grow. South Africa, the ANC, for a long time, until about 5-6 years ago, the youth wing was one of the most vibrant. People grew through party ranks. We have had fringe parties whereby in 5 years, the party doesn't exist. So the youth who subscribe to that party, by the time they are supposed to get a promotion, they are not, that party is not there anymore. I hope ODM will be a long-time party whereby young people will grow through party ranks so that we will nurture a people who will continue to sell our ideologies. I'm afraid that our internal democracy is what brings all that. Ayub Savuli, because maybe he went to see Atwoli to understand what is this, he might be ejected from ANC. Internal democracy is so evil that if you listen to the other side, you are seen as a betrayer. So what you are saying is right, but also the one thing they should have done or they should do is to prevent party hopping. If you subscribe to a party and you disagree within the party, you don't have to hope, because your ideologies that you subscribed in that party have not changed. It's only that your competitor is more aggressive and more smarter than you. And that's why I disagree with Girishi. Girishi did not move because he is now reformed. The woman just wanted an opposed UDA nomination. Now she wants to speak as if she's John the Baptist. She's still the one. She can't handle the pressure of UDA nomination. She thinks because the other woman is more smarter and more moneyed, and that's what we must prevent. So what I'm saying is, in as much as we respect our elders, if as a young person, I come, I'm more smarter, I'm more better, and I can speak my mind openly, because that's politics is about talking. Wasione the heat.
No, hold on,
Mudavadi.
Bundi, you're out of order. Now, Alex, I agree with what you are saying. Only that the hygiene, the young people, especially in Kenyan politics, have missed the mark by far by trying to use their eloquence and their ability to speak as a benchmark of what leadership is. A leader is not a leader until they can lead themselves. And the best place to lead yourself is to choose what to say where. Not to say because somebody has provoked you, then you go and throw out everything. So self-control is the really controlling factor of leadership. But I find it wanting in our young politicians because they think image is everything. They think perception is everything. They have thrown away values of respect, of staying behind your leaders, of respecting the party position. Okay, there is a party position that may be against your position, but because you subscribe to the party, you are subjected to that. But eventually, you will understand. Like the story Hassan Joho gives in 2007. They met at Orange House. It was his first time as a member of parliament. And the country was on fire. Things were hot and everybody was spitting fire. He said that is the time when he began to see the difference between national leaders and people who want things for themselves. And he says there are people in Orange House who are ready to burn the entire country but get the presidency. But what endeared him to Raila is that he stood up, being the person who has been greatly grieved in the process, wronged in the process, stood up and say, I want all of you to understand that the country is bigger than any individual. Now, that makes Joho begin to understand that there are choices you will make for the sake of the country that will pain you. But because of the country, you will be willing to take the pain. In the meantime, what you don't get today, you will get tomorrow. But we have leaders, young leaders especially, who can't wait for tomorrow. You tell them to wait for presidency in 2027, they say no, mine must come 2022. Come rain, come sunshine. You don't get it that way. So let us learn politics from history and study the people that rose from ranks. Raila, who is Orengo, Anyang Nyong. All these people were young Turks during the time for Jaramogi and Moi and the other elders. They had to organize themselves under these people for them to survive, number one, because Moi regime was not gloved like Uhuru and his niceness and his tolerance. You made a wrong move, you disappeared, and you could not be traced after you disappeared. So I just want us to be clear on the same. But every party that wants to have a future, it must have that youth wing, and that youth wing must be invested in, groom leaders for the future. I support that 100%. But when you've been groomed and then presented to go and put a motion in parliament, don't use that as a measuring rod that you have now become a national leader, the way Namwamba did, and it banned him, the way Malala is doing and is banning him. All those young people need to be taken back to the kitchen, recooked, and be put back on the plate later on, not now. That's my take on that. And mikono imenuka sana, naomba tusonge mbele. James.
Yes, mine is very. Mine is a quick one.
Weigh in on your opinion quickly, please.
Yes, I want to disabuse the speaker who has just been there, that he talks like the Mount Kenya Foundation are doing anything wrong. I would want him to go understand the international politics. If there are people who are interested in politics of a country, they are businessmen. It is not about Kenya. It is about the world, because politics determine what kind of economics you are going to have, what kind of policies you are going to have. These people are more knowledgeable and they know what they want, and there is nothing wrong in pushing for their side. However, there is also the space for the common man, and it is only creativity that can get you into this power structure. So I would want him to be disabused of the fact that these are bad people who now have come to interfere with the politics and make it difficult for others to play into their politics. I don't think that is correct, because even when you go in the section where they come from, not everybody that they support makes it. So this is going to bound to happen. It is nothing bad. It is how politics is organized. Number two, I think on the youth and politics, that's another area that you need to improve your thinking on. The fact that you are young does not make you a better leader at all. In fact, you could be a worse leader than the old one. You know, the people of the likes of Samuel Doe and others who have caused havoc in their countries. They were young people, vibrant, but they had no ideas on how to run a modern state. So I think that's another area that you need to think twice, because the way I heard you drift is like the likes of Sam Ongeri are not entitled to find space in leadership, which I don't think is correct. You fought for whoever you want, and everyone has an opportunity there to convince the people that they can offer better leadership. So if you want Simba Arati, it's okay. If you want Sam Ongeri, it's okay. You just have to look at their content, not the age. Asante. Take it, Bernard.
Okay, I didn't get all that, but thank you. King Katwe, you had your hand up.
Thank you so much. I don't know if my reception is good. Is my reception good in terms of voice? Is my voice okay? Bad? Okay. So now, one thing I don't know is that every time it is very coincidental that I have to disagree with my homeboys. Like you saw, judging from the name, it comes from my own place. But now, you see, there is one thing we need. You see, it does not mean that when we are young, we are better, like the way James has said, than the old people. Let us take an example of the people that have fallen because of their premature adrenaline in politics. I'll give you an example of the likes of Danson Mungatana. I'll give you an example, the likes of Rashid Echesa, the former MP for Budalangi, Babu Namoma. Now the new going to be Kwas Malala. You see, if you remember what Joe said in the recent past about Raila Odinga, he said that, and not even Raila, not even Joe saying about Raila Odinga, it's Raila himself talking about Joe. He said that this young man, when I was bringing him into politics, ever since, in as much as we've differed in the longest time, he has never betrayed me. It has been heated so hard, but this young man has never, even one day, betrayed me. It reminds me of a verse in the Bible where God himself is telling Satan that, do you seen my servant Job? That is God himself talking about Job. He's bragging about Job himself. So young leadership and youth I do remember my former MCA, Masimba Ward. These people were given power merely 3 months. They were found young kids in a lodging, school kids in a lodging. It is now in the public domain that if you lift a stone and throw it random, you might an MC aspirant. All of them are young. Why are they coming to power? It's because if you ask them what do you want to come to power, nataka wapatie maji, nataka niwalete stima, nataka wajenge mabarabara. If you ask them where are you going to get money from, what is your policy, they cannot answer all these questions. All they want is to be called Mheshimiwa in the name of Mheshimiwa. If at all we want to elect young leaders, then they have to desist completely from that ideology that they are better than the old people. And this is what is eating our friend from UDA, Mr. William Samoei Ruto, able deputy president. That during the time when he had power, he decided to put off all those old politicians like the likes of Henry Koskei, Sally Koskei, Makto. He decided that no politician will breathe politically as long as he's there. And this is what is eating him. If you look at even right now, the Kalenjin is in as much as they're supporting William Ruto, the old people are very cautious about William Ruto. You remember the Mr. Wetangula? They are very cautious. They know that this man is with power. And when we elect these young people, like in the recent past, you can see the M. Fonyali, the way he's breathing fire. He doesn't have the ideology. We thought that during the time when he was a journalist, he could do better. But look at what he's doing. But in as much as we want to elect these young leaders, we have to be very careful. The Bible says that you cannot be yoked unequally with unbelievers. And this is what is bringing problems. Right now, you are elected in UDA. Tomorrow, you are hoping to ODM because you do not have those beliefs in you. You were not brought up in good beliefs. And that is why even in our African society, when we were circumcised, we were taught about our beliefs. There's no way I'm a Kisi, I am going to practice Kikuyu beliefs at all, because I was taught well. When we want to teach these young men about their beliefs, they do not want. They say that the old men. Personally, I'm a young man, and I respect the old men so much. When the Africans said that what an old man can see while seated, and a young man, even on the peak of the mountain, cannot see anything. So why are we shunning ourselves, thinking that Malala is going to beat Atwoli in this? Malala, what he's doing is having this premature adrenaline is taking.
Okay, Honorable Philip. Yes, Honorable Philip. Unmute first. You are not mute. You are not unmute.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, that's okay now. Go ahead.
Thank you, guys. I'm joining this from Texas, US, and I like the discussion that you guys are holding right now. Just two things that are actually coming out: youth and leadership. One thing I want to put clearly is that, they say politics is about interest. And one thing that is actually coming out is the fact that the young men want to find their space in this already, muddy politics. And they are looking for other alternative ways to remain relevant, in politics. For example, in Kakamega. And the fact that Raila Odinga was working closely with Musalia Mudavadi in the event that, Malala read it, that if Musalia Mudavadi ends up working with Raila Odinga, they may have a compromised candidate to run for governor seat in Kakamega that may not be him. And that's the hallmark. This is my opinion. It may not be true, but this is my opinion. So to avoid that, Malala, in fact, we all remember that at some point Malala was almost crossing to ODM, right? And when he realized that, well, the ground is more receptive at that point to Musalia Mudavadi, he quickly went back home. And now, to ensure that he safeguards his what he calls the bedroom, he actually ensured that the relationship between Raila Odinga and Musalia Mudavadi is not in they are not in good terms for his own survival, But having said that, youths, most of them, as many colleagues have said here, are coming in politics and they are in a hurry to, see results coming out. It takes time for everything, for anything to grow. If you plant a tree today, you don't expect to harvest, fruits tomorrow. You have to be very patient. You have to be, cultivate it, prune it, work through, and be patient for it to mature. Many old politicians right now, like the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, he has gone through a lot. And for the fact that he's been patient enough, that's why he's going to be the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. So my advice to the young people who are joining politics right now is, go slow, learn from the elders, and do not try to fight your space by fighting the elders. You will not win that war, because as one colleague said, what the elders have seen, you may not see it. What they say, what the elders have seen while seated down, you may not see it even on a top of a tree. So let the youths come slow, learn from the elders, and they will definitely have their space on the table. Something else about the Luhyia unity. I came on when you had already started the discussion, so I didn't really get much about the Luhyia unity. But what I want to say is that there isn't anything called Luhyia unity. Luhyas have always voted in different parts. You look at Kakamega County, the sides of Kakamega, Western Kenya is divided into, like, there is Bukusuland, which is Bungoma, and the other side. And on the other side, the Maragolis. We've never agreed on anything. And in any case, if the Maragoris are on the other side, the Luhyia people will always be on the other side. And that is a fact. In 2017, the Bukusus of Bungoma were in Jubilee. They voted like 60% to Jubilee. The people of Kakamega on the other side were in ODM. They were in NASA. So somebody coming up with the elusive kind of thing that, Luhyas are united this time round, there will be no way Luhyas will. And we have our own history. The Bukusus and the Maragolis have their own history, which I don't want to go into right now. So the fact that someone is trying to unite you Luhyas, that is not going to happen. And the Bukhungu, there are people like my brother Didmas Barasa. There's Boniface Boni Halwale. They are talking about they don't want Raila to come to Western Kenya. But you see, the same people who are saying, we, the Luhyia people, we don't want someone from outside to come to Kenya, to come to Western Kenya, are the same people who are telling us we are following William Ruto because William Ruto has a plan. I mean, this is a double standard. This is a double talk. You tell us we, the Luhyia people, are uniting. We are united. We don't want any person from outside. But on the other side, you tell us that, well, we don't want Raila Odinga to come to Western Kenya, but we are selling William Ruto. I think at this point, wale wanauza William Ruto wauze William Ruto, wale wanauza Raila Odinga wauze Raila Odinga. But the fact still remains, Raila Odinga will beat William Ruto and any other presidential candidate in Western Kenya, hands down. If you go by history, if you go by statistics, Raila Odinga has even won in Musalia Mudavadi's own home. The governor of where Musalia Mudavadi comes from is an ODM man, is an ODM guy. The governor of Kakamega is an ODM guy. The governor of Busia is an ODM guy. The governor of Bungoma, well, he was voted on a Ford Kenya ticket, which was associated more to NASA, you know. So Raila Odinga has a more say to Western Kenya with or without Luhyia unit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Philip. We appreciate your contribution. I would only want to say that Bukusus and Maragolis agree. They have agreed before. It depends on what is at stake. We agreed 100% under Wamalo Kijana. We agreed 100% under Masinde Mliro. And so if what you're offering us is worthy, our unity will get it. But if you come to play around with us, that's the only unmaking with the Luhyia community. They don't like people who come to play with their minds. And people like Didmas Baraza, Malala, and all, they are too junior to provide leadership for the Luhyia community. They need to sit down and learn how to behave themselves under the leadership of our elders. I am not an elder in the Luhyia community, but I understand how much they place premium on elderly leadership. So if you come and insult somebody who is old enough to be your father or to be your grandfather, you are already cast. It's not that the mzee will gather and begin to cast you. You're already considered to be cast. And so these young leaders are destroying themselves by attempting what is not theirs. I remember there was a time when I think was Moses Kuria said something about Raila should be killed or something like that. And then in a press conference, the journalist asked, what is your response about what Moses Kuria said? And Raila's response was, I cannot talk to Moses Kuria. There are members of parliament here who can respond to him. Now that shows you that there is a level of leadership where you choose what is your level. You don't climb on what is higher than you. You allow the people who are in that space to address. So Mudavadi, Weta, and Raila, they are in the national league. Let them talk to each other. Don't volunteer when you're in a village league to become the spokesman of Mudavadi. It is killing yourself. It is destroying your future. So there are no two ways about it. Then people like Didmas Baraza and the other people, in my opinion, as much as they may have a plan with the UDA to wherever get themselves to parliament, that plan is going to flop, in my opinion, because you don't get away with it. Hao ni vifaranga vya computer na I think computers zimekataa kutaka mayai this time round. Kwa hivyo kwa vile tuko na Chilopa pale, mayai mpaka yateguke vizuri kulingana na gestation period, yasiteguke mapema alafu wewe unajipata bunge hujui cha kufanya, wewe uko hapo kutafuta ya tumbo yako. We don't want wanting leadership. Now, I want us to keep moving according to the order. First come, first served. Tumekaa sana. Kevin ajaongea, Jakindu Bey ajaongea, na nani mwingine hapa, Buzz na Douglas. So nataka tuende kwa huo mkururo. Then I'm having issues with my network. So in case I'm thrown out, please let the conversation continue. We'll have Kevin. After that, Jakindu Bey. Then we go to Buzz. Then Douglas. Let's keep that order. And any of you can appoint themselves to be the chair if I am thrown out until my network is sorted out. Sawa sawa. Kevin, karibu. Kevin Chrome, unmute and speak. He, bwana Kevin, unaniangusha. Bwana Kevin. Jakindu Bey, karibu.
Asante sana Bernard. Amjambo na wasalimia wote, amjambo.
Hatujambo, karibu sana.
Asante sana. Nimefurahi sana kusikia majadiliano, lakini mimi kwa maoni yangu nataka kumwambia Alex kwamba ndio vijana wanatafuta uongozi, lakini uongozi huwezi kutafuta kwa kumatusi au kwa kusema maneno mabaya kwa wazee. Hiyo Malala lazima akome. Huwezi kuanza kutoa maneno machafu kwa wazee, hata kama umpendi, uonyeshe heshima tu. Lakini tena nataka kuambia kwamba sisi kama wa Kenya au Afrika, mimi nataka tujitoe kwa hii mambo ya kusema demokrasia inakufanya unakuwa na fujo. Tupate demokrasia yetu kwa katiba, kwa njia zetu, kwa vile yani katika mpangilio wetu wenyewe, kwa sababu hata katika nchi hizi za wazungu tunaona wako na mipangilio, hawatusi wakubwa, wako na mipangilio yao wenyewe. Na mimi naweza kusema vile nimeshaona hizi mambo, watu wanapenda sana kusema demokrasia. Demokrasia tunataka hata tuwe na demokrasia yani ile ambayo tuna negotiate, kwa sababu hii mambo ya kusema kuchaguliwa, hii mambo ya tunasema ati watu tunataka demokrasi, huwa kuna fujo mpaka vifo vinatoka. Unaona, saa hizi nataka niwaulize, saa hizi ambapo Jubilee, ambapo Raila na Uhuru walikaa chini wakazungumza, kuna utulivu, mambo yanafanyika vizuri kabisa, maendeleo yanafanyika vizuri kabisa, na watu wana space ya kuzungumza. So inatakikana sisi wa Afrika tutafute, sisi kama wa Kenya tutafute njia ambayo inatufaa sisi tu, kwa sababu kila nchi iko na tofauti yake kabisa. Waingereza wana system yao, Wajerumani wana system yao, Wafaransa wana system yao, Waamerika wana system yao. Hata sisi tutafute system yetu, tusifanye tu kukopi kwamba demokrasia. Nataka kumwambia Alex, hiyo demokrasia ya ndani, watu wanapofanya hiyo demokrasia ya ndani, hiyo ya kuchaguana, mwishowe huo wana blame mkubwa kwamba Raila au Uhuru lakini wao wenyewe sio wazalendo. Wale wanagombania hizo viti si wazalendo, kwa sababu mzalendo ni mvumilivu, ni mtu ambaye anaamini chochote ambacho inafanyika pale, kama haifanyiki vizuri, ana namna ya kuzungumzia, kutengeneza hiyo chama. Angalia saa hizi watu wengi, ninaweza kukupatia mfano mmoja. Mtu kama yule jamaa wa Mombasa anaitwa Kingi, ODM ilikuwa nzuri sana kwa miaka 20, akiwa ni mwaziri, akiwa ni gavana. Sasa saa hizi amemaliza hizo miaka 20, kama ODM ni nzuri, saa hii inafaa ajenge ODM. Kazi yake ingekuwa saa hii kujenga ODM vile Joho anafanya, vile Oparanya anafanya, kujenga chama chako na we kurudishia chama mkono. Yeye sasa ameona chama ni mbaya, anataka kutafuta chama chake, kusema chama ya watu wa pwani. Hiyo ni ubaguzi tayari. Kiongozi wa namneni, kiongozi chama ambayo imekulelea, halafu chama ishakulea, imekufanya umekuwa mtu, halafu unasema, ni kama kusema baba yako anakulelea halafu unamwambia pana baba, wewe si mzuri, Sasa mimi lazima nitafute baba mwingine. Hiyo ni wapi? Vitu kama hizo hazifai. Ndio maana tunataka hata hizo sheria ambazo zinaletwa leo iwe ni sheria ya kufanya watu tujue tunaenda wapi. Mimi nataka kusema hii mkutano wa Bukhungu, mimi namshukuru sana Atwoli, namshukuru Atwoli, namshukuru Raila, namshukuru Uhuru sana. Hawa watu watatu nawashukuru sana kwa sababu wanataka kuiweka nchi yetu tulivu, wanataka tuiweke kwenye njia ambayo ni unaweza kusema wazee ati hawanani, lakini hata ukiangalia nchi ya Amerika, hiyo bunge yao iko na wazee wengi tu, wengine wazee zaidi na wako tu pale bungeni. So watu wasiseme eti kijana ukitaka uzuri ni uchukue uongozi kutoka kwa hao wazee. Watakuelekeza, watakuonyesha njia ya kufanya nini, ya kufanya hiyo kazi ya uongozi. Huwezi kuichukua tu na kifua ati wewe ni kijana, utaanguka. Wengi tu, ndio maana ulikuwa unaona wale walikuwa wanapindua serikali walikuwa hawafaulu kwa sababu wanaichukua na kifua, alafu wanakuta mahali hajui namna ya kunegotiate, anaanguka, anapinduliwa na mwingine, na hivyo na hivyo na hivyo. Kwa hiyo tunataka njia taratibu, na njia taratibu ni lazima yule mtu yuko mbele yako uangalie anafanya kazi namna gani. Sehemu ile anafanya vibaya, akikupatia ufanye vizuri, urekebishe. Kwa hiyo hawa watu ambao nasema Uhuru, Raila, hawa nasema na Atwoli, nasema kwa maoni yangu, hawa ni wazalendo, ni watu wavumilivu, ni watu ambao wanataka kuweka nchi yetu utulivu, undugu, umoja. Tukiwa na umoja na undugu, tutafanya tusiwe na corruption, itarudi nyuma, tutakuwa na kazi, biashara zitakuwa nzuri, hata watalii watakuja Kenya kwa wingi, kwa sababu watasema nchi ya Kenya ni nchi tulivu. Hata wizi, hata ukitembea barabarani utaona wezi wengi, kwa sababu ya umoja. Umoja itafanya kila mtu awe na kitu, kila mmoja atakuwa na kitu ya kula, kwa sababu kama ninyi ni wamoja, hakuna atakayeenda na njaa. Kwa hiyo hii ni jambo la muhimu kabisa, kwamba tuwe pamoja. Tusikubali tu. Mnamjua Ngunjiri alisema kitu ya ajabu sana. Ni hao ndio mnasema sijui viongozi vijana. Anasema Uhuru aliwaambia kutukana Raila. Aliwafundisha kutukana Raila. Sasa tena anawaambia wasitukane. Sasa hiyo maana yake nini? Huyo kiongozi ashakwambia hiyo kitu, jambo ni mbaya, mbona unakataa? Amekwambia kutusi mtu ni vibaya, ameona ni vibaya, akikwambia unakataa. Mimi nasema kwamba sisi wote kama Wakenya inafaa tutoke kwenye ile tutoke juu ya kuiga tu kila kitu ambacho wa Western wanafanya, tuseme hiyo ndio demokrasia. Mimi naomba hata kama tunafanya demokrasia, tuangalie kwamba tunaifanya kwa misingi ya tabia zetu, kama utamaduni wetu. Hiyo itatufanya tuwe na nchi tulivu. Tutakuwa na viongozi waaminifu, tutakuwa na viongozi ambao sio wezi. Lingine tunaongezea ni kwamba tusikubali viongozi kutupatia pesa. Tusikubali, tuanze kukataa viongozi wasitupatie pesa. Kiongozi akitaka atupatie kazi, atupatie nafasi ya biashara, sio pesa. Tuwe masikini jeuri. Asanteni. Nikipata nafasi nyingine nitazungumza tena. Asante sana Bernard. Bernard, umepotea? Alex, endelea.
Okay, Jakindu Bey, umemaliza?
Yes, nimekuambia nimemaliza, nimesema asante sana, nitaongea baadaye tena.
Pole
Nimpatie mtu mwingine nafasi.
Thank you. Mute Kevin, sasa umerudi.
Yeah, nimerudi.
Thank you. Mute Kevin. Go ahead.
Yes.
And
yeah, alikuwa nimepotea kidogo. Mko wazima lakini.
Thank you. Mute Kevin. Go ahead. And
Unanisikia? Yeah, alikuwa nimepotea kidogo.
Unasikiliza YouTube tena uko kwa studio. They don't work together. Pause YouTube so that you can follow from the studio only. Kevin, umeelewa? Unmute and make your contribution. Unmute kwanza. Your mic is off.
Haya. Unanisikia?
Sawa, endelea.
Natumai mko wazima siku ya leo.
Tunashukuru tuko wazima.
Mimi pia niko mzima nashukuru. Kwa hivyo kitu cha kwanza nataka niseme kwanza nashukuru leo tuko wazima leo na nafurahi kwa nyote kuwaona mko wazima pia. Kitu cha kwanza nataka nikiseme kitu cha kwanza ni kuhusu hii story ya Bukhungu. Hiyo Bukhungu, hiyo mambo ya kesho. Nilikuwa nasikia mtu akisema hapo, Alex akisema Atwoli hawezi kuunganisha Luhyia. Alex, nataka nikwambie kitu moja kwamba Atwoli bana ni institution. First of all, is an institution, a personality. Hiyo lazima take it to the bank. Cha pili lazima uelewe Bernard, kuna kitu kingine nataka nikwambie kitu moja. Nambwanga huwa anasema kitu moja, huwa anasema power huwa haitaki vacuum. But as we see right now, kuna vacuum in western part of Kenya. Kuna vacuum. Ile vacuum hiyo inamsalia Mudavadi. So Atwoli amechukua jukumu kujiingiza kwa ile vacuum. I fit ile vacuum ambayo msalia ameshindwa So exactly. So first of all lazima uelewe kwamba mtu mmoja anaitwa Atwoli. Atwoli akisema amesema. That you must understand. Secondly, hiyo sheria kesho, kuna kitu moja nataka niwaambie kitu moja. Ikikuwa successful tomorrow, which I know it will. Ikikuwa successful, then mtu kama Mudavadi, Wetangula, sikudanganye, lazima waepe. Sijui atafijifikia wapi. So la pili nataka kuongelea kitu cha pili, nataka niseme kitu cha pili ni kwamba naam,
hata kusikiliza
peana
tu maoni yako, songesha volume ya hiyo nyingine chini, just speak. You are addressing the world. Stop listening to yourself to see how you have spoken. It is causing delay. Thank you.
Sorry?
You are addressing the world. Stop listening to yourself. Naomba uongee tu bila kujisikiliza. Kuna hiyo feedback tunasikiza from the background. Yes. So
okay.
Switch it off ama mute so that we can just hear you directly. You are speaking through the studio.
Acha basi nitoke rudi baadaye basi tunaongea.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
Sawa, leo wako niti.
Twende kwa Baz. Sawa, Baz.
Yes, Bernard. Good evening, panelist.
Hali vipi leo?
Hali mzuri sana. Unanisikia vizuri?
Good evening to you.
Great. Asante sana. Good evening to the fellow panelists. I would have listened to my fellow guys what they have said about the Western politics, and I think the Western politics, though it has its own uniqueness, it's just the same as it's just like politics in any other region in this country. First and foremost, it is African to respect our elders. It doesn't mean you have to agree with them, but it is in our culture. I don't think there is any African culture that advocates otherwise. Every African culture advocates respect to our elders. It does not advocate agreeing with them. You may disagree with them. People have disagreed with them even in the past, but you have to disagree with respect. You cannot threaten an elder. That is not it is not our culture. So I think what Malala said, I think that's not of this world of today. Going ahead with I think Western, what Atwoli is trying to achieve has been elusive to very many people. And let us give him a benefit of doubt to see whether he will be able to unite the 3 or 4 counties to vote as a bloc. I think the one who has just spoken before me has said this is going to be the end of Mudavadi and Wetangula. I think there is going to be a distinction between the national politics and how they vote in the local seats. Wetangula might survive, he goes for the senatorial again. I don't know where Mudavadi is going. Today he is speaking presidential, tomorrow he might be speaking something else. So I think Bukhungu, apart from the usual rhetorics that we expect, the bantams, the declarations, it has got totally no much impact because Luhyas have always voted for Raila Odinga to around 70%. So it's not going to have a huge change to the total votes. It is Raila Odinga going to his backyard again. It's like he's going to his backyard to drum support. So it is it's a precursor to the election that they are just going ahead with. I wish if he had gone to a place where he doesn't get votes and he got such a bantam. And to the young people who are joining leadership, I think we are seeing some of very good young people who are joining leadership across the country. We have a guy like the one from, is it Kangema or where? Didi Nyoro. He is very articulate. He is young. He doesn't speak with disrespect, but he disagrees even with his elders respectfully. So I think those are the kind of guys who Malala should look up to, how people disagree with their elders. As a young man, there is no way it is written you must sing the chorus of your elders. You can disagree with them, but you cannot speak ill or without respect to them. I think Jakedube has mentioned something to do with Kingi in Mombasa, where he has formed his own party. I think I'd like to tell Jakedube that there cannot be 2 kings in one kingdom. If you want to have your own kingdom, you have to create your own domain. So Kingi could not become a king in ODM. He had to look for his own political party where he can become a king. Joho has accepted to be a prince always to Raila Odinga. He is comfortable with princehood, and he will only ascend to the kingdom if the king is no longer there. So I think Kingi has charted his own way. He is now a king in his own party. Whether it lives with time or it dies, it's a matter of time. Nobody can be able to say that, to predict that. But it is a journey that every other political party has had. So let us not crucify those guys who have moved on from parties to go and form their own parties. Even the ODM was formed by people who left other parties. So I think that is the genesis of every political party in Kenya, where we have guys moving from other parties to form or to start a new party. Actually, ODM was started from scratch. It wasn't there before, by people who moved from other parties, and it has grown to be a giant. So we should commend the people who chart their own political party and start their own ideology. It shows that there is something in that guy who starts another party that he didn't believe in ODM. That's why he goes ahead to start his own party. The timing could be skeptical. He has been there for 20 years, 15 years, minister, and 10 years as governor. He should have left earlier, but he has waited until he can no longer vie for the governorship. That's when he's leaving. We don't know what OPARANYA are looking for next. OPARANYA and Joho are playing in the same kind of game. They are very comfortable with whatever they will be given by, if the coalition government forms government, if the Azimio la Umoja forms the next government. But I think it cannot last long. Maybe for the next 5 years. A guy like OPARANYA is old enough, and I think he should have joined a guy like Fred Gumo, who did a very honorable thing to retire when he can still walk. I think we should be able to follow people like Fred Gumo, who retired while standing, while strong, while still popular, and they stand for something, because that's the guy who said, I'm going to retire at this time, and they did retire. You don't have to wait to die to still trying. You can become a hero. Not every time you must achieve, you die in power. Maybe even Baba, if he could have retired 2007 or 2013, he would be a hero today. But he has to keep on trying. He has to be paraded. Now he is going to parade with William Ruto. He will be paraded and masqueraded in the political arena in a different way come 2013, come 2022. And if he loses, he lives with an egg in his face, because now he will be, I think, the biggest loser in world politics. Can't lose 6 times and still want to go again. So the problem with Kenya is permanent political class. That is the only issue we have. If we are going to get away with the permanent political class, people must hand the baton. In America, you go once, you lose, you go away. In Kenya, you can go 55 times. You can go until a doctor advises you, please don't go.
Wait, Baz,
and you're
Baz,
still
where are you
going.
basing your claims?
Which claims?
How many times did Lincoln vie before he became president of America?
Lincoln vied only 2 times.
So what do you mean you vie once and then you're gone? I mean, my take is, let's remain factual presentation.
In the recent history,
platform to give half
Mulizu,
truths, so that
the president of America, Joe Biden, how many times did he vie?
He was never nominated by any party to vie for the president.
No, Baz, what you are avoiding is that the reason why we have permanent political class is because we don't have vibrant political parties. And that is why the political amendment bill is trying to bring hygiene in our political parties, where young people can grow in politics as they play party politics. But the same people who want to unseat the political class don't want strong political parties. They want parties that are owned by an individual, and that individual calls the shots. So how do you want democracy without wanting what makes democracy work?
Bernard, if I may comment on the yesterday's political parties bill, which is, in Kenya, everything is done with a reason. If you look at some of the clauses in that amendment, for example, a coalition must be done within 6 months. It is a law set to give an advantage to something that they have already planned. Why 6 months? Why not 2 years? Why not 1 month? If we may ask, because we might be allowed to ask, why not after the election? It is a law anchored just to anchor Azimio. That is why our side of thinking have a problem with it. That's why we have a problem with, and we believe the courts will stand with us.
With it. There is in the constitution that amendment to the constitution, or rather a referendum cannot be held except a year to election, not less than a year to election. Isn't that part of the constitution? Was it targeting a particular group?
Come again.
A referendum cannot
Come again,
be held.
Bernard, I didn't hear you.
A referendum cannot be held, okay, except a year to election.
A referendum cannot be held?
That one of the reasons why BBI was defeated, because it was overtaken by events. The 12 months required before the elections, okay, were overtaken by events, by the delaying tactics. So when a law says whatever a coalition should be made 6 months to election, for example, the February is the deadline for civil servants to resign from their office if they are going for elective seat. It's part of constitution arrangement. Was that a precursor or a prearranged arrangement to lock out some people?
Very good, Bernard. Now, the 6 months was done in 2010. The election was in 2012. That is 2 years down the line. Why didn't this Azimio bill, why wasn't it not anchored in 2019? If I may ask, if I may reason the same way you are saying. Furthermore, Bernard, the way you're saying that the referendum, we cannot have a referendum 1 year to the election. I think I have not seen such a clause. What we have is, we cannot have new constituencies.
Yes.
1 year to the election.
Yes.
And that is for political reasons. Nobody says we cannot have a referendum.
I agree with you on that one. Yes.
Yes. Nobody says we cannot have. So we cannot have people fixing rules. It is like fixing a rule because you have seen the lineup of the other team. Now you want to change the football rules. That is why we have a problem with it.
But with all fairness, okay, as we are right now, IBC has not declared any seat vacant.
Yes.
So there is no yet elections campaign official.
Bernard, we are post 2010 constitution.
No.
We know when the election will be.
Not according to your perception and according to what you see. I'm asking, according to the law, as at now, IBC has not declared any seat vacant. So no seat is vacant from the president to the MCA. Until that is done is when now you say this is prearranged because IBC is going to declare this time. So they want to lock this one because of that. But right now, everybody is digging their backyard, planting whatever they want to plant, so that when it's harvest time, they will have something to put on the table.
Bernard, one thing for sure that we know is, we know that the IBC have already released the election timeline. We know the election timelines till the election day. There cannot come a player now trying to impose additional rules to those timelines by setting some precursors to the arrangements that anyone can have. I think that's unfair part of it.
Bernard, I think it is not fair.
Hold on, James. Baz, were you here in 2017?
Yes, I was.
When we introduced new rules before the repeat elections.
Yes, I was, yes.
Who was the the wind in the sail against changing rules in the midst of an election?
The government at that time was to
The
push the
government
agenda.
at that time,
Yes.
okay, and did it by all means and got
Yes.
their way. Okay.
Yes.
So was that right?
It wasn't right.
Okay. Now this is
Yes.
when it's very wrong.
It was wrong that time and it cannot be right this time. If it was wrong that time, it is also wrong this
what
time.
makes it wrong this time?
Because
you said it's not right.
Yes.
Yes. I said
You said
it is
it's
not
not
right.
right. Why are you insisting
It
that
is
In
not
both time. In both time, they are not right.
But you supported it then.
I did not.
At least your party leader did.
Yeah.
Your party
Yes,
leader
and he believes when he does something wrong, he changes and now does something right.
He
That's
has
leadership.
not repented. I am the pastor here. I have not had him repent anything. Not Jacaranda ground, not Baby Pendo, not the other wherever tear gas. We were tear gas to Uhuru Park everywhere. We have never seen DP owning up one day for any of those things, except he did it where I was not there.
I think that would be very trivial to go to such instances to say that he needs to disown such a thing. But it is very good when you realize that something was done.
You can't change. You can't change from one way of operation to another way of operation without letting us know that you supported it in 2017 and it was wrong. Now you want to get it right. At least the person I've had is Murkomen, who said if we had an opportunity to do it again, he would not do it the way he did in 2017. He realized the mistakes he made. At least Murkomen has owned up. But DP has not. So DP seems to be laying his bed the way he wants for him to lie on, and every other.
Where do you leave the president, Mr. Bernard? Why are you
Sorry?
isolating Ruto Pekeke? Why are you leaving the president? They did it together.
The president has repented.
Bernard,
He has owned up. He has accepted that the way we are running this country is wrong.
Oh, yes, ameona saizi akimaliza tamu yake.
Sorry?
Ameona saizi akimaliza tamu yake.
Bernard.
No. He has okay. I'm not the president's spokesman, and I'm just reporting
Bernard.
what I've heard from him.
Bernard,
yes.
There is some things, maybe I would say this, there are some things that the DP would not say, but when you hear them from a person in the caliber of Murkomen, just know the source. He doesn't have to say it. As long as it has been put across by reliable sources who can do it on his behalf, then we presume that to be his language.
No, that's not true, Baz.
Yes,
that is why I'm saying in 2022 hakuna kupigia kura sera. Kabla tuingilie sera, lazima tuingilie tabia. Tabia ya mtu haibadiliki, na hiyo ndio inafanya sera zifanye kazi ama zisifanye kazi. So kabla tukague sera, tunakagua tabia ya yule mtu anayeitisha ofisi.
Na ukiangalia hivi tabia, kama tutazipima, kama kuna kitu ya kupima tabia, basi
I hope I'm not disconnected. King Katwe.
No, you are.
Yeah.
Yes, Bernard.
Yeah.
Yes, Bernard. Okay. I will take on this. I will take on this.
Let's do this. Let's do this so that they... Hold on, King Katwa. You will have your time to make your submission, and you can do a rebut at that time. Baz, I want to give you 1 minute kumaliza submission yako, tusonge mbele tafadhali.
Thank you very much, Bernard, for that protection. So I think with the question that on the topic, who are the gainers and who are the losers and casualties, I think we cannot say people like Malala are casualty or losers. Those are just small guys, as you said. But I think the Bukhungu 2 declaration, we can even say today what will be declared, it is not a secret. So it is inconsequential, and it is just what we know that we will be told. So nothing will change us for tomorrow. Thank you, Bernard.
Hayo maoni yako, tunashukuru kwa maoni hayo. Where is this? Nataka Kinkatwa, you give your submission but you restrict yourself to 3 minutes. Ilikuwa time ya Douglas but ilikuwa tumekuruka. Naomba tuende kwako kwanza ndio tuende kwa Douglas, alafu tutarudi hapa chini. Tuendelee tafadhali. Kinkatwa, endelea.
Thank you so much. I am going to present as naked as I am seeing it. And there is nothing to hide right now, because we are a very mature nation and we need to call a spoon by its own rightful name. If at all we want to save this country, we have to call the sin by its name. You know, when I'm going to rebuttal first, Baz, before I make my presentation in 1 minute, and then the 2 minutes I'll put my presentation in the way I'm seeing it. First of all, Baz, I think all the panelists here will agree with me, and everybody who is watching here, that before you become a UDA member, you have to have certain qualities and tabia fulani, because you can, if you hear the way Baz is speaking, is like a mouthpiece to William Ruto. Because when William Ruto was rebattling about the issue of the 6 months, why not 2 years, why not after election? If these are the same things, but the William Ruto does not tell you what is his end game about this. He doesn't tell you, but he tells you go out and fight. You don't know what you're fighting for. You don't have any reason at all to fight, but you're told to go and fight. The issue of this political party act, and yesterday we were here, I don't know if Baz you were watching, conclusively we came to a conclusion that necessity is the mother of all inventions. And when the time comes when we need the law, and I'm anchoring the submissions of James yesterday, he gave an example of someone being found with the private parts of a human being, and when he was taken to a police station, he could not be convicted, or rather, they did not know how they are going to write that particular offense. So Parliament had to come up with a law on how to convict such persons. So at this time is when we needed this law, because this political immaturity and bad manners is what we want to curb. And DP Ruto does not want to say the truth, that he wants to rebuttal what happened to him in 2017, that when he was coerced to break URP and join TNA to make it a Jubilee party, he became a deputy to someone, and he is not used to deputize anyone. He is used to power, he is drunk to power, and that is why he could not sustain himself in the Pentagon in 2007. That is where he made his own URP, and after realizing that he was stripped naked of his URP by being coerced to break it, now he is coming up with UDA. Even right now, he doesn't want coalitions because he wants to put everyone in that basket. And the aim of this person is to put Mount Kenya in that one basket so that he can punish them the way he was punished in 2017. I am going to say it by the naked truth, and I'm not going to lie to you, Baz. If at all we have to sanitize this country, we have to put it as it is. Coming to the issue of Vijana and Wazee, you remember the reason as to why even Donald Trump, when people started questioning the way he's going to lead this country. In the campaigns, the last campaigns, you could hear him talk ill of the old people. I remember in his campaign in Virginia, he was saying that somebody go and tell that old bunny that this country cannot be ruled by people who are due to death. You see, the way we conduct ourselves in terms of campaigns and this democracy of the whole scenario, we are putting it as if it's war. And William Ruto is putting it like it's a do or die. How many times Raila has lost and he is there, he's still alive? Why is it that we have to send our young kids outside there like Baz to go and fight for no cause? We don't know what Baz does not know what he's fighting for. If you ask Baz right now what is bottom up, he won't be able. And I bet because hata wakili mwenye amesoma for the longest time, who was our wakili to the Koinange family, Alice Wahome, could not explain. So I do not expect, I'm not questioning his integrity, but he could not explain what bottom up is. Even the inventor of that bottom up, who is called William Ruto, cannot be able to explain that. So right now he's having decoys in Kakamega. We saw the other time. Now let us go to Kakamega, the likes of Kalwale. Kalwale is saying that we are not going to accept any other person who is an outsider in Western, yet he has a brigade and a crowd of people wearing UDA t-shirts. So where are we heading as a country? Must we become political sycophants to survive in politics? Yesterday, when Patriot was saying that some of the UDA members were questioning their intelligent quotient, at some point, I agreed with him, and at some point I disagreed with him, pending the fact that somebody like Kalwala is a medical doctor. But look at the way he's conducting himself. Can he give you that urge of going to school and run? Surely. And when we talk about this, at least I can say about Murkomen. Murkomen, mgala muwe lakini haki umpe. This guy articulates his facts the way they are, and he is fighting for what he believes in. And if you don't see him at the limelight of every campaign, he knows what he's doing. The other time we saw the MP for Ariada disagreeing with Raila on the issue of the BBI and the allocation of the demarcation of constituencies. It wasn't bad, but we did not see them abusing the elders. Even Murkomen himself, I've not seen him abusing the elders. So Baz was giving an example of the MP for Kiharu, who is Ndiri Nyoro. Ndiri Nyoro for the longest time has been very vulgar, and let us say the truth as it is. In 2017, if you go to the likuite mtu mujinga wewe, but look at what he was writing in Twitter. And right now karma is coming back to them. Kindly, if we have to sanitize this country, let us not become sycophants. Like even myself, I am questioning the fact that we are living. If at all I'm given two candidates in my hometown, Simbarati and Ongeri, I will go for Ongeri, because Ndio is an old man, but he has been for this county for the longest time. He has served this county with a lot of integrity. He has not acquired his wealth from the back door. Why don't we call a spade a spade? Thank you so much, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, King Katwa. We appreciate you. There is what we say in leadership, that there is what experience can do that youthful strength cannot deliver. And so no matter how vibrant you are and intelligent you are, experienced people are ahead of you in terms of they were youth before. They know how it feels to be a youth, and they know how a youth thinks and reasons, and they can balance in the two worlds together. Now, Alex, I will not allow any question for now. Twende kwa Douglas moja kwa moja ili tuokoe muda. Tutafungua maswali in a short while. Douglas, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Bernard. Actually, this is my first time to be on the show, and I'm very happy today to be here. Before I respond on the two issues of Bukhungu declaration and the youth versus the Wazee,
yes,
let me
welcome to the show.
allude to the point that King Katu has just spoken about. Thank you very much. So King Katu, thank you very much for bringing up that point about political sycophants. That is the main challenge that we are having as Kenyan electorates and even Kenyan leaders, political sycophants. If you took for example, Mheshimiwa Nyoro, if you took him aside na umuulize why is he standing with UDA, he will not have a point to give you. It's purely sycophants. That is why they say, who has the piper calls for the what? For the tunes. It's because they are seeing there is something they're benefiting, maybe financially from the UDA brigade. There's something they're targeting at the end of the day to gain, not for the leadership of the country, not to lead the country to where it's supposed to be. It's because there's something they're benefiting from the so-called UDA. And there is a veiled attack that Baz was giving to maybe the Azimio people or Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga. You know, that is the kind of politics we want to avoid. Avoid those veiled attacks. Just come point clear, be open, say your point. I'm supporting this person because of A, B, C, D. Do not start saying that people want to stay in power forever. Nobody has asked Museveni why he's still in power. And in fact, he's going to run the next time. But he's about 8-something years.
Which is wrong.
Joe Biden came into power when he was 70-something years. And he's still the president of the United States of America up to now. So sometimes when we talk of some people clinging to power, who told you that when Ruto becomes the president, he won't stay there for 20 years? He may even change the constitution to be there for 3 terms. And that is very possible. And this is Kenya because of the political psychopaths that we have. Now, let me come to the point of youth versus Jose because of the time. 48 Laws of Power by Robert Greene. First one, you must not outshine your master. And that is the problem with the youth of today. You always want to be better than your boss. And that is actually what Ruto did in the Jubilee government that brought the broken marriage between himself and the president. Because he didn't respect the boss, he thought he is better, he thought he is wise, he thought he is the one controlling the government, and that is why he was running with a lot of speed until at the end of the day, the marriage broke. So youth, when we admire to be leaders, we must always, as Jacinto Bay said, we must learn patience, learn from the old guards, learn from the people who have been there. They have the wisdom, they have the knowledge, they have the experience, and they have the tactics. They may teach us, and we may mend one or two, but still we will learn from them. Then there is something that Baz said, that whatever that shall happen tomorrow is inconsequential. In Bukhungu, my friend, it's not inconsequential. Nothing in politics happens out of chance. Everything is planned, and everything has a target, and everything has a result. There is going to be a concrete result from the Bukhungu declaration tomorrow, and there will be casualties. And the biggest casualties will, of course, be Mudavadi and Wetangula, because they could have lost a big chunk of the votes that they were depending on. Actually, ask yourself today, if Western got divided today, where else will Mudavadi get votes? Nowhere. But if Luo Nyanza was divided today, Raila could easily get votes from Coast, he could easily get votes from Northeastern, he could easily get votes from elsewhere. If Rift Valley was divided today, Ruto could get votes from Nairobi, could get votes from Central and elsewhere. But where will Mudavadi get votes? Nowhere. So there will be a big loss for Mudavadi and Wetangula if the affirmation that will come from Bukhungu tomorrow will be supporting one of the presidential aspirants, and that is Raila Odinga. So it will be, and somebody said that leadership never exists in a vacuum. There is no vacuum in leadership. When you are not able to give leadership to your community, somebody has to step in, and that is why Atwoli has stepped in to be able to offer leadership and guide people. And Alex was talking about Kisii County, where I come from. Simbarati and the likes of Ongeri. You can't compare the two in terms of experience, and in terms of age, you can't compare. But again, there's something that we need to look at. Party loyalty. Between Simbarati and Ongeri, who has been loyal to the party, to the ODM party for a long time? That is one thing. Because Ongeri, the last time Ongeri defected from Jubilee to ODM, nobody believed that he could defect from Jubilee to ODM. It's because he was targeting for his political survival. And that's why he's in ODM now up to today. And now he has remained loyal because of the circumstances. He has seen a worthy opponent in the name of who? In the name of Simbarati. And again, dynamics of politics change. And then tomorrow there could be a different arrangement. You saw Josh Mangi shipping jump from Jubilee also to ODM. Now they are aligning together with the Ongeri and Governor Ngwai and the rest. And the others are lining up themselves. So there's a change of politics every time. But one thing that must be clear, there's always change in politics. And don't be surprised that tomorrow the so-called the Luhyia kingpins, Mudavadi and Wetangula, may not even go together. They may go separate ways. That is change in politics. But as young people, what we need to do is learn patience and also respect our elders. Thank you. Because of time, let me pass it to other people. Thank you.
Thank you, Douglas. We appreciate your observation. They are clear. I believe all are following. Patriot, utangoja kidogo tu tafadhali. Domi. Oh.
Bana umeniacha sana.
Ngoja kwanza, wewe ulienda ukarudi. Domi upo?
Niko.
Yes. Maoni yako haraka tafadhali.
Hello. Mnanisikia?
Hello. At least now we can see. I think you have issues with your audio. We can't hear you. Domi, you need to take care of your audio first. Unmute. Sorry about that. You'll need to get out of the studio, then get back. Make sure you set your audio and camera right. Vicky, endelea.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Bernard. It's been a long time.
Karibu. Long time no seen. Where did you disappear to? Went to listen to the ground.
Tulienda ku strategies mambo ya UDA kidogo, now you're back. So I have my point zangu, hata nianze na moja. Point number 1. There's this issue ya kusema ati we should respect our elders. My friend, even fools grow old. Is that not a fact? So Mimi, I don't respect every elder. Not everyone is wise just because he's old. You una respect mtu kulingana what he says. Issue ya Atwoli. Nimeona hapo Douglas is my best friend. We actually live in Kakamega. Still sijui kama bado yako Kakamega, and we also happen to come from Kisii. But tunajuana naye vizuri sana. Tujaribu kutuambia hapa that hii mambo ya 48 laws hii mambo ya 48 laws of power. No, unajua you must use the relevant examples for nini for in the relevant platform. You see, in politics, wezi ngoja upewe. At you sit down, you be patient ati kama for example kama saizi Ruto angekuwa amenyamaza, angoja kukuwa endorsed by now. Nani angekuwa anamjua sahi? No one. You must take your initiative as a politician. Usingoje ati kwa sababu huyu master wako ati watu wanaogopa kuma outshine kama ana ideas and you are better. In fact, after tukiangalia last elections, the person who campaigned more was Ruto, even more than Uhuru. Ruto was more hardworking than Uhuru. It is not right for you to say that sasa ukae. Hiyo inaonyesha we are in. I'm sorry Douglas, kama wewe ni unaweza kuwa boss wa mtu, uweze arau mtu arise kwa kushinda kwa sababu uko na inferiority, unaofia mtu ku outshine, which is very wrong. Any organization inaweza kukuchukua kwa sababu wewe unazuia watu kuwa creative. Kwa sababu watakushinda. That is not very right. We live in Kakamega. You and I know the last election Atwoli alikuja tu hapo Bukhungu, si ndio? Akatuambia Raila atashinda. Atwoli has never been right in all his predictions. He's trying to be a politician na is not akajaribu kuwa MCA. Atwoli cannot fit kiatu yenye Musalia amekalia politically. He's just a wannabe. He's trying to be a politician. Alijaribu kwa huko akashindwa flat. As far as politics is concerned, na Atwoli cannot advise, cannot even elevate on to even to be an MCA as of now, even in Western. Mimi naishi Western. Ana influence kwa ground. Akona influence nao kubwa huko, but kwa ground hana, because he cannot even make himself anything. So politics, you must take initiative by yourself. Usingoje kukuwa endorsed. Ruto angengoja kukuwa endorsed na Uhuru, angeona moto.
Vicky,
Thank you.
if
Yeah.
what you are saying is anything to go by, okay?
Yeah.
Why would Malala, Halwale, and the rest of the people be running up and down fighting a man who has no influence on the ground?
But he has no influence. He's trying to be.
No, I'm asking, why would you be fighting somebody that is inconsequential when he does
No,
his
no,
meeting
no,
in
no,
Bukhungu?
no one is fighting him. He's just being proven wrong.
How?
When I'm proved wrong that ana influence.
There will be Bukhungu 2 tomorrow.
Yes, there was one. Yeye ndo aliconvene. Nothing happened.
Yes.
Douglas, am I lying?
What do you mean nothing happened? What do you mean nothing happened?
He endorsed. Alikuja kutuendorse hapo kina Raila. Si alilose.
No, the Bukhungu
How
one,
did he lose?
Bernard.
Yeah.
Bernard.
Yeah. Yes.
The Bukhungu one was to install Mudavadi as the Luhyia kingpin, which
As the Luhyia
succeeded.
kingpin.
And again, after endorsing Mudavadi as the Luhyia kingpin, Mudavadi went ahead and convened the NASA brigade. And I'm very sure, Vicky, you know that NASA won the elections. That one you cannot dispute.
No, he never won.
No. Let's be
What
clear.
shows? Douglas, what shows?
Let's be clear.
What shows?
And the
What
voting,
shows?
and the voting, and the voting, and the voting.
So don't argue with that.
NASA
and the voting
their
patterns
servers.
in Western Kenya, and the voting pattern in Western Kenya confirmed that Mudavadi was the Luhyia kingpin, then endorsed by Atwoli himself. And tomorrow Atwoli is going to endorse somebody else who will change the voting pattern in Western.
Douglas.
Yes, please.
How many MPs does Jubilee have in Western?
Around 4. Who some of them, 2 of them were rigged. I'm very sure. I know them. They were rigged. They never won.
You're sure?
I'm very sure 2 of them never won. They were rigged
Who are
by
they?
the 54%.
Who are they?
I'll give you the list.
From Western ni vifaranga vya computer.
So what I'm saying is Jubilee managed to infiltrate stronghold ya Raila. This time round they will still infiltrate. We see now, hata Ruto akiongeza even 10 more votes in Western, is better off.
Which I don't think he will. Anyway.
He will, of course he will. So you will live in Kakamega. Where are you living? Amolihama.
I'm in Nyahururu right now.
Oh, sorry. Then.
Order both of you.
Okay.
I want us to make progress in our conversation, not to dig ourselves in a hole. All the same, I would want to make it clear that Atwoli has a stake in Luhyia politics. And Luhyia leadership is not determined by votes. It is wrong for you to judge leadership in Western Kenya, particularly based on how many votes somebody got. If you want to go to parliament, it's votes. If you want to go to be an MCA, it's votes. If you want to be a governor, it's votes. But
Bernard,
community
Mudavadi was a self-made politician even before Atwoli announced him.
What are you talking about? Self-made?
Of course.
When Mudavadi was picked in high school because his father died and he was made.
Yes, and only Mo is the one who made him.
How does that one translate into self-made?
Mo is the one who made him, not Atwoli.
That's what it's Atwoli who made him the Luhyia kingpin.
No. I disagree completely.
So you disagree with the event, or you disagree with the making?
I disagree with that event ya make kingpin, because Mudavadi was well known even more than
there was
Atwoli.
no event that took place.
Whatever it was, but Mudavadi was well known more than even Atwoli.
My problem with you is one, that you're not listening. I am saying Luhyia politics are different in the sense that there is community leadership and there is political leadership. When it comes to political leadership, votes counts. But community leadership, they are people who are ranked as leaders because, one, for their age and their wisdom in judging matters. And so they will have a say, not because they have been voted for, not because they have been elected, but because they are respected in the society. So their opinion or whatever shapers of that particular time. So Atwoli has stepped into this space, and don't take lightly what he's going to do tomorrow, because it will have repercussions. It will have gainers, it will have losers, it will have casualties. And then casualties are known as at now. And somebody has just sent me a clip that Malala is at Atwoli's house right now. It's yet to be confirmed. We have our ears on the ground trying to confirm that. If that
Bernard,
is going to happen, then Malala will be the MCA, will be the MC at the Bukhungu
Bernard,
too. And if
I want
that has
to,
happened, then he's safe. But if he
Bernard,
continues with this Mumias thing, he's a casualty.
Bernard,
No,
I want
let's
you to desist from
hey,
his statement ya kusema you respect people because they are old. Even fools grow old.
I am saying that is your
Point
notion,
of order.
and you
Point of order,
don't
Bernard.
you seem
Point
to
of
have
order, Bernard.
a twisted understanding. Listen, there is what you people make cliches and statements.
Bernard, I think
They
I want to
all
come
they
in
are.
quickly and then I disappear until at around
Hold on,
midnight.
Captain. Hold on, Captain. The cliches of .com people are terms of traditional values. I was born and raised in Kakamega County. I lived in Kakamega for all my youthful life. I understand the tradition of the place and how elders are held in high esteem. Nobody who coming up to your wise decisions that you prove to the community. And so I am sure that things are going to be tomorrow's meeting is not going to be as easy as UDA people want to make it. Although they have a parallel meeting in Mumias. Let's see how much they bring in Mumias. Let's see how much the Bukhungu will be. But the declaration in Bukhungu is going to carry the day. That is my opinion. Naomba moja kwa moja tuende kwa Patriot, alafu tutaenda kwa Murunga, ndio turudi kwa Captain. Sawa sawa.
Wacha niombe bana nitangulie kwa sababu nataka kuingia kazi. Wacha nitangulie niingie kazi narudi
You will
baadaye.
take charge in case the network throws me out until I am back.
Wacha nikuwe number 1 niingie kazi.
Tafadhali Captain. Kwa heshima zote.
Hata mi naomba kwa heshima sana niingie, alafu nitoke niingie kazi ndio nirudi baadaye masaa 8 huko.
Captain,
naomba.
I am the one. Wewe
Okay.
ngoja. Kama utangoja utaenda ndio urudi. It's my turn, Captain. Please.
Okay, Patriot, please go ahead.
My fellow panelists, it's always a pleasure to be here. I want to thank you for the competitive dialogue you always put up here. And sometimes we try to run away, but the debate gets nice. And every time I'm watching on TV, I find myself coming on board. Allow me today to begin with the following. Pastor Bernard, now that I was watching outside, I have some observations, and I think you look at that as a positive sentiment. I will request that as you moderate, and especially when you are rebattling our brothers from the other side of the world, allow other panelists to ask them questions so that we have a consensus on the responses, because that makes the dialogue much richer, and because we learn from each other. So Bernard, that is an observation I'd like you to make, that you give others to deal with these brothers of ours, so that when you finish, everybody has put in the efforts of making it a discussion. That will be excellent, though you're doing well so far, and I think that's good. I want to start first by rebattling what Baz, spoke about. King Cartwright spoke so well in that, but I feel I need to add something. Baz and our brother, where has he gone to? The gentleman who's just spoken, he's called who? The what? The kick? What was his name? He's moved out.
Vic. I think it's Vic.
Yeah, and I think he knew I'm going to speak something about his sentiments. He's gone. So you see, there's something that is of a serious observer when you look at the way our brothers from UDA and those who support the deputy president, the way they present their matter. Last time when Vic was here, he brought up almost the same topic, and it seemed to digress whatever we were discussing that day. This is something that bordered on discipline and respect of the elderly. When you look at our history, in as far as this panel is concerned, that's what it seemed to talk about. And I think it is a script that is well, choreographed to give us, detaching ourselves from the topic of the day. I think we are not at a surprise when we see our brothers coming and there are difficulties to understand who should be respected and who should not be. I want to remind them that respect is universal. The universal suffrage that, defines the human character dictates that they are subjects of the respect. They don't need to qualify for the respect. And since they subscribe to the Bible, they need to understand better than some of us probably don't read the Bible, the way they put it. They need to understand that respect is a prescription in the way, the elderly and those people who are defined to be respected individuals in the Bible are supposed to be handled. But unfortunately, the script of not respecting the elders is a script that is properly choreographed, to define what the UDA stand for. I find it very difficult to really understand why our brothers cannot understand the value of respect, and why they find, the opposite of that to be a way of campaigning, and how they want to use that as a campaigning tool is unfortunate. But the truth is, no one has ever succeeded by being, vulgamated, using languages that are not accepted, and you think that is the way you're going to make people accept you. I think time will tell, but the school of thought that I belong to, tells me that respect makes you a better person. When you respect others, in fact, it depicts leadership. It's not a weakness. That's why for those who read the Bible, they say when you're slapped one side of the cheek, give the other one, and the guy feels comfortable. He thinks that's it. That's not the way it should be. In my view, that's the way it should be understood. Nevertheless, I want to say the following, in as far as today's title and topic is concerned. The Western nation is a very unique, area in as far as this country is concerned. You have to look at the history of this country with closeness for you to understand. When we talk about the Luhyia nation, what are we talking about? The Luhyias, for your information, comprise of about 750 subclans. Clans, you may call them, 750. These are people who have different languages, yes, but there is something that is a common denominator when it comes to the Luhyia people. There are people who understand direction. They can read they can read the signs of time when it comes to matters politics. And I'll tell you, Luhyas have succeeded so well to be part and parcel of the government of the day. When Raila Amolo Odinga became the prime minister, the Luhyas occupied most of the important positions in Raila's government, then Mukate government. You remember who was the attorney general, who was the speaker, the ministers who came from both sides. Of course, Kibaki gave, and the Luhyas, of course, who aligned to Raila. It was a junk, it was a serious number that defined the leadership of the Luhya nation. To me, that was a proper understanding of the Luhyas in terms of a space where democracy must thrive and accept, their differences to define their future without jeopardizing, those who compete against each other. That is the Luhya for you. So the Mulembe nation, and as far as tomorrow's meeting is concerned, in my views, there are people who are going to be ultimate losers, and there are those who are going to be defined as winners. First on the list, I want to discuss about the losers. The losers, of course, will be the Ford Kenya Party. Ford Kenya Party is a party that is largely predominant membership, in the area of Bungoma, Kitale. And there you can see DAP has taken care of that. Eugene Wamalwa, Mnyinyi, and the group, they have already defined and rubber-stamped their authority in as far as the Bukusu subclan is concerned. The acclamation that will be seen tomorrow in Bukhungu, coming from the Bukusu subtribe, will define the political destiny of Wetangula. So he'll be a loser in my view. That is one of the losers. Then we come to the other part of Kakamega, Luhya nation, where Kakamega is included, Busia, Mumias, Vihiga. That is an area that is actually the epitome of tomorrow's story. And what I want to depict out here, I hypothesize that from tomorrow, the ANC will have very difficult terrain to actually sell itself in Western. Because one, if you saw very clearly what happened yesterday, there is an ANC member who was in the Azimio, or in the bill that was being discussed yesterday in Parliament, and he was there up to the last minute. He voted and he spoke candidly to the extent that I even saw almost the mockery language that he used to describe the UDA, followers and the MPs. To me, when you read the language of Savula, it tells you that Savula is out to join Azimio la Umoja, and he might leave, ANC leader behind. So I look at that from my perspective as a person who is going to have the last nail on the coffin tomorrow to actually define the aperture of, Musalia Mudavadi as the ANC leader in as far as Western is concerned. But that's another loser. The other person that I am seeing will be given the sign of losing, it will be Malala. Though I wouldn't say it will be the final nail, because Malala, I think he's playing several cards. He has several cards, some of them are dangerous. We are yet to see them, but I think he has an opportunity to reclaim his, glory by, looking at the signs that will be shown tomorrow. If Malala is a leader that I understand, because those who know Malala closely, they know that Malala has several cards. Malala is rich with colors. He can easily decide to become an ODM member any minute. That I know. Is one time you can't take for his word. He has a lot of clamor around his character and how he behaves. It is difficult to actually say this is what Malala stands for. But for now, being a politician, I think he qualifies to be called a man who will be somewhere in between, not a loser, but it will give him an opportunity to know whether he is going to go to the losing side or he go to the winning. Now, let me talk about the winners. The winners of tomorrow's, serious declaration in Bukhungu. First, we will start with the man my brother Vicky has described to be a man who cannot even win an MCA seat. For your information, Kotu Secretary is a bigger figure than the way people look at him. This is a guy who has funded most of these guys who are actually sitting in parliament representing Western nations. Majority of some of those MPs are a very close affiliate of the Kotu secretary. He's funded them. He is not just a figure there. He knows that the leadership of Western does not require him to be a leader directly. He becomes a kingmaker and he calls the shots. And at some point, he has even said he is the one who made Malala the senator. I don't think that's a statement I can doubt, because the senator has not come out to clarify that. So in my view, the person who will start be counted in terms of winners is Atwoli. The next person here will be the governor of Kakamega. The governor of Kakamega has really rubber-stamped his authority. From the way things are going, they are actually getting grip of the ground for the sake of Raila becoming the next president, as far as the Luhyia nation is concerned. But remember, allow me to say that, as I mentioned, since the Luhyia nation is so much, defined in terms of different subclans, there are things that make this countryside become a united front. It's the politics of the day. When you have Eugene Wamalwa for the DAP party, you have the current sitting governor Kakamega together, including the current governor of Maragoli or Tichilo, others all coming together. So that tells you that there is a commonality of purpose. And in this, in my view, it's not something the Luhyia nation will not read. They will actually see it as an opportunity for them to run to the right direction before it's too late. So allow me to finish by saying this. What will make the UDA lose the election? And the first time I joined this, Bernard, I think I started by that. What will make the UDA people lose the election? Mainly, it is the vulgar language. They have a language that is obscene. They are not people who are willing to be corrected. It is part of them. They find it okay. And every time you want to discuss with them, it will end up becoming a question of respect, a question of language. That's who they stand for. But if you are to ask me, Bernard, with all due respect, if you make the language, the social fabric of you are relating with people become the main issue in your campaign, I think you're misguided, because politics is guided by ideas, ideals that define who you are in the interests of the nation. But when we spend a lot of time trying to teach our brothers how to speak to the elders, they don't know the difference between a young man and an adult. To me, that is the bottom line. That is the epitome of their losing. And I would pray that they continue that way, because we'll teach them what it means to respect elders. We will teach them what it means to live in a country where you respect those who are in position. And it's just a matter of time. Once Raila Amolo Odinga becomes the president, it will be an open script that people will actually learn that you, to become a leader, you don't need to employ languages that demystify others, using a demeanor as the main component in your expression. That is not the way to go. And I think for me, it's not a worry. It's just a matter of time. They'll be able to. In fact, I urge them to continue that way. I wouldn't want us to go that direction, but since it's political competition, they have their choice, and that is their way. So, and I still respect that. Thank you so much. Hope I'll get time to speak again.
Murunga is okay. You can go on because the host is not around. You can go on. You are the one who was next.
I have a question for Patriot.
I think it's prudent. I think it's prudent that Murunga finishes his submissions because he's the last one, so that we can go back in rebattling. Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Go on, Murunga. Are you there?
I'm not.
Murunga, are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello?
Continue, Murunga. We are getting you loud and clear.
All right. Good evening, everyone.
Okay, he's been hit out by network, I guess. So maybe we give Vic the chance to question Patriot. 1 minute, kindly.
Yeah, Patriot. You said that guys in UDA only use abusive language. What kind of language does Babu Owino uses, or even Atwoli? How do you call that?
Vicky, you know, there is a way of you asking questions that is a bit amusing. I want to say this with a lot of respect. You know, we respect each other. What I want to say is this: I want you to ask your questions. You will allow us to answer, but not back and forth, because you know you want me to answer and then you say something. So just finish your questions. I answer them, and then probably we move forward. If that is all, then I can answer.
My question is very clear. It was that simple. What kind of a language does Babu Owino usually use, or even Atwoli calling people Shenzi? How do you call that in your side?
I want to say this, Vicky, with a lot of respect and being very honest. The language that you'll find used by Babu most of the time is what you'll call academic demeanor. It's an academic demeanor language. No, let me say it, you've asked me. That's an academic demeanor language that is used at the universities at times. And on a light note, this language is used to bully here each other when you are comrades at the university or where you work. And he's a bit of a child, okay? He's a bit of a young man. Number two, Vicky, when we talk about Atwoli, for heaven's sake, let's be honest, a man of the person Atwoli is much of a father, okay? He's a figure father. I am sure if your father called you, that wouldn't offend you, you know? You will take that because that's your father. Does it mean if your father uses that language and then tomorrow you start telling you, you will be cast, my friend. So what I'm saying, at times we give them room because they're elders, but
You're being evasive. You're being evasive.
So I'm saying, Vicky, that if you adopt a language that defines you as a party, that's not the way to go. But because I knew you will rebuttal and you will not get it, so I want to respect that, Vicky. It's okay if you want to use the language and you think it will help you. I think I'm okay. I was just trying to say, and I'm not forcing you to.
Patriot, yes. Let me answer him.
You have not even answered me.
Can I answer?
Yes, Jakindube, continue.
Language ya Babu Owino mimi sikubaliani nayo, lakini hauwezi kutusi mzee kwa sababu kuna mtu mwingine au Atwoli. Mimi sijasikia Atwoli akitukana mtu. Kwa hiyo huwezi kumtusi Atwoli eti kwa sababu umesikia ametusi kijana mwingine au mtoto. You cannot do that. You can't do that. Huwezi kufanya hivyo. Unataka kusema baba yako akikutusi utamtusi back?
Jakindube.
Mimi nakuuliza tu. Baba yako akikutusi utamtusi back?
I must question why amenitusi. Ukiitwa mshenzi, I must know why.
Kwa sababu kuna kitu wakati wa Atwoli alisema kwamba whose hand we will be safe. Yeah? Na kutaka kuonyesha hivyo alisema whose hand will be safe. Alafu akasema shenzi sana. Alitusi nani? No, mimi nauliza tu alitusi nani?
Jakindu Bey.
Jakindu Bey, I think we said Vicky is entitled to the way he does his stuff. We were just making a comment. I think you have answered him, Jakindu Bey, and Vicky is not willing to hear anything, but he has a choice. We are here to just make opinion, but if it didn't make sense, I think that is. So let's go back to the next person.
Allow me to say something, please.
King Katu, just a minute.
I'm back. I want to make my submission.
Just a minute. Just a minute, Murunga. So
allow me to
Katu, just a minute, sir. A second. So the person who is holding brief for Bernard is King Katwe. So that's why I want to take it back to him. Then he can call upon the next speaker. Yeah, King Katwe. So take over, please.
I think it's prudent. I think it's prudent, Douglas, because we are eating Murunga's time for the submission, and he's the last person. Let him take it on, and then we are going to go back in rebattling the rest of the observations that we've made. Kindly, with I know it is burning, but hold it there. Hold it there. Hold it.
Okay, sir.
It's your time.
Yes. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
And we have landed in Kakamega, ready for Azimio, ready for the Luhyia Unity meeting. That is this morning. Of course, we are approaching another day. And I just want to assure you that all will be well. We've seen Malala mobilizing his goons in Mumias. Of course, they've been actually run down by the police in the streets of Mumias. So Malala himself has proceeded to Mzee Atwoli's residence to seek for forgiveness. Tuko sawa. Let me just foremost respond to
Just a second. Murunga,
yes.
I know we just a second, Murunga. I know we have a platform to air our views, but let me hope you don't have evidence on that because you know let's not be unfair to the Vickies and the others. If you don't have that evidence, you keep it there first because they might think we also peddle lies. So do you have that evidence, please? Let me ask as you continue.
Okay, I'm good for that. But the fact of the matter is, we are good to go tomorrow morning. And I wanted to respond to my brother Vicky that we as the Murembe nation we listen to our elders, and of course we are guided by the elders, and that's the reason why you see us having every time we head to the election, we seek for guidance. We are told by the elders what is supposed to be done. As Jakindu Bey has said, hata mzee babako akikutukana usiwezi mtukana. Babako akuita mjinga, you won't tell your father wewe ni mjinga. No, we listen to our elders, my brother Vicky, and that is what guides us. There was an issue you raised about Malala being himself and Atwoli being somebody who has never been voted in. Atwoli wanted to contest for the parliamentary seat. That is kitambo sana. And what happened is he abandoned it. Alisema, this is a statement, I will repeat it today. Alienda, listen to me. This is a statement by Atwoli. Then it was a demeanor sorry to say it, but alisema hivi, kama hii kiti inawaniwa mpaka wale wanakuja kunifanyia kazi, sasa mimi nitakuwa na kazi gani kuania kiti hiki? Nasikia? Then he pulled out of the race and that was it. Mambo ya kusema alipata kura 100 na kitu, that's a lie. Atwoli has never contested for that seat again, and he has never ever. What he has done is he has actually supported the Mulembe guys who have always wanted to contest for any position in the society. Atwoli has supported most of these guys that you see around yapping about, and some of them even calling Atwoli names. Let's take, for example, the other day when Atwoli said he made Malala the senator. Malala has not come out to tell us it's Atwoli or not. And he cannot come out to say that because these guys, I've more often visited Muzee's home on invitation. But you'll find these politicians in Muzee Atwoli's home, in Kajiado's home and Western home and the home in Nairobi. You'll find all these politicians there lining up. Some of them are even going for fuel to travel to up country to meet the electorate. And it is Muzee Atwoli who has always given them, kitu kidogo ya kufika nyumbani kupatia watu wakule. So these are the facts. These are the facts. Tell me one of the politicians ambao wanaongea sahi, including Mudavadi, who has never asked Atwoli for money. The other day, before the Bukhungu one, Wetangula raised an issue about the same, and this is what he was told. Wewe ninakudai pesa ngapi? And we are saying in a tune of millions. Si pesa kidogo. Atwoli has supported these guys, including, let's just say both principals in Oka wanataka support ya kutoka kwa Atwoli. Malala will not make it to be the governor of Kakamega County without the support of one Atwoli. And we know very well he has no muscle to even campaign in the entire county without going to Muzee Atwoli for support. What ukiona namna hiyo, Atwoli has always been there offering a helping hand to these politicians. Mudavadi himself has always been, you find these politicians who are lying to him, going to Atwoli's, kutafuta kitu ya kuweza kufanya namna gani, kumobilize. Currently, as we speak, Mudavadi cannot do anything, cannot run a single campaign without the support of either Atwoli himself ama Gideon Moi. These are the facts. Hawa watu hawana kitu. Oka yenyewe haina kitu. Tell me one rally that Mudavadi has single-handedly supported or funded. Hakuna. Even the public address system. It's either Gideon Moi does that or Atwoli supports him. So for us, as the Luhyas of Kakamega and the Mulembe people, we are saying this. Wakati umefika, our brother Musalia Mudavadi and the team. Itabidi, as Patriot has said it, how belongs to the losers. If they do not come back to Azimio, hakuna njia ingine. And that is the way to go. Sisi tumejipanga, and that's why we are here. That's why we are here. And the ground, whatever will be communicated tomorrow is what will determine who actually wins the Luhyia vote. The Mulembe vote is headed to the Azimio. Bernard, let me ask you to bring in someone else because I'm being asked to give something where I'm actually housed.
Okay. Thank you so much for your contribution. Let's keep talking. While I was away, Patriot, what happened? We had Murunga. Eric has Eric contributed?
It was Murunga. Then I think for the purposes of the way the consistency of Douglas, he has a very burning question. We were holding it from after Murunga, and then he asks, and then we continue.
Okay, due to the vote, Douglas, make your whatever your rebuttal. Then we get to Eric. Then to sikiliza ancestor.
Actually, I was responding to the issues raised by Patriot concerning Vic about the guys in UDA using a Valiga language. And Vic was right to ask a question, what kind of language does Babu Owino use, or Mzee Atwoli himself? Politics is about those gimmicks, those political innuendos, and all those likes. But again, the guys in UDA, the problem they have, they talk with a sense of entitlement. If you listen to them talk, it's as if like this thing must be theirs and nobody else. And that is what we find a challenge with them and a problem. They are so bitter. No, we do not have a sober guy in UDA. That is to be honest. I've never seen a sober guy in UDA. They are all bitter. They all look sorry to say this, they all look drunk because of the way they speak out their issues. I've listened to even guys who were sober before, but because they have been joined to UDA, they throw issues. They want to fight everybody. If anything happens, it's like it's fighting them. Now the political bill, it's fighting them. The other day they are doing some. I don't know. Okay, I'm sorry. The other day, Dennis Itumbi has been taken captive. They are saying it's the government. It's targeting them. So everybody is like it's like that child in a family. When a father buys a gift for somebody else, anaanza kusema mimi amunipendi, hivyo ndio mnanifanyanga kila siku. So the UDA guy is sober up, and we are competing in ideologies, not in words and throwing tantrums. And these political competitions will be there forever, and we shall compete. But if you compete on ideologies, we shall even change our minds and give you our votes. Thank you.
I'm
Okay,
back. I'm back. I'm back.
Vicky, what is it?
Yes. You see now, I've cornered both Douglas and Patriot. They've not answered my question. So wanajaribu kusanitize, wanajaribu kutuambia. So Abby says from
what was your question?
Yeah, I had asked them the kind of language that Babu Owino is using, or even Atwoli at times.
I actually said
Douglas
I actually said we do not
Hold on,
Douglas.
Hold on, Douglas. Thank you.
So wanajaribu kutuambia sasa ile yao si matusi. Hiyo ingine akitumia
Vicky, I have
all in all,
always held on this platform.
All in all, it is not right.
Ngoja kwanza, Vicky. There is what I refer on this platform as a corruption equalization fund, whereby because the government did this, we are justified to do this. That it's not a standard anywhere on the face of the earth, okay? And then comparing Babu Owino and Atwoli, look at that. Those are people in two worlds. Like I told you, there is an insult your grandpa can give you, or a name your grandpa calls you that is insulting, but you can't take it as an insult. He has a right to insult you because he's older than you, he knows better than you, he has better experience than you, so he can call you jinga wewe, things like that, between grandchildren and their grandpa. That is allowed in our traditional setting. except it's different from where you come from. And you claim to be coming from Kakamega, where I come from, so I am sure you know what I'm talking about. So Atwoli, being an elder and a statesman that he is, he can call Shenzi Nyinyi based on what? His wisdom, his assessment, and the kind of things you are doing based on what he knows. Anaona nyinyi ni Shenzi kabisa. But for Babu Owino is a first-time member of parliament, number one. He's fresh from the university. He's still trying to find where to hold himself. You cannot say that what Babu Owino is saying is what makes Ruto say what he's saying. Ruto is not supposed to learn from Babu Owino. Babu Owino is supposed to learn from William Ruto. Okay? And Sudi and the rest of the people. Politics does not suspend the laws of nature. Politics does not replace the principles of life. The
You're getting
principles of life
everything
remain the
twisted.
same, regardless of the kind of politics we play.
Can I continue?
No,
You're
Oscar Sudi is
continuing, or you should tell me I've answered your question.
No, you have not.
Sorry?
You're only trying, unajaribu kusanitize.
I am not sanitizing. I'm only telling you facts that you're refusing, you're running away from.
Those are not facts.
Bernard,
Bernard,
a second.
Yes.
Just a second.
I'm not even done with that one.
Bernard,
Order, all of you. Now, if you are all of you unmute, then nobody is going to converse. Everybody stay in order, please. I don't want us to invest much time on an obvious matter like that one. There is no Matusi Equalization Fund.
Points of order, Bernard.
Yes.
I agree with you, Bernard, that we have demystified and we have done a serious diagnosis of the question my brother asked. These suckers of going around the same question should not be allowed. Let's go to something else. We answered that. Kendube did that. Everybody has done. He wants to pull us around that. Please, Bernard, let's move to something else. We've done that. If he holds to his views, we respect that. If he thinks we are also wrong, let that end that. We say that we move to something else. That's what I wanted to say, Bernard.
Thank you. And there is Oyagi TV says Kibaki used mavi ya kuku.
Now, was that right?
Bure kabisa. No, that's what I'm telling you. That the more people age, the more rights they have to insult you. If they are in a place of authority.
That's why I told you, not everyone is old is wise.
You should accept that as an African. If you are yet to accept it, then you're not an African yet.
Not every old man is wise.
That's what I'm telling you. Their experience in life gives them a right. Your grandma calls you useless. Your grandpa calls you weak man, a weak man who cannot handle this and this. If you are brought up by your grandma or your grandma or your grandpa taught you on how to be a man, by now you should not be complaining about Atwoli's insults, because if you received enough insults from that old man who is your grandpa, and how he was proving you to be a man or making you to be a man, you haven't had anything or seen anything yet.
Bernard, a little bit, I may correct something.
Mbele tafadhali. King Ketwa, ngoja kwanza tafadhali. Nataka wale watu wajaongea kwanza. And then I'm having a challenge with my internet. That means I will need to end this show mapema leo. Siwezi kaa mpaka dakika mwisho. Niko na challenge mingi. That's why I'm keeping out, in, out. And it's not making me enjoy the show. You people are enjoying it because you have it seamlessly. Me, I'm having hiccup. And then I'm the only one that has the key to add people to the show. So if I get out and get locked out, itakuwa shida. So naomba tusonge mbele tafadhali. And then we see what to do. Eric Masia. Eric Mesia.
It's Eric Masia.
Hey, Masia.
Okay, how are you guys?
We are great. Karibu.
Thank you. Ni mara yangu ya kwanza kujoin panel. I'm always following from the background, so I'm happy to join for the first time. What I can say about today's topic, I think the people who understand Atwoli love Atwoli, and sisi kama Waluya tukisikia Atwoli akiongea, the way he expresses himself, we naturally love him. Na kama mtu ako na shida na hiyo, actually hata hao venye wana support watu wa kwao, they understand them kulingana na venye wanawajua. So sisi tukipenda Atwoli venye tunamjua, please isikuwe ni mambo personal. Na history ya kutumia washenzi, I think that's more of a brand than a matusi to Atwoli. Juu hata ukisikia Atwoli akiongea saa zingine ina podium mali watu wako wengi, utasikia watu akimaliza kuongea, naturally people will just start shouting shenzi, because he's created a brand, something like a brand out of it. Just the same way he was in JKL the other day, na akasema Allah, it became a brand and everybody kind of associates it to him. So shenzi is not like akitumia washenzi, aitumiange sana sana kama matusi, inakuanga like a way of expressing himself, like putting a rubber stamp on something. Please, let's. Alafu ukikuja kwa story ya Babu Owino, I think Babu Owino can defend himself. He always defends himself with the kind of things he says. Sidhani kama kuna mtu wa UDA mwenye anaweza enda kujidefend, aseme matusi zenye anasemanga, ajidefend venye Babu ana kama story yenye alikuwa anasema sijui kushika watu wapi chini, he defended himself according to how he understands. Hata kama wewe utataka ku understand hivyo, it's because you choose not to understand that way. Anyway, let me stop it there. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Eric. We appreciate your contribution. Let's keep talking. Tuende kwa nani, kwa Haron. Tukitoka kwa Haron, tunaenda kwa Hillary. Tuende na hiyo mkururo tafadhali. Chunga muda na changia kulingana na mada. Chui ananisomea, anasema nilipe bill. Nitaanza kuchukua sadaka saa hii ndio sasa nipate kulipa bill. Kwa hivyo Chui, ni kutumia M-Pesa namba. Haron, tuendelee.
Yeah, asante sana brother Bernard na my fellow panelist kwa hii nafasi ambayo nimepata, angalau nipate kuzungumzia mambo ya Bukhungu. Ya mambo ya Bukhungu tu ambayo itaandaliwa leo, kwa sababu naona hapa mahali nilipo ni 12:08 am, same to Kenyan time. So in fact hii mkutano iko na manufaa gani? Somebody ajamute or Mr. Bernard? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, hii mkutano by the way iko na umuhimu, kwani ita send a very stunning warning to Musalia Mudavadi, who has really failed kwa ile kazi ambayo alipewa ya kuwa Luhyia spokesman. Mudavadi alipewa kazi ya kuensure kuwa akiwa vile sasa hivi ako ndani ya handshake, koza hajatoka, ako still ndani ya handshake, angetumia hiyo nafasi in fact ndio aensure kuwa zile shida ambazo zinakumba the people from the western part of Kenya. In fact, zimekuwa addressed by the current government ambayo ni ya Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta na William Samoei Ruto. Shida kama about pan paper industry, tuko na about these ailing sugar industries, the likes of Mumia Sugar, alafu tuko na maize farmers kama pande ya Trans Nzoia pale, whereby wanalia kuwa in fact farm inputs ziko bei hali. So among other grievances ambazo the people of Western Kenya in fact wanapitia. But now look, Musalia Mudavadi amelala kazini. Now tomorrow ni nini ambacho kitatendeka? Lile jambo ambalo ninaona Mudavadi, he will be dethroned kwa umbali, na ikiwa atafaulu kuwa dethroned, Oparanya ambaye in 2016 alichukua number 2, then naona akitake over hiyo kiti ya spokesman ya Musalia Mudavadi, ikiwa itaenda hivyo. Koza angalia Wycliffe Oparanya in fact amekuwa ni mwaminifu kwa kuwa amekuwa nyuma ya baba, na angalia kupitia kwa hayo handshake government kwa njia moja ama nyingine in fact imemruhusu yeye kuendesha County of Kakamega pasipokuwa na mvutano mingi to an extent. Sasa hivi Kakamega in fact is shining in terms of devolution services ambazo zime take place in that part of Western Kenya. Alafu Moses Masika Wetangula already is a loser, because look what DAP Kenya has done. So kesho ikiwa kutakuwa na any strokes of the cane ambayo Moses Wetangula atapata, oh my God, itakuwa inamuumiza. Mimi naona tu hii ya DAP kuweko ndiposa imfanyie checkups imetosha. Alafu who will be the gainers? The gainers sasa ndiao Raila Amolo Odinga. He will gain. Raila Amolo Odinga tomorrow expect is going to gain a lot. Ayub Savula ambaye nimeona amevuka from ANC to Azimio, that gentleman mazuri yako mingi amejipanga nyuma yake. Alafu na huyu Oparanya mwenye nimemzungumzia. Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. We appreciate your contribution. Naomba tuende kwa Hillary ndio tuanze tena round nyingine.
Yes, thank you, Bernard. Okay. I hope you guys can hear me.
Yes, you're welcome. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I've been on the fence most of this time. I listen to you guys. You articulate your issues very well, and particularly Patrick, King Katwe, and others. I'm here. I'll be blank. I'm a Raila Damu. I'm a Raila Damu, and I support Azimio 101%. I've had some UDA supporters who have been saying here that Atwoli is a non-starter or is nothing in Western Kenya. I want to take you memory lane. When we had the Bukhungu one, I remember very well, it was in 2016, I think, before the 2017. Mudavadi was playing hard to get to join Kina Raila, the court team. Then he was playing hard that time. And I think Atwoli took on his own to bring him to Bukhungu 1, to make him a kingpin of Luhyia. And from there, they came up with NASA, and he joined in. And he became political. He was political. He was in a political vision at that time. He was woken up by Atwoli, then he joined Raila at that time. What is happening tomorrow is so I don't have a word to use. It is so, anyone who will miss Mudavadi, Wetangula, Malala, anyone who will miss to be at Bukhungu, I can assure you, we are ameenda nyumbani forever. Political oblivion. They will never be seen again. The reason why I'm saying that, Atwoli supports funds 100 out of the Luhyia, especially Kakamega and Vihiga, out of those constituencies that are there, I'm very sure Atwoli funds 10 out of that. But so it said something that they come to Atwoli's house for fuel and everything. No, it was a guy called Murunga. That's very true. Those guys camp in they camp. I live around Kitengela here. Atwoli has a restaurant at there's a mall down there. He comes there every evening. You find the cars that are parking there from Luhyia, Western Kenya. Yeah? This Kina Malala you are seeing now abusing him, and I'm told he's in his house at the moment. I'm yet to confirm that. They park there, coming to just to be given money to go to the ground. So, Vicky, if you don't know Atwoli, now tomorrow you'll see it. Then after tomorrow, and that's why I'm even hearing Ruto has panicked. He's also coming to Western. I don't know where. He's coming here. He's having a rally in Western tomorrow. So you can see how he has shaken everything. So if no one is going to be Nazimio from Western Kenya tomorrow, you are finished. And particularly the person I really pity for is Wetangula, because Wetangula is being beaten hard in Bungoma. That thing is really working on him. So guys, Azimio is the way to go. Azimio is the, what Uda, in fact, the way Vicky is speaking there, Vicky is just an Azimio guy. Ni vile tu anataka kufanya this discussion ikuwe entertained. He's one of us. You can see it. And when after election, I'll look for you. After Azimio, after tomorrow, I'll look for you so that you give me your feedback. Siko Kamega, take videos tafadhali. Thank you. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Hilary. I appreciate your contribution and the challenge to Vicky. Vicky, you love this country, we know it, and you want the best for this country. And you understand that where you're seated now is not the best for this country. So just make up your mind. Stop sitting on the fence. It's time to make Kenya great by putting right.
Bernard,
by putting
I've
right.
always supported the winning team. That's what you should know.
That's why I'm telling you, you are in red. Red in the inakwanga Manu.
Of course, me ni Man U fan.
You see, and Manu is on record not to have won. So relax. But Azimio, that one early in the morning, it has won. So be in the winning team. Stop.
Bernard, kidogo tu, kuna kitu nilikwambia sometimes back, learn to manage your expectation. Otherwise, you'll be on the streets 2023.
It
as
makes
usual.
we have been on the street all along. We are never afraid of going to the street. In fact, the people who need to come for consultation on how to be on the street is UDA, because they have never. And the reason why Baba will have a walkover in this election is because he knows what presidential campaign entails. He has run by himself 4 times. This is the 5th time. Your guy is running for the first time. The kind of blunders he's making are so huge that I'm almost thinking that without Uhuru, Ruto cannot, cannot sell. That's why he's having all these hiccups here and there, hiccups here and there. And I am sure as time goes, he's going to realize that it was Uhuru that was making him have some weight in terms of political weight. But time will tell, time will tell. But expectations as far as Mia is concerned, we are not even having it higher. We should have it concluded. Like somebody said yesterday in some meeting, he said, hii hata hakuna haja kupiga kura. Ishamalizwa. I think there was somebody on this platform who said, tuache kusumbua hii maneno ya bili ya 40 billion kwenda kutumia kwa elections. Hawa watu wakubaliane tu hii kitu tuende swearing in direct.
I like that. It happened 2017 the same way.
Okay, Bernard.
Say
Bernard.
Yes, I'm thinking very wide. All the same, naomba tuendelee mbele sasa. Tunaenda kwa nani?
Twende mbele.
Ni King Katwe. It's King Katwe, yes. Bernard.
Tunaelekea huko. Aaron, ulikuwa umebeba mkono?
Yeah, hata Douglas kwa mbali. Nilikuwa nataka kuambia Viki namna hii kuhusu mambo ya Malala na mzee Atwoli. Brother, wacha nikuambie, whosoever who fits you has a right to correct you when he sees you going astray.
You are wrong.
Kama Malala alikuwa supported by Mr. Atwoli, cause Malala mwenyewe hajakuja out kusema kuwa Atwoli anawadanganya kuwa he gave me support. So in fact, wakati tunaona kuwa friendly fire ya Atwoli na Malala.
Let me ask you a question. Go far.
Hold on. Let the person make a point, then you will give a response. Okay?
I've finished, huh?
Okay. Yes, Vicky, what I say?
So, Mr. Aaron, what you're trying to say is that until Malala amekuja kukataa hiyo story ndio itakuwa ukweli.
But Vicky, what are we debating here? Malala is not Atwoli's son. Malala is a grandson to Atwoli.
Umesikia kenye Aaron amesema? You've not heard.
I have heard, and I understand it very well. It is you who is refusing to understand. If Atwoli did not say he supported Malala, Atwoli said he made Malala the senator of Kakamega. So let Malala come and say he was made senator of Kakamega by somebody else.
So until when he denies that, itakuwa ukweli.
Yes, and then we now find between the two who is capable of lying. Is it Atwoli or Malala?
Let us proceed then. Tutashinda hapo, you are circumlocuting.
Asante sana. Naomba tuendelee.
Can I tell Rick something?
Hold on.
Can I tell Rick?
If it's on Malala Atwoli thing to malize. Douglas, what is it?
Thank you, Bernard. I want to respond to Vicky. Politics is about interest and investments. And whoever invests in you will always control you. And that is why we need to change the tune. That is the problem we are currently having. And if in any case it happens that UDA wins the elections, people crying after the elections will be very many than us on the other side. Because they could have invested so heavily in the UDA guy, and when he jumps ship na anaanza kuwaruka, there will be the people crying on the trenches, on the streets, calling us to defend them. So let's understand What is it between Malala and Atwoli? Those are things we cannot discuss here and say when he comes to say no or what. The point is he invested in the guy, and he still is going to invest in the guy. He'll want to make him or break him, and that's going to happen. So what we need to speak about here is real issues. The Bukhungu declaration tomorrow is happening. Hold our horses. Casualties are going to be found. That is true. Who are they? How will they be remedied? And who is going to benefit? That is what we need to speak about. And again, we need now, again, Bernard and the rest to teach these UDA guys. They are telling us to manage our expectations, but theirs are at 100%. Right now, as we speak, Kirinyaga is burning. They didn't manage the expectations. Kirinyaga started burning. Which county is going to burn next? And all of them will be burning by March next year, and then they'll have no base to hang on.
Okay, thank you, Douglas. Let everybody manage their expectations. Wilfred Arori says Malala must be begging Atwoli not to put him on loudspeaker, begging Ruto for money. That is his opinion. All the same. Twende kwa Kinketu alafu tusonge mbele.
Guys, it's good morning from wherever you are. From where I am, it's good morning. A very big shout out from Kisii County right now, 045. That is from where I'm sitting is Azimio Umoja. What UDA do not understand is that they are walking in our footsteps. Where we've come from, the milestones that we've achieved, they are walking on those milestones. There is a time Raila knew that in as much as I'm fighting this battle, his intel was telling him that I'm going to be rigged, but he kept on fighting. In other words, he kept his followers busy, but he was not taking them anywhere. He knew that, but he kept the spirit strong. So I am encouraging the UDA people, keep the spirit strong, because this is what you're going to face every day. And it looks like karma is beckoning on your doorsteps, because the other time Ruto was saying, niliona vice president akikuwa amekaa kwa lami amevalishwa pay bill number. Right now, I think it's only that metaphorically that he's not going to sit kwa hiyo lami because atakuwa laughing stock. But this is what is going to happen. He is in the streets. He is in the cold. He's not in the bedroom anymore. And I remember, but the good thing the UDA have mastered is the art of speaking the book. The other time you saw Ruto saying that I'm not giving wheelbarrows, yet there were lorries and lorries packed with wheelbarrows being sent to Kisii County. First of all, to that, Riswa to that, because in Kisii we are not that in need of wheelbarrows. In fact, we are in a region that is full of mountains and hills, I think, where we cannot be able to push those wheelbarrows up and down. So for that, Riswa. The second thing, I think the only thing I can give a free pro bono to my UDA and Wetangula and Mudavadi this particular evening is that when, especially Wetangula, Mudavadi, and Kalonzo, they've always survived in politics because they threatened to run for presidency. They knew they are not going anywhere. They know, if you can substantiate this, that Mudavadi in 2013 had less votes in the whole country than spoiled votes. So in other words, spoiled votes were many than what he got. In fact, from his political backyard, Raila beat him pants down, knowing that, and Mudavadi did not do anything. So what makes you think that that match in Mumia's sugar complex, because people are not going for a political rally, it's a match of the Malala Cup, people going to watch a match. And we do understand that the capacity of a match cannot exceed the terraces that have been provided. In Bukhungu, people will be sat even where the players are supposed to be playing. So Victor and your UDA brigades, I want to tell you for a fact, kindly, go and read the books of history from ODM and start by moving from that direction, because look at even that small challenges of two women in Kirinyaga. You've not even sorted it. Raila has faced the challenge of Kisumu. He has faced the challenge of Siaya. He faced the challenge of Mombasa. He has faced the bigger challenges, and he has been acquitted and praised in the way he has faced those challenges. So you only Kirinyaga is making people to be shaken and be like they do not know what they're doing. So how are you going to handle nominations? Nobody knows, because I saw William Ruto the other day saying that we beat them pants down in Msambweni. I don't know if that is a UDA seat. Peddling lies all over, saying that we beat them in Juja. That is a Moses Kuria seat. Come on, guys. You can do better than this. You look for policies. Look for ideologies to sell, but not lies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Katwe. We appreciate your great observation and great advice for the UDA guys. Let's get some response from Baz as we move forward. Baz, are you there?
Yeah. Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Just before you come in, if you are in the studio and you are through with your submission, it is good that you create room for somebody else to come in. Don't stay in the studio if you are not intending to make further contribution or follow up on what you submitted, so that the people on the queue can find space. We can only host 10 people at a time. And when we all get stuck here, 10 of us, and we are arguing among ourselves, that is all that goes on. And then I'm being fought outside here. There are people who want to come in and they can't. So ukiona umemaliza submission yako, ngatuka ili tuingize mtu mwingine alete his own submission. That's how we share here. Thank you. Baz, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Bernard. I can see I've listened very well to King Katwe, and he has just contradicted us, saying that the seat for Juja is Moses Kuria. I think Moses Kuria's party is Kazi na Pesa, something like that. That guy Koimburi doesn't come from such a party. He comes from a different party, and it was an affiliate of the Hustler. And I also want to rebuttal
What is the party name?
I don't recall the party well, but it is not the one it is not the Pesa na Kazi party.
But
it is
it
a
was
different
Moses
party.
Kuria's party. It was Moses Kuria's party.
And it was the Hustlers party by then, but it is not his today. I think let us be factual and stop living as if we are in the moon.
No. Hustlers party. Okay, we even don't have Hustlers party. The facts are one. Msambweni was an independent candidate. In where is it? In Juja, it was Moses Kuria's candidate that won. How Hustler takes the glory is they say that they funded the campaign. Now, when you fund the campaign of your neighbor and the neighbor build their house, does the house become your house?
That is an inconsequential narrative to try to relate to it. When you build a house, becomes your house. But we saw in Msambweni, we saw the entire Hustler brigade there campaigning for Mheshimiwa Feswal. We saw the entire Hustler brigade in Juja campaigning for Koimburi. And they did not have a candidate by default. So I think when DP is making inroads in coast, when he has already conquered the mountain totally to the president's bedroom, I think that was an embarrassment. I think we should give this guy credit where it is due, and he has done it tactfully, something that Baba has been unable to do. Baba can only congregate in Bukhungu, his stronghold. He moves from Bukhungu, goes to Mombasa. From Mombasa, he goes back to Kisumu, and he will be oscillating in such circles. I don't know what he will be adding on that. He'll be just be going with the same guys. That's where he will fail again.
Nairobi is Baba's, my friend. Bas, add that list. Don't ignore. Nairobi is not.
Nairobi has never gone one way to anybody. It is always a split vote.
Patriot is not informed, as I think he
Can I
is.
respond, Bernard? Can I respond,
I think
Bernard?
I think it is my time.
Relaxini kila mtu tafadhali. Hold on, let him finish his point, and then we will we'll rebuttal. But
Yes.
From what we know about DP and his campaign team, they will hold on anything that is working and make it work, and then claim they are the ones that worked it. There's no problem. Carry on, Bart.
No, they will not hold anything that is working. They must have their foot on something, and they have created their own strongholds, and they continue to invade.
What is their stronghold?
Well, DP is currently controlling Central Kenya. Don't be lied by anybody in the frames of Gunjiri. They are all going home straight away.
No.
They are home, done and dusted.
Baz, what you're saying is those members of parliament who feed from Karen are the ones that DP is controlling. But as far as I'm concerned, the mountain has left. It is just waiting for Limuru 3. And that will be the end of the story of DP and the mountain. I hope you are aware of that.
Bernard, those stories of Limuru 3, Limuru 2 have long been overtaken by events. If you want to listen to the mountain, it will no longer oscillate to the Mount Kenya Foundation. Those people are the problems of the mountain. It will no longer revolve around such characters again. The mountain of today has changed. It does not even need a running mate. These guys are now solidly. These guys are solidly behind
Baz,
the Hustler
confirm, which part
Nation.
of the mountain are you coming from?
I come from Kangema.
Kangema.
Yes.
And according to you, the mountain is taken.
Totally. Nobody.
Too early in
the
day to call the mountain vote, but it's okay. You're entitled to your assessment.
It is taken this is not being taken because it's something that can be changed. This is the ideology, and I think it was one time defined by Mutahi Ngunyi. You people think by calling a DP a thief scares the mountain. They will love that narrative because they have long been associated to be thieves. So that is not a strategy to work, to fear, for the mountain to fear telling one that this is a thief. They take him now as one of their own. And I think, hypothetically, as it is, it was a very good reverse psychology from the Azimio la Mtu Mmoja brigade. Because we know where all this Azimio la Mtu Mmoja will crash. We can predict it. And as much as they are saying that the UDA brigade will crash with the nominations, they have their own to come. They have to manage a congregation of parties and how they are going to balance that nomination in some of these battlegrounds. They have to manage how they are going to manage Nairobi. That is when they will crash.
Of which you are running away from.
We are not running away from. Kirinyaga, as my brother King Kato has said, is a very good competition. It shows the kind of passion UDA is bringing into the region. That's why you are seeing two people fighting as if it is a matter of life and death. That is the passion that is in Central Kenya with UDA. Any other narrative can be paraded, but it is not selling. This guy has conquered the mountain. And I think even the president knows it. That's why when he goes there, he's just going there to rant at people. And when he leaves with his rantings. And it is unapologetic to say that to such kind of a guy. with the status of the
Baz,
president.
I respect your opinion, but
Yes.
from where I sit, that is for me very naive in terms of predicting the direction of the mountain. From history, it doesn't tally up, and the history of a people cannot be easily erased.
And
no people kills their mother because their neighbor's mother has volunteered to take care of them.
Bernard, I think you have heard the leaders.
We will be on this platform, and you will be here to defend your side or on mine.
Bernard, I think you have had leaders from that region tell you, don't tell us about history. Then that is the history that people don't want to hear.
Doesn't matter.
About.
In fact, it is you young people who are calling, who are saying you should not be told about history. When the history books will be opened, you will all realize that. No, just relax. Just relax.
Bernard, I once told you was not a history. It's not so irrelevant to us.
Let's do this. History has a way of telling the future. Okay, and just like we are discussing Western Kenya blog, whatever voting patterns. Okay, there is Central Kenya voting pattern that has sustained itself historically. If you want to tell where the mountain is going to vote, how they are going to vote, you cannot look in the future. You look into their past, and how they voted previously is going to inform you how they will vote in the future. But ignoring on how they voted in the past because you have found a new revelation that is going to make them vote otherwise, that is being lost. Yani wewe unaanza safari, ujui mahali unaenda, lakini unaamini utaenda mahali. At the end of the day, anywhere you end, that is where you are going. So Baz and the rest of the people who think that the mountain has made up its mind is going to vote in the direction of UDA, I'll be here. I'm not going anywhere. I'll make sure that I am here. And when the call will be made, especially after Limuru 3, tukutane hapa tuongee mapana na marefu. Naomba nipatie
point of order. Just a point of order. Point of order, Bernard.
Yes.
It's a quick one, really. I just want to just take 30 seconds to actually say, and facts to be told. I like the way King Kato puts it. Today, we need to tell people the truth. And the truth can be bitter, but let them be told. Raila Amolo Odinga has been winning the election without Mount Kenya. Let's start from that. That has been in Dreamland Buzz. Let's tell you the story. He has been winning the election without Mount Kenya. And there is nothing like Mount Kenya. Buzz, there is nothing like Mount Kenya. What we know is the people who live around those counties that you are talking about. It's not a house. These are people who are in Azimio La Umoja in Kasarani. Yesterday, they voted against UDA. You saw them. They had their names. They have names like yours. Those are the people who come from the mountain. Number two, there's somebody who is still not muted, Bernard. It's not coming out clear. Now, number two, Buzz, I want to tell you this. Had Mount Kenya been somebody's house, then you'll be speaking the way you are speaking. We are talking about people who think differently. They are independent. You have no right to speak for Mount Kenya, in fact. Let me be very honest. Today, we are talking about two groups. Ngirishi has denied being part of UDA as we are speaking. And she has said, nobody will follow the party. They will choose individuals. We have supporters from Mount Kenya. Raila Amolo Odinga will only need 20%. Buzz, you and the group, 80%. You can go to the wheelbarrow. Don't tell us it's Mount Kenya who will side the leader. All Kenyans matter. Luhyas matter. Kisis matter. Kikuyus matter. Kalenjins matter. The point here is about numbers. You don't have the numbers, Buzz.
I think Bernadette would be right for me to respond to Patriot very
Just
briefly.
hold on.
Very briefly.
Let Ketwa respond first on your response, then you'll respond to both of them at a go.
Fair enough.
Katwa.
Actually, I wanted to put it this way. Yeah? When I was saying that the DP was lying, it was true, because I've seen even in the comment section somebody asking me that UDA has 134 members. I made it very clear that once you decide to become a member of UDA, there's a portion of some part of you that leaves you completely. One, the part of history you're supposed to leave it outside completely, and the second one, you are supposed to go and fight without knowing what you're fighting for. Because when the DP was saying that tuliwashinda Juja, tuliwashinda, first of all, the DP is not a member of UDA in the first place. He's not a member of UDA completely. Secondly, when he was saying that, why did Faisal, if he knew that they wanted him to win the Msambweni election, why didn't they coerce him to join UDA and fight within UDA? You see, and when Baz is saying that DP funded the campaign, so he's supposed to be taking credit. Baz, if today I support in paying your dowry today, does your wife become my wife? Should I come and claim your wife? Come on, let us leave this semantics outside and play politics the way it's supposed to be played. What's a rough? Kama umechengwa kaa chini.
Okay. Bernard, let me respond. Let me respond to both. First and foremost, Katwa, I think a while back you just said that Mr. Atwoli made Malala the senator, and so with that right, he owns the right to call the shots. In that case, that is what is in Msambweni. Secondly,
no, Baz, you're comparing the incomparable. Atwoli has never said Malala is a member of COTU because he sponsored him to parliament.
And COTU is COTU
Bernard,
political.
you are flip-flopping.
Yes.
That's what you said recently. Umesahau?
What did I say?
Why are you flip-flopping?
No.
Bernard, is COTU a political party?
In fact, Kato said that. Kato and Douglas said that.
No, you people, you are comparing the incomparable. Atwoli is a member of KANU. He says
in fact, Kato and Bernard wanapenda irrelevant examples. Maga unashindo ini vitu gani?
Ngoja Viki usifanye nikupeleke quarantine. Stay in order, please. If you want to compare things, let's compare things that are comparable. Atwoli sponsored Malala. He has never said Malala is a KANU seat. The seat that he has never said is a KANU seat. If you want to talk politics, or a COTU where Atwoli is the Secretary General, which is an umbrella of all trade unions. So when we want to compare, let's compare things that are comparable politically or socially, not to go and fetch something from outside to create confusion.
Let me respond to Patriot.
Advice, Kato, please.
Patriot, you said let us be factual and let us speak the truth. And the truth is something that we can be able to verify. When you say that Baba has been winning, I don't know where you have been reading this or where you have been getting this resource from. If we have to be factual,
let him give us
factual. Yes, don't just hallucinate allegations or media creations. Say the truth. He has been winning where? Which election? And why hasn't he taken over the position? And don't make us believe that this seat is given. This seat is given by the people of Kenya. We cannot believe anything else. Thank you.
I don't to rebuttal that. in the sense that everybody who is sane, number one, and has been in this country long enough, understands that Baba's win is indisputable. One, there is Danke DKM, says open the server. Open the server was ordered by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court gave the order. IEBC is yet to open the server until today. Let us recount the vote. It was posted in the Supreme Court. The lawyer for the president said, I cannot make a commitment on that until I've spoken to my boss. So he was told, go outside and make the phone call. He went outside, made the phone call. He came back and said, no, if we recount the votes, it's going to be unfair for my client. I was there. So this is not something I'm crafting. So if we talk about Baba's win and you still believe he has not won, you are naive, like I said. Secondly, occupying that seat, as much as you will get the vote, there must be official handing over, which is stipulated in the Constitution. If it is not done the right way, it becomes wrong all through. And Baba has never wanted to be president by cheating his way. He's a straightforward man. He wants to win in broad daylight and be inaugurated in broad daylight, where everybody has accepted he has won. He doesn't want to be a president by cheating or looking like he's cheating. And probably that has been his weakness. But as at now, let us prepare. Like I said, Ruto is running for the first time. Relaxini, okay? He will run again and again several times before he becomes president. But as for this first attempt, we congratulate him. For the record, UDA has only one member of parliament, legally, one, from Kiamba. The rest are not UDA members of parliament. Those are the facts. Anybody claiming that they have 160, 150, when were the by-elections done for these people to win on UDA ticket, for them to become UDA members of parliament? As the parliament sits now, we have Jubilee members of parliament, we have ODM members of parliament, we have Wiper members of parliament, ANC members of parliament, and one UDA member of parliament. The rest are not. Any person selling the ideology that it is UDA that has 160 is part of the lies, which are going to backfire against the DP and his campaign team. He will need to clarify every time. If you are, we always say in church that if you're always telling the truth, you don't need to remember what you said. But if you lie, you have to remember what you said so that you present it to another person, just like you did to the other person, so that they don't catch you in between. All the same, enough said. I want to bring in the people who have not said anything. And then I will also want to relinquish the floor of the chairship of this show to its conclusion. Tutakuwa na Dr. Themba. Yeye ndo akona funguo. Sasa mimi nikitupwa nje basi nimeenda. Lakini jioni si unajua tunarudi kuzungumza vile kumekuwa Bukhungu na Mumias. Lakini hii ni history repeating itself. First Bukhungu, BBI when it was in Bukhungu, kulikuwa na watu Mumias wakaenda kufufua station, kufufua factory. Wakachapwa huko wakarudi. So tena wameweka ati football tournament. No problem. We will deal with them there. So Themba, make your submission before I leave, and then you'll be able to take on the chairship.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning from wherever you are, panelists. I'm glad to see all of you and glad to hear your submissions. Indeed, a lot have been said, and probably what I'll do is just to, I don't know why Baz has left. I wanted to comment on their ideas. Vicky habari. Today I had you giving your submissions and I was like, hey, leo Vicky ameamua kupeana submission. That's very encouraging. Naona steps zinafanyika polepole hivi karibuni unaingia azimio la umoja.
Hapo hivi nipata.
Vicky, wacha kuwa opposition just because it is just because it is fashionable. It is not fashionable.
No,
The startup,
I'm used to being in the government. You're the one who's used to be opposition.
the starter pack yesterday didn't work well. One of your guys tried to fight. You don't fight like that when you're joining the opposition. You have to be tactical.
It will go the BBI way. You just wait.
No, I mean, relax. You have to be. I mean, that's an option. Now we are. You see, we are teaching you what you need to do. Your options. Kitambo, those people who are used to be in government, they didn't know there were courts that can be respected. They didn't know there was an option that you can come to parliament and shout down and filibuster. So yesterday, your starter pack was really implemented. But I think you need to learn some ropes. Having said that, Bukhungu 2 declaration, what it is all about, Atwoli, Mudavadi, I think the people who are coming from Western Kenya have really tried to give an analysis of it. I don't want to really repeat that because I think they have made a good point. Atwoli has a point. Atwoli is a force to reckon with in Western Kenya. So whoever is taking his organization skill lightly might be surprised. Secondly, someone, I think is Vic, who said that Atwoli does not match Mudavadi politically. Now, I could not find a very ignorant statement like that. Because number one, if you are aware in politics, there are stakeholders. They are the people who are seen in front and the people you don't see. You know, in politics, and for those who have tried to appreciate the nature of politics, they are the businessmen of politics, and now they are the face of politicians, the politicians who now come in to make the policies that favor the funders of the politics. So when you see a politician in front, there are so many interests that are around them. So the players are not necessarily, some of the people, even, you know, if you can remember even Kibaki's time, his golfing buddies, the ones who are funding some of those people, you could never see them, you know. So it is something that probably for us, we need to learn. Political player does not necessarily mean that you have been making a lot of noise in front. You have to have certain backing of the people who matter, the people who control the biggest tax-paying community. You know, they meet behind. They will never see them even vying for any position. So those are some of the lessons that we need to capture. So when you start saying that Atwoli and so cannot say anything, you'll be surprised. It shows. Can you mute Vic? Because I know if you have not muted, you'll keep interfering with my statement. I know you. Secondly, Baz said something that I found a little interesting, that Raila can only go to Western, can only go to Nyanza, go to these other places. Now, the question comes in, Ruto wants to be the president of Kenya, not the president of Mount Kenya. And just like Mudavadi, you want to be the president of Kenya, not the president of Luhyia. I'm surprised that you can be happy that Ruto has climbed Mount Kenya, but he's probably not accepted across Kenya. I think it would be appropriate for us to be sincere. If we are going to have a debate, we need to also encourage people to be progressive thinkers. We are not supposed to make leaders who are going only to be sectional leaders of certain particular regions. These leaders should, that's why the Constitution says that you need to be at least a cross-border acceptance in at least 25 counties. You know, it's trying to spread your popularity. You know, but now if you're coming in you can get 2 million from Kiambu County alone, or maybe whatever millions from only Kiambu County. Will that make you a president? You know, you need to have that acceptance across board. So our debate, even as much as we argue for our people, we also need to provide some direction for our listeners that acceptability should be across the country. We are not just electing leaders for particular regions. We are electing leaders for 43 tribes of Kenya. That I wanted to respond to, I think, Buz's ideas in the overconfidence that because the deputy president has climbed the mountain, which in my thinking is a fool's paradise. If you're still thinking right now that the deputy president has climbed the mountain and he has conquered it, that's a fool's paradise. I will just have you believe that, you know. There's this story told of Abu Nuasi when he went to a particular country, and then the king asked him to build a particular, I think, a story building on the air. So what Abu Nuasi did, he went and took some nice cable iron sheet. Then he put it somewhere with some kengele inside. And so that kengele would always, you know, when the wind would blow it, the kengele would ring. So he would tell the king that those are the workmen who are continuing to build, you know. And the king believed that the building was going on. You know, you can have people who are in fool's paradise. They are believing that the building is going on. Well, it's actually the kengele going on. And this thing of coming here telling us, oh, Ruto has made it because he has 130 something. The same thing, fool's paradise, as Bernard has ably said. We only have one UDMP. This is Jubilee with its own fights, and other parties helping them to fight their own fights. Jubilee sibling rivalry, Kieleweke versus Tangatanga, you know. And then, of course, as we are coming in to help them out, you know, to help them fight it out. There's nothing like UDA. UDA can only be a party that can be talked about after 2022. But I wish them well in their thought. If they think that the DP is doing so well, that's good. If they think he's really conquered the mountain, let them sit pretty and wait. He's already conquered the mountain. That's a good thing. And let's see how it goes come next year. Let's see what happens tomorrow. That is what I can say for now. Thank you so much, Bernard, for the time.
Okay, thank you, Themba. Let's go to Abonyo. Abonyo, you unmute the mic first. Abonyo, you have not unmute. Okay. Oh my God. You're back at where you were before you left. Now, on your screen, on your Abonyo, listen to me. Listen. On your screen, there is a mic that is crossed. You click on it once, then it opens up for you to speak. You wait for it to open first, then you speak.
As he does that, Bernard, there's Kipkoech Nyoro who says that Ruto is all over the country as we speak. You know, that is what I call being in a fool's paradise. You can walk around. I mean, there's that lady who keeps walking around. It doesn't mean that she's the one that is going to be married. The lady who has walked around with many men is not necessarily the one is eventually married. So relax. But you can remain in your kind of bubble, you know, walking around. You need to sit back. But they say it's Napoleon Bonaparte that said that do not disturb your enemy when they are busy making mistakes. So I don't want to disturb you. That's a very good thinking. And yes, Kipkoech Nyoro, you are right. DP is all over the country. I agree with you.
Okay. Thank you, Themba.
Now you can hear me
clearly.
Okay.
Now go ahead.
Okay, Bonyo Kennedy Chieng from Homa Bay. I want to take this opportunity and appreciate my learned colleagues concerning the debates. Mr. Bernard, a time has come when we need to call a spade, not a big spoon. In Kenyan's politics is dynamic, especially when these old politicians lying to us that, for example, I hear the DP, William Ruto, explaining something concerning the post-election 2007, that Raila was the prime minister by that time, but did not solve the problem of the coastal people concerning land issues. And do you remember that up to now, DP is the deputy president for 9 years without any project, no agenda, but the only thing DP can bring for us as the youth is wheelbarrow.
Can you work on his connection, Bernard?
Bernard, I want these other colleagues of mine to
network issues. Huh?
To your
Hold on, I think Abonyo has network issues.
Okay. Let me go direct to the point concerning the Western meeting of Bukhungu Stadium. The war is not between Atwoli and Cleopas Malala. The war is between Raila Odinga and William Ruto. Malala is being used by DP, you know, is being used by DP because I'm aware that Malala was given 7M to build house by William Ruto. Now, Malala is doing this as a compensation to William Ruto. And Malala don't know that
So sorry, Abonyo. I think we need to get a boost for network in Homa Bay County.
Yes, and you should confirm how much how he was given the money.
Okay. I think now you can hear me well, guys.
Please go straight to the point. Your network is failing you.
Okay. What I was bringing up is that after the court rule of BBI, Building Bridges Initiative, nobody knew that Raila is going to come up with something called Azimio la Umoja, which is more popular than even BBI now. So I want just Malala to be aware that Raila is a terrible organizer in the field of politics because these are two different people. When you compare even William Ruto and Raila Odinga, Raila joined politics at the age of 14 years old. Ruto joined politics at the age of 25 years old. And you know, when you look at the strategic of development and plans of Raila Odinga, if you, for example, let us just start with the recent ones, the 2010 Constitution. Raila Odinga fought for the 2010 Constitution Ruto was against the 2010 constitution. Now we want to change the Raila is fighting again so that we can revisit our 2010 constitution so that what we call bloodshed after every 5 years, youths are fighting, people are fighting, any business are being disturbed. You know, these are some of the things Raila is fighting for. Now William Ruto is using Cleopas Malala to fight Raila in Western. And there's something here we are missing that we need as a youth to sit down and discuss these things once and for all. When something, when for example, I, Abonyo, when I come up with something good, you'll realize those who will oppose me are my, most of my age mates. They will oppose me because I've come with an idea which they don't know where I come from with it, but it's a good thing. When Raila, for example, the meeting at Bukhungu Stadium on 31st, Atwoli is talking about, is all about to bring Kenyans together, especially those who are coming from the Western, so that they can have one mind concerning politics of Western. So I don't think whether it's a bad thing when now Cleopas Malala is claiming that there will be no rally at Bukhungu Stadium because Raila will be the guest. You know, Jeff, Nani Bernard is like, I don't know what is wrong in Kenya, but I want youths to be aware that we are being used after every 5 years, and these politicians, they go somewhere in Nairobi, Mombasa, they enjoy themselves. After every 5 years, they come back and lie to us with wheelbarrow and mkokoteni. Jeff or Nani Bernard, let me put this before I conclude my point. For example, you have a brother or a sister, or each or any one of you here. You are paying, or maybe you are paying for school fee for your brothers or a sister. After 6, 7 years or 4 years in the university, somebody is coming with you at SG with wheelbarrow as a job promotion, you know. And again, Ruto is saying that is a hustler. Can we get a photo of William Ruto selling chickens or using wheelbarrow or mkokoteni on the street? I only see some of the photos when William Ruto was given a vehicle by Moi, when it was William Ruto was 23 years old, when he used to print fake money in Rift Valley to distribute money so that they fought Kibaki so that cannot fight in any campaign in Rift Valley. So, you know, Nani Bernard, I get confused a little bit because when I hear some UDA, in fact, UDA is not a political party you can call where we are calling even Jubilee or ODM. UDA is a number plate of tukutuku in Uganda. If you can bear mere witnesses, that's a fact of the matter. It's not a political party. And you can't compare UDA and ODM. ODM international political party. In fact, UDA, somebody said, one of my colleagues said that, let us talk about UDA after 2022. To me, let us talk about UDA after 10 years, because it's not a political party. It's a number of tukutuku in Uganda. Again, Nani, Mr. Bernard.
Land there, Bonyo, please.
Okay, okay.
Conclude.
I will respect your opinion.
Abonyo is getting emotional.
We keep you out of order.
But Bernard.
Yes.
I think Abonyo need to be put back to order. You know, you might not agree with UDA, and it could ably be said that even the initial ODM can be found in a tuk-tuk or even a car somewhere. So for this forum, we become fair. We argue with some bit of. We know UDA doesn't have a candidate. I mean, it has only one parliamentarian. It is sensational to say it's a number of tuk-tuk in Uganda, but I don't think it is appropriate to argue the same here. So you owe these people some little tolerance. UDA is a party, but it is not in parliament currently. So you might not like them, but let's
Let me correct this, Mr. Bernard. If you can hear me,
Let's do this.
Okay.
I want us to make progress. Ngoja kwanza. There is this guy is called who? Kipkoech Nyoro. He says, you know, DP and his party, and their claiming of strength beats my logic, because if you are the darling of Kenyans and you are loved by Kenyans and you are the most popular candidate, why would you be buying support? Why would you be paying people to come to your meeting? Why would you be paying MPs to support you? It doesn't add up. It's either the people love you or the people have come for their pay. So I will take UDA serious and the DP serious. They will become a really challenge against ODM and the rest of the parties when they are fully loved by Kenyans for free, supported by Kenyans for free, and nobody's being bought to do anything. When that begins to happen is when we will begin to consider UDA as a strong challenger of political issues in this country. But as long as they are buying loyalty, they are buying support, they are buying crowds, they are buying members of parliament, they are yet to get any ground anywhere as far as Kenyan politics is concerned.
Bernard, your network is very poor. Unakatika.
My network imekatika ama kwako?
Kwako, mimi niko sawa bwana. Si watu we don't have small problems. Unakatika.
We only have big ones. There's no problem. We enjoy your big ones as we enjoy our small ones. Now, I want us to ban two
ile kiburi kwa UDA.
Point of order, Bernard.
Wahubiri wa kinyume cha
nipatie nafasi nirudi kwa desk baba.
Naomba order patriot. Order. Everybody has lifted their hand. Relax, everybody, please.
I'm not everybody, Bernard.
Now, you people, you want to teach me English again? No. Kelly Mainge, what are you saying?
Nanisikia kama imeenda.
Tunakusikia lakini hatukuoni.
Kelly, mbona unatuharas?
Kelly, where are you?
Hello? Okay, unanisikia sasa? Okay,
yes,
pole. No, ninafurahia vijana hapa mnaongea mpaka ninacheka hapa peke yangu tu. No, I'm working lakini nataka niongee kidogo manake nimekaa kidogo sijafanya submission. Na unajua sasa wewe Viki zingine wewe Viki tafadhali Bernard patia mimi Viki niweke viboko kidogo sometimes later. Manake you see Viki lazima uelewe mzee akiongea tafadhali. Wacha kukua na ile debate tulikuwa nayo ya right or wrong kwa shule tukiwa high school. Relax, mzee akiongea tu relax tu. Unaelewa, I'm sure you have a dad in the house. Mzee akiongea mavi namna gani, wewe relax. Kule kwetu tunakuaga na msemo, ni vile sasa kuongea hapa inakuwa matusi kidogo. Unanyamaza kama mtu amenyambiwa ni babake, unaona? So, wewe ukisikia Atwoli anaongea mbaya, wewe relax, jua ni mzee anaongea. Na hao watu wote wamesema Bukhungu kesho, na actually uko kwenu ni leo, si ndio? Bukhungu itakuwa. Bukhungu sijui kama Viki ulikuwa ushajua siasa. Ilikuwa jamaa wakajifanya Waswahili wakaenda Mumias. My friend, I wish I can give testimonies now. Ile kichapo ilikuwa huko. So I don't know what will happen tomorrow. But if they remember what happened during Bukhungu, I don't think anybody will dare go to Mumias tomorrow kucheza hiyo mpira. But now, what I want to say is this, ni kwamba wakati wazee wa Kiluhya wanaitana pamoja, wanasema kuja tuongee, si sababu ati kuna kuwa Waluhya ni wabaya, hapana. Ni sababu Mudavadi alipewa kiti, akaambiwa tusongeshe mbele, Mudavadi akalala class. Actually, as we talk now, hata tungekuwa na hardship ya kuwa Mudavadi ni one of the horses or not, if he had taken the mantle right. I have seen this guy, what is his name? Ambisa OPARANYA. Vile amechukua manto ya governorship. Kama hivyo ndio Musalia angechukua, I think Luhyia would be having a very big bargaining hand as we talk now. But the fact that Mudavadi alienda kanyamaza akalala tunayo huko, sasa imekuwa ni bargaining, kama vile unasikia Atwoli anasema jamani eti huyu jamaa hapo chini Busia, si Busia anaitwaje, Bungoma, huyo vile anaitisha 700 million ili asapotiane, then it becomes a wrong notch on the ideas of what kind of politics are these people doing. You know, you don't have a political party to go and ask money. You get the political party, you make it so that you can raise and participate in bringing on laws that can govern this country in the right way. So these guys, kitu ya kwanza hawana wabunge wa kutosha, alafu tena anaenda kuitisha nao kitu nao pale. Sasa wabunge ndio wamewatoroka pia. Actually, as I talk now, I'm even convinced after Bukhungu, I think Musalia na huyu kakake watakuwa nje kabisa. Something should happen. Either wajue kucheza chini ya maji, waruke kwa Raila mara moja, because now they are becoming irrelevant. Hii Bukhungu itaweza wafagia kabisa. Na nilimwambia several times, every time when I come here, I always say, ninasema siasa si gut feeling, siasa si mpira Man U na Arsenal. My friend, hapa siasa inachongwa, watu wanachora, utakuwa unastuka what is happening. As we talk now, mimi naambia kama mtu wa Mlimani, mnasema uda, mtashangaa. Mimi ni mtu wa Mlimani pia na nina watu wetu. Actually, as we talk now, one of my distant uncle in Meru alikuwa uda ametoka, ametoka. Anasimama as MCA, amesema ground ni tofauti, hapa nikisimama kama uda sitatoboa. Namuuliza kweli, na si tunaambiwa huko ni kila kitu ni uda. Akasema hapana, si uda, mambo wave inabadilika. That is the reason to why unaona watu sasa wale walikuwa kwa uda kitambo, kwa posta zao wametoa uda na wametoa wheelbarrow. Why? Imeachwa rangi peke yake. That itself should be giving you some reasoning. Things are not the same. I think you need to think well. Tusije kuongea what we are feeling. I know. Hata mimi, I'll be honest with you, there are some people I like. Kama Mudavadi napenda na nakuwa na ile feeling natamani akue. But if it's not working, it's not working. You cannot force it. And that's the same thing I can say now. It's not working. Wave imeanza. My friend, Raila lazima afagie, unless otherwise. Kitu lazima itoke hapa ya kuharibu Raila. For now, ameanza. Ile kakitu ile inazungukaga hivi, ameanza kuzunguka. Kataanza kukokota kila kitu. Soon utarealize ni tsunami inabeba mtu. So you guys better be ready. Better be ready after tomorrow. The things which are going to be there. And as Patrick said, sisi tumezoea kupigwa tear gas. Mimi kwanza my first time kupigwa tear gas ni wakati wa ilikuwa na nini ile? Sabasaba. Wakati ndo tulikuwa tunaanza hii maneno. Tulikuwa tunafundishwa siasa. Tulilimwa mpaka tukakubali. Tumezoea kulimwa sasa, tumezoea kulimwa. Ukiona mtu amekaa na Raila miaka yote ni mtu amezoea kulimwa. Eh? So you guys wake up tu mtaona. Mtaona vile watu limwa. Sisi tuko naye sababu tumezoea kulimwa. We don't mind hata tukilose. We are there for principle purposes. Now the reason why tunakuwa so much like so sure we are having it is because now this time around the deep state iko na sisi. That's the reason why unaona sisi hatuna mambo mingi. It's just because of that. Lakini even so, sisi tunajua tumekuwa tukishinda kitu all along. Na deep state inatoa kitu kwa mkono yetu. Now that imekubali kuingia side yetu, hata tukiacha kukampeni. That's why actually we don't campaign as much. Tuko kwa forum sahi. Otherwise kama kindi kitambo tungekuwa kwa viwanja sahi. Tuko kwa forum because things are working. Sahi ningekuwa Kenya, under normal circumstances uliza watu nyumbani wanakuambia sahi mimi ningekuwa Kenya kuchapa field. But now I'm relaxed. I'm only coming to vote because why? State iko pande yetu. Actually mimi nangoja kesho Waluhya waamue, then the rest of these places zimeamua. The next thing ninangoja mzee Uhuru. Siku hizi ni mzee, hatumuiti kijana tena, ni mzee. Tunangoja ongee, tumalize hii maneno. Wacha nimalizie hapo leo.
Ngokwetso kwekhwela Dar es Salaam moja Bukhungu Stadium ubulala bwa Baluhya neshindu sha maana sana. Abaluhya khurula Bungoma, Vihiga, Busia, Trans Nzoia, Kakamega nende shivala shosi pe khubukane mu Bukhungu Stadium okhuchakira khumuze wa kijiji MCA, MP, Senator, Mama County, Governors, okhurula mutsi county tsiosi tse Buluhya misafara tichomere Bukhungu Stadium Dar es Salaam 2021 itsa Bukhungu Stadium omwami Daktari Francis Atwoli yetso khutanga syalihuwa likhongo muno itsulira obwami nemyandu inzu ya mulembe uchendere halala omukutano kuno kulaba khuluya TV live.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Kelly Maingi, for your submission. It is good for young Turks to learn from veteran people that have been in the struggle for long. Naomba tuende kwa Bantu Warriors, ajapeana submission yake, alafu tuendelee mbele.
Asante sana. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening to you. Karibu. It's good morning from Nairobi.
Asante sana. Kwetu huku ni bado ni mapema. Asante sana Bernard na ndugu zangu wote mko hapo, na tunafurahia kusherekea Krismasi imepita, na vile vile tunangoja kusherekea mwaka mpya, na kesho ni siku pia muhimu sana katika kalenda ya Mulembe. Itakuwa inaeleza kulingamana na njia na road ambayo Western itachukua. Sitasema mengi sana, zaidi tu nataka kusema kitu ya kwanza ni kwa if you're living in a glass house don't throw stones. Na DP is not a match for Mr. Raila. Yeah, ni kama kusema David and Goliath, lakini in opposite way. Goliath always win. Sasa nikiongea kulingamana na vijana ambao wao kwa upande wao wanasema pangwingwi, lakini mimi naona wanapangwa. Sisi watu wa ODM ndio hatupangwingwi, unaona, hatupangwingwi. Sisi tuko sawasawa, tuko imara, na tunajua kule tunatoka na kule tunaenda, na tunapendelea sana kufuatilia historia, kwa sababu historia ndio inaweza kukuonyesha wewe ni makosa gani ulifanya wakati wa nyuma na utajirekebisha vipi. Jana niliwahi kuona clip moja, samani Bernard kama utaweza kutuwekea hapa, ambayo hawa watu wa ODM wanasema hawapendelei historia, lakini nikaona Mr. Khawale amekaa na vijana wengine pale wadogo, anaanza kueleza historia yake akiwa yeye anaomba kuwa governor huko Kakamega. Sasa mimi nashindwa kuelewa, mbona watu wanatuchezea sana? Yaani wao wanachagua zile historia zao za kutoa, alafu wanakuja tuambia sisi hatupendelei historia. Bena, ukipata nafasi wawekee hao vijana waone hiyo clip ya Khaliwale, sijui Khalawala anaeleza habari historia yake, sijui anafanya hivi anafanya. Sasa sielewi, mimi nashindwa kuelewa. Au comes, yani mnachagua zile sehemu za kusema historia zenu, lakini watu wengine mnaanza kusema oh, sisi tunataka kuangalia mbele. Hiyo mimi hapo nashindwa kuelewa. Na kitu chengine, Raila tayari anangoja tu aingie tu White House, lakini tayari yuko kwenye White House. No one can stop Raila, nobody. I'm telling you, it's not a match for Mr. Raila. Huyo angojee kama 30 to 35 years, ikiwa ataweza kuishi long enough, pengine anaweza kuwa rais. Maybe 30-35 years from now. At the moment, Mr. Vicky, I'm sorry to say that there's no chance for him. There's no space for him. Kwa sababu tuko wengi sana na tunaona ule uongo ambao saa yote tunadanganywa. Tumechoka na kudanganywa. Hata mtu kipofu ikiwa hana macho lakini masikio anaweza kusikia, huyu mtu anaongea si vitu vya sawa. Na dalili ya mvua ni mawingu. Mawingu tumeyaona. Mtu anachukua mshahara, mwaka nenda mwaka rudi, na hakuna kitu ya kufanya. Sasa huyo mtu akiwa rais kweli, mtamuona kweli katika hiyo watasa, atakuwa pengine yuko Disneyland ama yuko Hollywood, ana spend time huko, ama anaweza kuwa Miami Beach. Naona kwa hivyo nyinyi vijana, naona nyinyi ndio mnapangwa sasa, sio kuwa mpangwingwi. Nyinyi mnapangwa, na mfungue macho, kwa sababu msipojirekebisha mtakuja pata tabu kwa miaka mingi. Mimi narudia tena, sisi tunatoka mbali, tumeona hii mambo. Mtakaa muda tena miaka 10-15 na mtajuta kwa nini mlikuwa mnamfuata huyu mtu. Mnakuwa blind, hamtumii vichwa vyenu. That cell in between your skulls, don't use it. Kuna mtu hapa ametoa mfano wa kuelezea kuwa, nafikiria Bernard amesema. Bernard mara nyingi sana, asante sana Bernard kwa kufungua hii channel na tuelimisha watu wengi sana. Asante sana Bernard, Mungu akubariki na akupe maisha marefu na akufungulie milango ya kheri, kwa sababu unapotoa pointi zako zinakwenda straight. Naona kwa hivyo sina mengi sana kusema. Jakindube pia kama yuko hapo namsalimia, mimi niko hapa nyuma nasubiria. Asante sana Ben.
Thank you Bantu. Naomba tuende kwa Patriot. Patriot, you had something, and then we go to Alex Temba. Be on standby. Patriot.
Asante Bernard. I have an early morning, so probably I'll also make my remarks to end my today's contribution, if you don't mind. I wanted to bring my point home by saying the following. The UDA party that is largely led by members of parliament of PNU, sorry, of Jubilee. You see, I'm having difficulty to describe them because it is very difficult to know who these guys are. Anyway, what I'm trying to say, Barrett, is this. The UDA party, I want to describe the UDA party using an old story that we were told in our early years. And I think this is courtesy of Temba, the way Temba has brought his. I got some feeling burning in me that this should also resonate with the story he has described you dear with. This reminds me of a story that we were told when we were kids. There was a time when there was a party of the birds. The birds kingdom wanted to make one prince a king. So the prince bird was given conditions. The prince bird was told to get enough numbers of birds to go to the sky where the party was going to take place. This bird really had to think a lot. He only remembered of a tortoise he knew in the neighborhood who happened to be the only friend who could advise on what to do. Then the bird had to look for the tortoise and seek for advice. The prince bird went and spoke to the tortoise and told the tortoise, I have a party and I'm looking for the master of ceremony. I need to have a number of birds that must go with me before I am made the king of the birds. I am the prince, but I want to become the king of the birds. So the tortoise said, well, that's a simple thing. I'll help you. The tortoise told the bird that he is a friend to many birds in the neighborhood. So the tortoise told the prince bird that if you want me to go with you, I will help you. And I must give you the birds. But the prince bird asked, you are a tortoise. How do I go with you? Because where the party will be, it will be in the sky. Then the tortoise said, no, what I'll do, I'll give you the birds because they are my friends, but on one condition. These birds must pluck feathers. They make wings for me because I must go with you to that party and I'll be the guest of honor. So the bird said, well and good. If you can speak to your birds, they give you the feathers, we make the wings, I have no problem. And that's what the tortoise did. The tortoise spoke to the birds that lived in the neighborhood. They decided to make wings for the tortoise so that they go together in a party that is up there. So they quickly plucked, feathers from every bird. They made very nice wings, and sooner than later, the journey began. They flew very well. The journey was good, awesome. They went to the clouds, and they were highly welcome. The prince was given a very nice welcome. He introduced the guests, birds, and he also spoke about the guest of honor, who was the tortoise. But one thing that the prince bird didn't know, the intention of the tortoise was not just to play to the purpose of going to the party. The tortoise wanted to take advantage of the prince while they are there in the party, because the tortoise had never flown in his life. He wanted to take an advantage of such a party and eat everything. On his way up, what happened? The tortoise changed his name without the knowledge of the prince bird. So when they were being served, first they introduced themselves. The tortoise decided to say, he is called all of you. The tortoise said, I'm called all of you. So food was being prepared. It came the time for them to be served. So the person serving will come and say, this food is for all of you. And then you know what will happen? Obviously, all of you will eat all the food while others are waiting. They waited for their food. Drinks will come. They say, this is for all of you. The tortoise ate everything because his real name was the tortoise, not all of you. But you see, the owners didn't know that. They thought they are giving all of you, but all of you was actually the tortoise. So to cut the long story short, because it's very interesting, Bernard, the birds realized they'd been duped. They decided this is not fair. Majority of the birds thought that the prince had organized this kind of a scenario. They actually rebelled against the prince. They didn't like him. They said, no, this is very unfair. How do you bring a guest of honor who ends up eating all our food? Now we are hungry. You are the one who brought this kind of a scenario. But a few of them stuck to the prince because they knew what was the truth. Now the birds decided they will say, we stick with the tortoise, but we must pluck our feathers. Since you came and you've eaten everything, we are going to pluck our feathers. Give us our feathers, the ones we contributed. So every bird started to pluck the feathers that made the wings that the tortoise used upstairs. Then what was left? The tortoise requested, on your way back, my neighbors, ask my wife to spread a very good mattress and ask her to put a white sheet so that when I land, now that I don't have the feathers, I don't have the wings, at least I don't break my back. They said, we will surely do that. But they also made a scheme. So they went down and told the wife of the tortoise is coming, pick all majembe, mashoka, ile machuma yote uweka hapo nje na ufunike na kitambaa kwa sababu ametuambia na anakuja namna hiyo. So the wife did exactly that. Wife wa tortoise akachukua machuma, mashoka, vichuma zote zenye ziko kwa nyumba, akaweka nje na akafunika na kitambaa. So the tortoise thought that the birds had heed his request. So when he looked down and saw the white sheet, he knew he has a safe place to land. The tortoise closed the eyes, jumped out of the party doors, and came back, knowing that he will land safely. You know what happened? The tortoise is ugly today because of that incident. To bring my story home, Bernard, that is UDA for you. The DP lied to the president that they are going to form a government which is going to be good for this country. But on reaching in the party, he decided to collude with some members to actually hoodwink the president. He has formed a new party, which in today's history, people are actually coming out. From the way from my standpoint right now, Bernard, Sakaja is already running out from the Musalia Mudavadi. He is coming back from what we are seeing. We have Savula. Savula is running out from that arrangement. Savula is actually coming back towards Azimio la Umoja. Ngirishi is running away. Ngirishi has plucked her feathers from the wings of this UDA. I can see UDA landing on a very very bad ground, thinking that it's a mattress. That is the description of UDA for you. It's just a matter of days that the beauty of the UDA that you are seeing will be the beauty of the current tortoise that you are seeing. So thank you so much, Bernard. That's the point I wanted to bring home. I hope I didn't bore you with a long story, but it will stick in your mind for the memories to come. Thank you, my fellow panelists, listening to me. Stories that are told in childhood, they make sense in our lives at some point. And I think that's UDA, in my view. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Patriot Temba. You can bring in Alex, then continue with the rest.
Okay, sasa tuko hapa hata Bernard, ukikaa hivi uamuke urudi, tuko hapa. Najua hata nikichomoka
I saw you
kidogo.
after 6 today. I saw you after 6 today. What happened?
You saw me in the what?
The show went on until 6:30 or 6:25 in the morning.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It was almost 8 minutes, so 8 hours. So I sent you a message. I told you, please end the show. After 8 hours, it will block itself.
Yeah. We were finishing up. I knew it was already indicating 8 hours. So we were at around 7 hours 30 minutes. So I knew that time we would have to. But we had good people coming on, and I know some of them will still come on later. So we will just stick to the 8 hours. Hata wakitutupa nje Facebook bado tuko YouTube, so we are good. Alex, toa maoni yako.
You know, nanisikia? Hello.
Alex, tunakusikia. Ongea.
Yeah, I was just making a simple rebuttal. We were earlier talking about a simple thing of, and one of my friends gave an analogy of how Joho has been consistently loyal to Mzee, which for me has been very good, and they have had a good working relationship. And I think Joho is one of the few politicians who has known how to play the cost politics, which also was very elusive. Vile ya Western pia imekuwa elusive. And where I disagreed with my friend was, and I'm a talker, and I wanted to allow him also. Joho has grown within the party ranks, at even at one time yeye na Mwamba walitaka kutoka kwa chama, lakini akaangalia, he had a cathedral mindset, akaangalia mbele, which has really worked good for him. And I like the fact that he knew that the person who made him, Raila, was more important than anybody else. So the comparative was between, now we have a scenario in Kisii that imetusumbua sana, between Simba Arati and Mzee Ongeri. And it's not like we tumekataa Mzee Ongeri, because that is what he said, that we are against the older people. During the 2007, when Kibaki put his team and Raila put his team, remember the negotiating table, Ongeri was part of it. And at some point, Kofi Annan came from the meeting place and told us that Ongeri has uttered words that cannot even be written in the newspaper. And we wondered, what did he say that cannot be written in the newspaper? So today, they are forgetting that Ongeri has also used derogatory language at some point. And I remember 2008-9 there, when the Prime Minister, in his capacity, tried to fire Ongeri.
Alex.
Yes. Yeah.
What evidence do you have of that?
Of what Ongeri said?
Mm-hmm.
No, it was all over the newspaper. And I just Googled. I wish I could have stayed with that on my phone, but I Googled. I wanted...
The part that you're saying that Annan came and said Ongeri has told us words that cannot be put on newspaper.
It's on the print. It's on the print. You can Google during the negotiation. You can Google and see. Especially when finally Annan decided he must talk to the two principals, so, because they couldn't get along. So it was on the print in all the medias. You can go Google that. I guarantee you'll find it. But what he said, we were never told what it was said, but it is in the media. You can go Google and see. So saying what
that Ongeri says what? I can Google. So tell me what do I Google? Because I find that rather it's more accusatory and kind of just.
It's not accusing. It's not accusing, my friend. It's not accusing, because I've followed Ongeri's politics for a very long time. So I'm not here to just waste time. So what we, and also that is one of them. The second one is when Raila was going somewhere in coast.
So what you need to say is this:
had a disagreement.
Hold on. When you make an unconfirmed statement, you can say it is alleged. You didn't put that, and you cannot use an allegation to pass judgment on someone.
I'm not passing aspersions.
You're casting aspersions.
And I did not finish my thought process before you interrupted me. So you allow me when I finish.
You're using that to cast aspersion, which is why I'm asking you, do you have evidence of you saying that? And you are
I
saying
have
that
not
he
concluded
came out
yet.
and he told you. Did he tell you? Did Anan tell you when he came out? Were you
Look,
there?
when negotiations are done, look, you cannot be speaking as if when Anan comes out, he tells us directly. These things are done through the media. We are told where the negotiations have reached and what is going on behind. And there are things they say, there are things they don't tell. Because in a negotiation, not everything is revealed out. So we tend to receive what we are told and what is written in the media. So, and Ongeri did not refute what was written. Now, that is one. Okay, let me say allegation to make you happy. Secondly, there was a second time that Raila was going to the coast.
Hold on, Alex. Alex, hold on. What is this
Let me
that
finish
was
that
written?
thought process.
No, what was it that was written about Ongeri?
No, they came out when they were negotiating.
Bernard, are very unfair.
You see, look, my friend, there are so many things you have said there that have not been substantiated. Let's be honest. You know,
No,
let us not make
Alex, relax. Alex, relax. Don't buy into
you
Vicky's
people should
anointing.
relax and allow somebody to finish their thought process, then question them.
Tell us, Anan said that Ongeri took 3 chicken and ran away with it. That is all we need.
Look,
What is
I'm
that
saying that it
Or
was
what is it that
written
he said?
in the newspaper. I've said it. Okay, for the benefit of myself repeating twice. Because I see here, okay, let me not jump there. For the benefit of myself repeating twice, what was written and what was reported then. Because remember at that particular time, our greatest enemy, we in Kisi who supported ODM, damn, was Ongeri. So we followed them very clearly. So I am not in my wrong mind to remember what happened. Okay? So I'm reporting to what was said and what we are still questioning. Because the loyalty of Ongeri, my point is, we're still questioning Ongeri's loyalty to our party. Okay? And the second example was when Raila had gone to the coast and they had a problem with Ongeri. Mpaka Ongeri akasema that Raila anataka carpet hata ya kwenda kwa choo. He disrespected this mzee for a very long time. And we are not saying that people cannot reconcile. But you cannot come here and start throwing aspersion that Simba Arati is very disrespectful, anatupa matusi, tunasahau ya Ongeri, because it was done long time ago. Now we want to sugarcoat yake. Now we want to project ya Simba
Alex,
Arati. Both of them at one particular time have both used matusi in politics.
Alex,
so I'm not saying ubaya kuwa Ongeri has used matusi, Simba Arati is using matusi, so you cannot say one of each other has never used matusi. And that is why we should elect this one and refute the other one.
Alex,
that is my point.
My reading of your statement is that you have problems. You're bringing the Kisi politics. So you have problems with Ongeri. You sound to like your preference. Your preference
were
is
you
more of
here?
Simba
Were you
Arati.
here when I spoke before?
I heard you.
When I spoke, Bernard.
I heard
Bernard,
you.
when
I heard
we
you.
spoke here
Hold on.
before,
Hold on.
we were talking about young people fighting for their space. And I said, I don't agree what Malala has said. But however, he's fighting for his space in a wrong way. Okay? But in politics, it seems like because we don't have party ranks for
Alex,
young people to go.
let me tell you, I heard you, and my attention was drawn to the where you spoke strongly against Ongeri, especially when you said he's an 84-year-old coming in, and the stuff that those are Kisi politics. Now, what what I'm trying to ask you, my normal questioning was that when you come in and you start attacking Ongeri in view of something that is not factual, I don't think that is for here. That is something you can use on a political podium elsewhere. But Kisi
Look, my
politics,
friend, you are being
believe.
unfair
Hold
here.
on, hold
I've
on,
been
hold
I've
on,
been
hold
listening.
on,
No. You hold
hold
on
on,
now.
hold on,
Let's
hold
be
on,
on the same ground.
hold on,
We have
hold
people have
on.
talked about Girishi. People have
Order,
talked to
both
so
of
many
you.
about
Order,
things.
both of you. Alex, hold on first. Hold on.
We have talked.
Roger, Alex. Hold on.
Okay.
This is not a conversation between you. There are people watching, and they should be able to follow the conversation.
Alex,
Okay. So
let me finish my comment.
Roger,
Alex,
Roger,
Alex, no, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay,
You need to
it's okay,
apologize. This is
it's
not a
okay,
kissy
Bernard.
politics.
The two
No,
of
it's
you,
not kissy politics.
Bernard, it's okay. Bernard, it's okay. I can handle this. Hold on. I wanted to tell Alex that I heard him. He's imagining that I wasn't listening to him. Alex, I heard you. And you're right when you bring in the kissy politics and the way you are being strong in it. But my point comes in when you seem to be using information that has not been verified to propagate your cause. That is where we are coming in. But you are right to have your own views. No, I can't hear you. You can unmute so that I can hear you. Unmute now so that I can listen to you. Vic, ngoja aongee kwanza. Ngoja Alex aongee. Alex, you are muted.
Unmute.
Alex, unmute yourself. Alex.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, now you can hear you. Go ahead.
No, look. First and foremost, we were not talking about kissy politics. What I was saying is young people fighting for their space. It may not be in a way we want it, but I think it's frustrating that parties have not been established for a very long time, that when young people who are not moneyed try to fight for their space, it becomes difficult. So I think when I gave that example, somebody came in and said, we cannot allow Simbarati because ya matusi yake. Then I was like, okay, kama ni matusi, I think we must also remember matusi zingine zimekuwa hapa before. It's not a strong language. In fact, if I was to vote today, and everybody who knows me, I will vote for Ongeri. But that is not the question. We cannot use one decision of saying he, and then we contradict it ourselves. My friend, if I spoke strongly, it's because I'm passionate about politics. So don't take it kwa ubaya. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. You have clarified your view. Who is this next to me? That is this name?
Which Hillary?
Hillary, karibu. Unmute.
Yes, I've unmuted. Hey, thanks, guys. The debate is getting hotter and hotter. Mine is my focus will be on the UDA party. I've been looking at the MPs who purport to be members of UDA now, who are still in Jubilee, and their argument out there, especially yesterday in Parliament. I realized that the numbers that we've been told, they speak of 155 to 160. That's why they base on rallies where they go out. And vis-a-vis what was being chauffeured yesterday, the 5 helicopters were on, I don't know if you guys saw them. They were on air going to Turkana, picking people, bringing them when they were 123. They were bringing numbers, and I realized these guys do not have an agenda. This political party bill is something good for parties, and I don't know why they are fighting it. It's a good thing for all parties, the small parties especially, if you can have numbers and share that political party's fund. And I didn't understand why they are fighting it. Are they fighting it because it's being sponsored by the president and Raila, or I don't know why. The other thing is I've also observed the bombshell that is coming in the nomination. Ruto spoke the other day that he will be in charge of those nominations in UDA. And I think that is the biggest mistake that he will have done. You see, he's running for president. He's already showing people, his supporters, that he trusts nobody in his party. So what he wants is he wants to be the one-man show. And that puts me when this campaign now will start heating up, those members can regard they will want to fight for their seats. Can Nyoro, they will want to go back to their fight for their seats. So he wants to tell me he will be running the campaigns alone for the presidency, or what happens. So I've realized that UDA is a one-man show, because from how he spoke yesterday, he was telling us that he will be in charge of everything. Everything that is happening in that party, he has to be there. He can't delegate anything. And that shows you, it tells you when these members were elected, when Jubilee, when he stood there, when he was at their headquarters at Jubilee House, Pangani, he rigged so many people out. And I think that's why he got so many sycophants who are running around with him with the money that he is giving them to run around, praising him around. And that will really work bad for him, by the way. And they are saying that they're going to have good nomination, but I think the problem here, we are going to see a lot of infighting in UDA. And I think that's why Girishi has seen it early enough and decided to get out of that party to be safe out there. That was just my argument for today. Thank you. Thank you, Bernard Themba.
Okay, thank you so much, Hillary. Any question? There's a question.
Yes.
Kennedy. Yes. Is it Kennedy? You have a question?
Ask him to unmute.
Kennedy, unmute. Kennedy, can you unmute yourself? Kennedy, can you hear? He's gone. Okay, Vic.
Yes.
Toa maoni yako.
Mimi nilikuwa naishi moja na wewe.
Na mimi ama na Bernard. Unajua sasa unakuanga tunaishi na sisi hapa kila wakati.
Wewe na Bernard.
Haya, sema tuko hapa tunakungoja kabisa.
There was a guy hapo alikuja akaongea before. He was accusing that Ruto was producing money, vitu nyingi tu, something that haijakuwa substantiated. Na ulimwacha akaendelea tu through. Akaongea yote, huku interject. But some ukiona mtu mwingine opposite akinini unamsumbua a lot. Why is that?
Shida yako iko wapi?
The unfairness part of it.
Oh, didi ilikuwa unfair.
You are very unfair. Because sababu ule mwingine ulimwacha uninterrupted.
Acha nikwambie kitu moja ilifanyika hivi. I want to give you a scenario. In one of the highways kulikuwa na askari mmoja wa traffic. So magari yakapita, pakakuja na gari moja, akashika hiyo gari. Hizo gari zote zilikuwa zinaenda kwa speed. So akashika hiyo gari. So kushika hiyo gari akaenda kupatia huyo jamaa ticket. So huyo jamaa akamuuliza, mbona nishika na magari ni mengi yanapita? Akasema kwa sababu mimi ni askari mmoja na wewe ni mmoja, naweza tu shika mtu mmoja. So it's not about watu wangapi walifanya makosa wawe kuulizwa maswali, ni yule mmoja ambaye amepatikana akaulizwa swali. So it's not about ati sasa kwa sababu huyu aliulizwa swali labda hiyo ilipita haikuonekana. Sasa ile ambayo imeonekana kwa sasa, hiyo ndio tuna deal nayo. So hauta expect ya kwamba every time sasa tutakuwa tunauliza. Kama wewe ukifikiwa na ni wewe tunakuuliza swali, be ready. Okay?
Then you have failed. Kama unaacha wengine wanapewa.
Sasa unajua hayo ni maoni yako Viki. Hebu toa maoni yako kulingana na mjadala. Hiyo si mjadala. Toa maoni yako kulingana na mjadala.
Hiyo in fact hiyo ndio ilikuwa issue yangu because umeinterject tu jamaa.
Kwa hivyo umemaliza maoni yako.
I'm done.
Let me respond to Vicky. Vicky, it is not that we want to interject. We just want, one of our responsibilities to facilitate the communication so that the viewers can understand what is happening. So when somebody just gives sweeping statements that are not substantiated, they create more confusion other than understanding. And so
it should cut across the board.
It's our duty to interrogate what you're saying so that we help our viewers understand what is going on. So it's not that we license people to say whatever they want to say.
Bernard,
and then
you're repeating because some will get away with it, some don't.
Bernard,
it also depends because what we are doing here, like when I was here all alone, there are so many things that I'm doing. There is checking who has arrived in the back. There is checking how the comments are. There is listening to who is making submission. So it is there are things that can come and pass without me noticing. One.
So
is that the subject you raise up, if it's a thorny issue, that thorny issue has to be handled as a thorny issue. We cannot let it drop that way.
Bernard, are you getting me?
Bernard, I think Bernard umehandle hiyo vizuri. Wacha Vicky unajua saa zingine anakuwa na diversionary tactic. Hata sio swali anauliza.
No, Abonyo is back. Later Abonyo ask.
Okay. Bernard, are you getting me?
Yes,
yeah, Abonyo, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. This is the point, Bernard. Bernard, I said in the previous talks that Kenya's politics is dynamic. And the likes of Vicky is a very intelligent young man that we should not run away from the fact that there's a group of people who are trying to mislead, especially these young people. From the beginning, somebody come out with the idea that Dynasty versus the SG Asla. Today is all about the wheelbarrow versus the 6,000 from Baba. And Bernard and my fellow colleagues, what I want to put across is that if the number on the public domains can win an election, Raila Amolo Odinga will be the president, even by 2007, if I'm not wrong. Because Raila has been, somebody said here, it's not me, even the former Nairobi women representative, Shebesh, confirmed that Raila has been winning elections since.
Shebesh?
Yeah, confirmed that in one of the meeting of Azimio la Umoja, that during the women for Warembo na Raila at a given place in Nairobi.
And it was Shebesh.
Rachel Shebesh. There's a problem with the pronunciation, but don't mind and that.
And you trust her?
Woman.
Okay, Vicky, we have a problem with this, and can you just understand?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm actually
Vicky. Let me conclude my point. Let Vicky give me chance to. I know you have a Jahazi, but let me finish because you don't have a point. This is the point. Being Shebes or what? Don't mind that. Get the point from me. Since Raila's vie from 1997, Raila lost that election with almost 600,000 votes. Raila vie, it said Kibaki Tosa in 2002, people vote for Kibaki, even us as Luos. 2007, Raila worked with the William Ruto as the vice president. Before that, we did not have the new constitution to have the deputy president. 2013, Raila vied for the president. 2017 again. But 3 times Raila has been winning this election. But do you know what? The people, what I was trying to bring up, that the people at the podium, the crowd are not joining voters. Is followers that they have the number when they are in a given meeting or a given place, they have the number. But for example, when you go to the parliament, they don't have those numbers. So the point is this: if we can hold free, fair, and credible election in Kenya, I'm telling you without fear of contradiction, Raila Amolo Odinga will be the president. Even if you think that I'm lying, you can ask Reverend Atwoli to confirm for you that Raila will win. And let us not bring something like we don't need this old man and this young man. You know, Azimio la Umoja is all about inclusivity. What was inside the BBI is only that we have used another tactics to bring the BBI back in another way to confuse the UDA brigades, you know, so that they, when they are sleeping in the class, as we are learning some points. Okay, Nani, Mr. Bernardine, my conclusion to the point is this. I want those who are watching this this function, if you're a young man, go back and this is a point, a free point. Go back and think. In fact, walk, if you are at home, walk in your village, consult with them. Being a Luo, being a lawyer, being a Kikuyu, the 47 tribes we have in Kenya, consult with the elders, consult with everybody. If politics is the problem, don't take a politics in a situation whereby you fight even with your own relatives. I like, I should, you know, I don't know how to bring this point because it really hurt me when I look at, I was young in 2007. But if I hear the story and even how people used to kill one another because of election, and somebody has come up with the idea where people should be together, and now you hear the likes of Duale, Murkomen, Kimani Chungwa, Didmas Barasa, Boni Kalwale, they only abusing one person, who is Raila Amolo Odinga. Nani, Bernard, I want to give you an example in Western. We used to have a mbunge for Budalangi, Ababu na Mwamba. In the last 10 years back, Babu na Mwamba used to be more powerful in Western, even more than OPARANYA. When we go to Coastal, we used to have Najib Balala, the most powerful political salesman, more than even Joe. But where are they now? Because they play with the wrong person, and Raila just warned them. This young man called Honorable Cleopas Malala and the group, even though they are being given money to abuse Raila, I want just them to learn a lesson that they should know that Raila is somebody who has grown up in politics. Raila is somebody who has suffered a lot in politics. In fact, Nani Bernard, yesterday I was hearing Raila telling a story concerning how he became popular. You know, Raila suffered a lot. Even his wife, Ida Odinga, was fired when he was a teacher, when Raila was in detention. So somebody coming in here with the rumors that maybe, you know, SG Mara Aslas to do something with Aslas. To me, yes, I'm struggling to put something on the table. I'm struggling to to get something. But if Ruto is the boss of Aslas, I'm not a
Kennedy,
Asla. If Ruto
Kennedy,
is still claiming to
Kennedy.
be a Aslas, because somebody,
Kennedy,
okay, Nani, yes, sir.
unapotea
Yes, are you
potea.
getting me?
I don't know what is happening. Unapotea potea.
Tangio Jabako data. He has no data.
Okay, my brother, that is not a problem. I'm using Wi-Fi. If you have a Kwajazi, no, you should know people. You don't play with a real woman. We can talk like nobody's business. Okay. Admin, what I was trying to bring up is that
James
you
Wan, are you
see,
there? Ngoja kidogo.
yeah,
James Wan. James Wan, are you there? James. James, unmute and talk.
Now, what I'll say is this.
No, I was just calling you up. It was Kennedy's time. I'm just calling you up. I want you to hold brief for me for a few minutes. I'll be back.
Now, what do you want me to do?
You will moderate for a few minutes. I'll be back to close.
Okay.
Okay,
For
can I
like,
proceed? Can
for
I
like,
proceed?
hold on. For like 30, 40 minutes. Is that okay, James Wan?
Yeah, that's 5.
Okay, fine. I'll be back. Thank you.
Okay.
Proceed on,
Okay, let me.
Kennedy, and then there's PK, there's Ray Kimani, there's Princess. They have come in, so you can let them give a contribution too. Okay, Kennedy, continue.
Okay, let me continue. Okay, the point I was bringing back is that in politics, let us allow these all people to have what we call table talking and discuss some very important. I rather pray to live in a nation whereby after every 5 years we don't go in the street and burn our properties and fight our sisters and brothers, something like tribes, Luos, nini. In fact, that's what many are claiming, that there's no job. When you go to some offices, the first name, like me, I'm called Abonyo Kennedy. When somebody just, what is your name? Abonyo Kennedy. Who sent you? Because of politics. And okay, the point was, Ruto, 2013, Ruto promised children laptops, 1 million jobs. As the deputy president for 9 years, you are coming to tell us again that promise us that you'll give us 4 million jobs, and you do not deliver even 3/4, even 1/4, even a half of the promises of 2017, 2013. And if you look at how Ruto used to talk at yule jamaa wa kitandawili, most of the time just abusing Raila and his follower, people like Didmas Barasa. Aisa Juma is now also abusing Raila. That's not the way to go. We need a nation where, when our leaders, Ruto is there, Raila is there, Uhuru is there, plus many others like Wetangula, Kalonzo, they're in one table, even though they differ in political arena, but they discuss things which make people to be together. Like, for example, let us not run away from the fact that we need a nation where our leaders should give us a direction to follow. If it is Azimio la Umoja, somebody like Kimani Chungwa said it's in the last 3 months, but Azimio la Ujinga. So if you are, if to me, like I'm a young guy, if a leader can talk about something very important like Azimio la Ujinga, and it is something which has taken these leaders to together. And for a fact now, a Kikuyu can come and do business in Luoland. A Luo can go to Kikuyu land and do some business. The same thing can happen to Coastal because we have peace because of the handshake. They blame handshake, they blame BBI. Now they're still blaming the Azimio la Umoja. Guys, I know most of us who are here, like Vicky, we are very young people, and plus many of the elders guys we have here, with some of the people who are giving us advice. I want us to be in a nation whereby one day, one time, we can call each other's brothers. We sit down and discuss some of the future things which can make us to step ahead in life. Otherwise, you guys have a very fantastic night, and may God bless you. And let us meet tomorrow.
Okay, who is next?
Abonyo.
Yes.
Who is next?
Before you go,
Yes.
I would just like to tell you that, you know
Who
that.
is speaking?
Oh, Princess.
Who is speaking?
Princess. I'm just talking to Abonyo just a little bit, because Abonyo, before you go, you know that there's some people who have to abuse so that if the name of Raila, if I tell some other people bad thing about Raila, I'll gain some sympathy on vote or so, and that's how we call politics. You have to get a name which, if you use it, it's not abusing. Then they see it like not abusing. They're just using the name to gain. People like Aisha Jumwa, they're using it to gain some mileage in politics. So don't take it like they're abusing it. Thank you.
Okay, Princess.
No,
Let me allow me to
Princess.
respond to President, please. 1 minute, 30 seconds. Princess, can you be very happy with what Aisha Juma is doing? As for example, you're an intelligent woman. Can you do that? What Aisha Juma is trying to do, Raila, to gain power or fame in the political class?
We are born different. That's why you are named Bonyo and I'm named Prince.
Bonyo.
So you have to know.
I am in control of this.
Okay,
Princess, I don't think there is any justification for insults. And therefore, let us not glorify that here. Let us call it for what it is, that it is a wrong thing to do. And we rest it at that matter. Let's not try to say it is about human nature. It can't work that way. So we can move on with the debate.
So it's right for Atwoli to call people Shenzi, and then we say he's an older man. He has a right to do that because he's old.
For Atwoli, it is a signature that he has been using throughout, not necessarily because he is targeting anybody. And the Kenyans have come to know that. It's a signature.
What do you understand by the term Shenzi?
Pardon?
What do you understand by the term Shenzi?
It is a phrase. It is a signature of his phrase.
It is not a phrase. It is an abuse language. Stop rephrasing.
What I wanted to say is this.
What? Not about Ababu.
You know, if we want to redefine every time, we cannot keep on shifting the goalpost. That we have to redefine.
Yeah, to suit your purpose.
Based on who is saying it. My friend, there must be a principle of definition. If we are using Oxford, let it be Oxford. My friend, an abuse is an abuse. An abuse cannot be a signature.
Can we then say that, okay, according to your interpretation, he should not do that, just like Aisha Jumwa should not do it. And then we rest the matter
Exactly.
at
The
that
same way
level.
Babu Owino should not do it.
And then we move on. Let's move on with the debate. We can't
Yes.
dwell on petty things. Who is the next?
So, Mr. James,
Yes.
I'm next.
I think this Bukhungu declaration.
Yes.
Because I think it is I'm new here. It's part of the debate
Yes.
about the Atwoli, OPARANYA, Mudavadi, and Wetangula.
Yes.
I'm a Kikuyu, just by my name. But for me,
yes.
I am in if what the political class are trying to do is to bring the lawyers together.
Yes.
So the biggest, I think the biggest gainers in this declaration, the second declaration, are
Yes.
the lawyer community.
Yes.
Because if they are united, because
yes.
everyone knows, just like the Kikuyu, everyone knows
Yes.
if the lawyers are united, that's why you find there. Ruto is always there.
Yes.
Baba anakimbia huko.
Yes.
So they know if the lawyer community are united, they'll be able to win this election.
Yes.
Because the lawyers are many, of course.
Yes, they are.
The Kikuyus are many.
Yes.
You know, so they want the biggest gainers are the lawyer people. You know. Now.
Yes.
But you know that it is so difficult to convince Musalia Mudavadi plus Wetangula to work with Raila.
Yes.
Because already Mudavadi feels like amefika pale. He feels like he's big enough.
Yes.
You know, in every household, if you have children, sometimes you feel sometimes watoto watakuwa nasikia they are big enough to do their own things, you know. But I think right now Musalia Mudavadi thinks that he can do his own thing.
Yes.
You know, he has always been amekuwa huko nyuma. Has always been the child in politics. He's old, but he's a nice guy. I like him. I like his politics. But I think for so long he has been used. Now,
what do you mean used? What do you mean used?
Used by what I mean used. You remember hiyo wakati ya NASA?
Yes.
What was he gaining back then?
What would you know that he was gaining and not gaining yourself?
I think that time, if everything was to go in order, he was maybe supposed to become a deputy president back then. Right now, what is happening to him? They want to take him. They can't take him as a deputy president right now.
Yes.
What they're trying to do is to unite the Luhyia community in general to the system, not to the system that whatever the Ruto talks about. I'm not against Ruto. I'm not against the Baba. I'm against good politics, you know, whereby I can come to your place. I don't know your tribe. I don't know where you come from, but I can come to maybe your town, and we interact so well, and I go back to my place happy. You know, that's the politics you're talking about, right? Yeah. So I think if Musalia Mudavadi accepts to unite, because he's still the big picture in Western. But yesterday I was talking to my friends. I have some Luhyia friends of mine. They were telling me that this time round, if Musalia goes to the ballot, they're going to vote for him. And I was happy because that they believe on him. They believe in him.
Okay, let me say this. Musalia's value in Luhyia politics is already mentioned. He has not more than 500,000 votes.
Exactly.
Because he actually contested and got 480 something thousand. So his value is known. And that is not to say that 500,000 votes are not important. But he prays way below Mzee Raila Amolo Odinga, even within the Luhyia community. So while Raila is pursuing him aggressively, if you have noted Raila's behavior, even in giving him an opportunity to talk to the public when he has also been given an opportunity, and going to his social gatherings, like the burial of his stepmother.
Yes, I remember.
Recently.
Yeah, I remember.
Raila acknowledges that they have 1 million votes are important. However, should he decide to go a different way, I think he is going to lose out massively.
Exactly. He's not a big fish.
This time.
He's not a big fish. Yes, this time he's going to lose with a very big margin. Because
yes,
he believes he's a big fish, but he's not yet a big fish.
He's
a nice guy. He's a nice guy. He's a nice guy in politics. Yes.
What I think and I see is that, and the greatest fear that UDA has is not even about how Uhuru will influence the other Kenya. The other Kenya means the other communities. One thing that the Kikuyus have not acknowledged is that Uhuru has become a phenomenon political machine in other communities other than his own. And the reason is that he has indicated that it is not fair for one or two communities to lead the country. However you may take it, that message sank very deep in other communities. That this is a man who is ready to go counter to his community to save the to build a country. And therefore, and that is where Kikuyus are missing the point, or the people of Mount Kenya. It is that once Uhuru makes indication that he has full support and confidence in Raila Amolo Odinga, the other communities will coalesce around Raila, leaving them on the other side. And that is why you can see Raila is sitting pretty. He knows.
Yeah, he knows.
However, he would not want to show the Kikuyu that he is fighting them, or you would want to leave them out. So he is playing PR. The two of them are playing PR. Okay? And the issue here is that the Rift Valley and parts of Mount Kenya will end up in the opposition. If we go according to how the politics is currently, taking shape. And Uhuru is comfortable. And Uhuru is comfortable with that, by the way.
Let me cut you short. You know what happens?
Yes.
At the end of the day, Mr. James,
yes,
we will follow. At the end of the day, we will follow what Uhuru is going to leave as a final say. He's still the biggest influence in Mount Kenya. So we are going to whatever he's going to say. Finally,
yes,
it is what we're going to follow. Because currently the mountain is confused. That's why you see everyone is going there. Ruto is saying that no one can climb the mountain without my permission. Baba is saying this. But whatever right now the indications are he's supporting Baba, right?
No, he is not hiding.
He's not
He's
even
not hiding.
hiding, but
Yes,
he has
he's
not
not
declared
hiding.
publicly. He has not declared publicly that
You know
you don't need you don't need
the
to be
reason
told.
why?
Yes, he's a president. He's a president, and Raila has no what do you call it? Elected position in government.
You know the reason why he is not going direct?
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't want Raila to fall into the trap of a project or the area narrative given by UDA that this is a person who is being forced on people.
He's a project.
And that he is being forced on people.
Uh-huh.
So he's playing a very smart politics.
Yeah, he is.
Okay? So what I can say is this, and in short, the Bukhungu meeting is a start of a community endorsement of Raila Amolo Odinga. The next one will be Rimuru 3. Okay? That will involve Gema. And it is then after around end of February that people will know how the politics is shaping up, because we are tribal and we can't hide it.
Yeah, we are very tribal. That is true.
Yes.
But at the same time, this time round,
yeah,
we may be tribal, but this time round, I can tell you, you can look for me. Baba is going to be the next president.
No, he is. That
He's
one,
going to become at the end of the day, you look at the floor. You look at how many people are saying they want this guy. You look at how many people they are saying they want this guy. So at the end of the day, because you cannot bank on people who don't have a voters card.
Yes.
You cannot bring school children to your political rally.
They are not bankable. They are not bankable.
Yeah, they are not. They don't have vote. They don't have voters card, my friend.
And even if they have votes, they may not even turn out to vote.
They are. Currently people are. Most of the young people, if you listen to them, they're saying they will not wake up to vote. Most of them who have never even who have never voted, they are saying they will not come out to vote. Already their parents are saying they are not going to come out and vote. So you cannot bank on people who don't have the resources to move your company forward.
You know, my friend, one thing people don't realize, Ruto may talk as much as he may want and incite people against the Mount Kenya Foundation. But these people, they play a very crucial role. Do you know how much money they use to hire vehicles to take people to the voting booths? Even some of them being carried from the hospitals. Anyway, let's hear somebody else. Who is next?
Maybe I can contribute. Can you hear me?
Yes, contribute.
Yeah, I would have wished to talk when Demba was around. So I would have wished to talk when Demba was around.
Why?
But it's okay. I'm just going to.
No, this forum is reasoned by all people, not necessarily when Demba is there.
No, yeah, I understand. I've been here and I know. I just wanted to comment that there's a gentleman called, I think, Alex.
Yes.
Who was contributing something, and I kind of felt that he had a very strong point he was making about Professor Sam Ongeri, and he was derailed, and somehow his point was really lost.
The age factor.
yeah, had he been given the opportunity to express himself properly, I think
Yes.
his point was lost somehow, and that is why I'm saying I wish I was speaking when Demba was around, just to make a note so that maybe next time we can give people opportunity just to express themselves without being derailed. I felt he was kind of, his thought process was kind of kicked out.
Okay, what is that point that you think was lost?
He was trying to explain how Samongeri was kind of not very good in the earlier days with Rao, and how
he was not a royalist.
Yes, and how and at some point Rao wanted Ruto and Samongeri kicked out of the cabinet. Yeah,
Yes.
and somehow Kibaki protected them because Samongeri then was a PNU member.
Yes.
And I think that is why maybe ODM has found it justified to unleash who is this? Simba Arati to go and take that position and not mind about Samongeri. I think that is what he was trying to justify.
Let me ask you.
Yes.
Is it the party that has that is pushing him, or is it personal ambition?
It is personal ambition.
Yes.
But it is personal ambition. But even with personal ambition, within the circle, the party circle, one can weigh himself and know that they will get the ticket within the party, given their popularity and their weight in the party and their popularity on the ground. I'm not saying it is bad, but even that, there are some positions people can also get the blessings of the party leader, that I want to go for this position, and they can be told to go ahead.
Well, I am not very conversant with the Kisi politics, but the little that I know is that they are very strong on Kran. If you come from the ranch Kran, you stand a chance of winning elective position.
Yeah.
So maybe Simba Arati has calculated and seen that the Kran he comes from in that area and the youth may just resonate with him. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, and politicians are always on lookout for a better option.
Yeah. Anyhow, coming back to the Bukhungu declaration.
Yes.
There are some people who have really been kind of pushing Atwoli away or thinking Atwoli has no weight.
Yes.
But in my view, I think Atwoli is a veteran in politics, and he has a very big sway in the Western politics as far as they are concerned.
Yes.
And it should not be lost that despite his level of education, which
what do you mean level of education? What do you mean? What do you mean level of education?
No, I mean why some people think try to lower Atwoli.
Yes.
If they think his level of education is not is not to some
very high.
level. Yes. Not forgetting that education is not everything about someone being knowledgeable. Atwoli is very knowledgeable, and he has a lot of experience as far as managing people is concerned.
Yes.
And he is well traveled, which gives him an edge over even some people who have PhDs and are very educated because of the experience and his interpersonal skills.
So, from your explanation, I don't know where you got that information that there are people who look down upon Atwoli on education basis. But what I also know is that politics has very little to do with levels of education.
Yes, I agree.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So for them to think that Atwoli is a pushover and he cannot do much harm to the likes of Wetangula and Mudavadi, they should just wait until tomorrow and see the full force of the kind of politician Atwoli is. As for Wetangula, I think I can understand where he is coming from because he has a few bones to pick with ODM because of the way he was pushed over from the Senate position and it was given to Orengo. You can understand his bitterness. But what I may fail to understand from Musalia is he's a seasoned politician who's grown both in government and his position in the society as far as Luhyia votes are concerned. I don't know why he has not been able to see that he stands more to benefit by backing Raila and standing with him, knowing that he was the person who is best positioned to benefit from both Western and Nyanza should Raila exit the scene.
Let me ask you.
Yes.
Do you think he is blind to that fact?
I don't think he's blind, but I'm just wondering why he's not playing ball and understanding that he stands to benefit more as a politician.
Are you blind to the fact that he could be pushing a hard bargain so that once he gives up that possession, he also has something to hold?
But there's a way you can push so hard that instead of gaining, you mess up. Because after tomorrow, I think if he has pushed if he has pushed too hard, then tomorrow could be the last push that he'll ever have the opportunity to gain more. In my view,
I agree with you to some extent, because if the opinion polls show that he has no value, nobody will go to look for him.
Yeah.
So up to some extent, you have a point there.
Yeah.
But I also am not lost to the fact that he could be pushing for a hard bargain, especially because he complained that they never shared the party's fund. And he feels that his party was shortchanged by ODM.
But that only means that he was not being shortchanged is a name in politics. You know, if you're not careful, if you sleep on the job, then people who are awake will always play their cards, because it's all about winning positions.
Okay, let's hear from.
And maybe something to add on just a minute is there's a point you had made about the kind of politician Uhuru is turning out to be. And
yes.
I support you very much. And I would say that Uhuru, as much as he looks like a very laid-back president, he has come out as a very shrewd politician. Number one is the way he's managing his succession. He has been able to make sure that there will another leader from Mount Kenya has not emerged to succeed him, which is a very deliberate move that he made to make sure that when he says Mount Kenya will back somebody else, nobody from Mount Kenya will feel like they have been cheated, that they wanted to
Yes.
run, and which I find is something that he calculated for a very long time, that he never wanted
Yes.
anybody else from that region to emerge and confuse his succession plan.
That's
And
fine.
and another thing is when you look at the handshake points that they always tell us, that they came up with about 9-point memorandum. That is what they tell us, that they came up with 9 points that addressed the issues from 1963 to the present, and how they want to shape up the country between the handshake partners. I find it, yes.
Don't you think the other side, I'm just asking a little bit question, don't you think the other side, which they started with like Ruto, let me say, when they formed the Jubilee, are they not going to say the same thing you are talking here, that Uhuru cheated us, that you are, or after him 10, yangu kumi, yake kumi? Are they not going to think that too? I'm just asking a question though.
Yeah, I don't know whether I'll be able to answer that question, but just let me finish on the 9 points that I wanted to talk about. I find it very hard that the handshake partners would just come up with 9 points. I am sure that there must have been a 10th point which they hid from us. I don't see how people can sit down and come up with 1, 2, 3 up to 9 and not have a 10th point. There must be a hidden card that they talked about and they never tell us. Anyway, about the 10
na kumi ya huyo mwingine.
Now, who is asking the question?
Princess is the one who asked the question about
Princess. Princess. Has she disappeared?
Yes,
now,
I'm here.
Okay, the kumikumi thing.
Yeah.
I think it really remains a very contentious issue, because when you look at it, it does not seem to have been beyond two personalities. Because when you go to other groups from the two communities, nobody will tell you that they sat somewhere and talked about kumikumi. It was a statement made on the spur of the moment in a campaign trail. And that is why it now becomes a very difficult thing, because if it was something agreed in a communal way, you would have seen groups come and say that we sat in Nakuru or we sat in Nairobi and this is what we talked. Have you had such groups say that?
I haven't had such groups say that.
Yes,
but
because the issue was that one of the principals just on the spur of the moment decided to utter such ones for purposes of gaining support.
But James, don't you think that the common wananchi won't understand that?
Yes, I know. Yes, I know they will not even understand it. But also, again, you must also be arrived to the fact that the person who uttered those ones is yet to talk. Okay? Maybe that was his intention, because he had found a friend who turned out to be an enemy later on.
Yeah,
you understand?
maybe to add further to your explanation, I can only give the analogy of a marriage. when people get into marriage and they are taking their vows, they take vows that they will be married for life until
Yes.
death. But in between, when the marriage gets into some turbulent scenes or phases in their life, and then they have to terminate the marriage, which I see is what is happening between DP and UK. Some of those things may have been uttered, as you say, on the spur of the moment. When people are getting married, they promise each other a lot of things in life because they see themselves going far. But because of some things which the president has never divulged to people, and I think it is because of his nature of being private and not wanting to say some things in public, there must have been some things which made him have some second thoughts. But at the point that he was uttering those words, I think he meant it.
No, he did.
He meant it.
Yeah,
But
he did.
yeah, but something happened in their journey that made him feel like, no, this I cannot move on with this. Yeah.
I agree with you, and okay, Princess.
But PK, you know, between the common mwananchi, I wouldn't understand that. I wouldn't understand whatever happened between them. I don't want to understand, because me, what I know that it's what he uttered on the stage saying, yangu kumi, yake kumi. That's what you would take it out. Let me tell you that you would take it out of so many people's mind that what he said and what happened, because let me tell you, I'm sorry to say this here, because in my family, we have many tribes, because Kenya is made of tribes, you see. We have Kikuyu in it, we have Luos in it, we have Luyas, and we have so many tribes in it. But when I go to my relative who is a Kikuyu, or I go to my relative who is a Luhya, but who is a Kalenjin, won't understand that, because we wanted it yangu kumi, yake kumi.
Okay,
That's what we want.
Okay,
So I
Princess.
wanted us, they were going to say, okay.
Princess, let me tell you one thing you don't know. Actually, Uhuru, and he has admitted on his own account that leaders from this community actually some of them almost spit on his face when he came to say that they could work together with this young man. And he reminded them, in Sagana. Why? Because there is a history, a very bitter history, very bitter. And therefore, I don't buy your idea that, you see, if I have brought you somebody and I have told you this is a good person, we can work with him, why won't you listen? Why won't you listen to me? And it is me who has worked with him. When I tell him now, after working with this person for 3, 4, 5 years, I have seen he is not the person I thought he was. He is going to be a disadvantage to you. You think there are people who are not going to listen?
Yeah, I think just to add on to Princess and what my brother James here is talking about. In marriages, you find that someone may marry a woman, they have children, and then the marriage has some problem. And because of the respect you have for the children, some of the things you try to have an amicable separation because you don't want the children to be affected. And I think this is where the marriage is, the marriage between Uhuru and Ruto. But if we have observed Uhuru properly and the way he's a very calculative president, at the right time, when push comes to shove, he will be able to categorically tell his people why he does not want to support this man. He has just been indicating. But if they push him to the level where he has to tell them in black and white, I think he's just buying time. And at the right moment, he will tell them why. He may tell them in parables or in their mother tongue, but they will get the message. He will eventually tell them and they will get the message.
Princess,
Yes.
Let me tell you, when that man will hold the microphone and talk in Kikuyu language, okay? And explain what it is, whether in parables like our friend is saying, and proverbs, you won't be surprised.
James.
Yes.
Let me say, won't it be late? Won't it be late? Because let's check like Moranga. Right now, Moranga.
Yes.
It's dominated with the UDA.
Yes.
In Moranga. But in Kiambu, it's, you know, Kiambu is near Nairobi. And
yes.
that's why people of Kiambu, I can't even say that it's a Kikuyu place because
no, that you can say authoritatively 30% of the inhabitants here are not indigenous.
Yeah.
30%, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying. But in Moranga, if you go in Moranga, that's Kikuyu for Moranga.
Yes.
So, and right now, the party which has dominated Moranga is UDA.
Yes.
And when Uhuru will be talking, like, I don't know, in February or in March there, won't it be late? That's what I'm asking.
Can I try and answer that?
Pardon? Okay, answer it, my friend. Answer it.
Yeah, I am not from Mount Kenya, but I can clearly say that within Mount Kenya politics, there are 3 regions within Mount Kenya that feel they have never tested leadership. And those regions are Murang'a,
yes,
Kirinyaga, and part of Eastern, and then the diaspora. In the event, which is very likely, in the event Raila picks a running mate from Mount Kenya, which is most likely going to be from Murang'a or from the diaspora, because I don't see him picking from Kiambu because Kiambu has seen its share. He may not pick from Nyeri because Nyeri has had its share. So most likely...
What about Kirinyaga?
That's what I'm saying. He may pick from Murang'a, diaspora, or from Kirinyaga combined with the Embu, Eastern. But when given the politics of the Kikuyu Mount Kenya, Murang'a is assumed to be the birthplace of the Kikuyu.
Yeah, I know that.
And Murang'a, having never tested the leadership, should a running mate come from Murang'a, I'm telling you, Mount Kenya politics will drastically change.
Princess.
All those people may fall in place. That is my opinion.
Yes, James.
what this man is saying is true, Patrick. And I must also quickly add that what I have told you is cannot also not be underrated. The deputy president was brought to the Kikuyu community by Uhuru Kenyatta.
Yes.
And he came and he told, he actually said it was a very difficult process because there are those people who walked away from the first meeting. They told him, you are a mad person.
Yes.
We can't work with those people. They have killed our people. But he pleaded with them and used human skills to convince them. Okay? Now, it would be very naive for somebody to think that if the same person came back and said, this man, I thought we were reconciling. But when we went to work together, I have found that he is even working against you. How? One, do you know there are Kikuyus who have never accessed their lands, even up to today? Because the environment is very hostile, and this man has talked nothing. Yes, they are there, and they are talking.
I know that there are.
Yes, they are talking.
And even some don't have even a place to live on.
That is what I am talking about.
They know the Rift Valley was their place.
You are now talking. So if he tells them we are under an agreement, this man was to facilitate and talk with his community to accept these people that they own land legally in that area, but he has refused to do so.
James.
Yes.
I'm not very new in this channel.
Yes.
But I think we are touching on sensitive topic.
No, there is no sensitive topic. My friend, let me tell you, I have been here for some time, yes?
Okay, I just wanted
by
to
the way,
that. I just
let
wanted
me tell
to clarify we are
no.
Okay.
Let me tell you. Do you want me to send you a link of people who are talking that they have not accessed their land? And they are adults. They are adults. They are not children.
James.
Yes.
James, we are not talking about, PK is thinking we are talking about a person and saying he killed and that's what is not wanted
I have not
here.
mentioned anybody.
Yeah, that's what is not wanted here. But you can say something which it has happened. That's history.
You
PK,
see,
that's history.
This
Okay, thank you.
This was perceived to be a community to community agreement. There was the part that Uhuru was to pray, and the part that this other man was to pray, in order to bring harmony. That is what the people understood. But unfortunately, it looks that some part of the bargain was not kept. Now, let me ask you, do you know the last time that Uhuru visited Bahati? Do you know what he said? He said, we are not going to buy fear.
Yeah,
and that is a very strong statement. Eh? That is a very strong statement. And it was made almost 1.5 years ago in Bahati constituency of Kimani Ngojiri. So these issues, you can't wish them away. So what I am saying is this. The greatest fear that is existing on the side of UDA right now is that once Uhuru makes a statement and people can verify that statement, because these people, they live among people and they are talking and they know what is happening, hiyo maneno itakuwa imekwisha. kumi yangu, kumi yako will not hold.
But what I think, James, let me just say this. What I think, not all people, not everybody, but these youngsters, the young people, are not going still to understand that.
Okay.
Uhuru will say whatever he says, and not everybody who are young will agree on that. Old people will say, yeah, but
can I
the
tell you
young
something?
age, yeah.
Can I tell you something?
Okay.
Can I tell you something?
Yes, I'm here.
Are you a Kikuyu?
Halfly.
You are not.
I know.
What these communities are very complex one, eh?
Yeah.
And it is complex in the sense that our youths will not turn away somebody who is bringing something to them.
I know that.
But they will also listen to their fathers and their mothers and their aunties. Especially where they are told, okay, nyinyi ni kuchekeshwa, mnachekeshwa for the time being. But remember that we are our so and so, we are our so and so, we are our so and so, and they are suffering and their rights were taken away. You understand? So this is a complex matter. It's not as simple as you think. In fact, I can tell you today, the sentiment is changing very fast in Mount Kenya. And it is changing because one of these man has made fatal mistakes. One of them is to insist that you must enter into his political party, and he has no time for anybody else with a political party is a tribalist.
I had Ngrishi saying that.
You understand? He has emasculated the rights of Moses Kuria, who was coming up very fast with the youth, especially the underprivileged. He has a way of communicating with them. Okay? He has done away with the Mwangi Kiojori, now Girishi and others. Let me tell you, hapa hakuna kazi. Huyu mzee hakuna pahali anaenda.
You see, but it's still hard, very hard to sell Raila in Kikuyu. It's still very hard. Because
yes,
even when Ngrishi was talking, she was just saying that I don't care about the above one, whoever you are going to give, just give it. But don't choose the party. Choose somebody who is going to work for you. Don't choose the party.
Let me get you to some information that you may not be aware. Mm-hmm. There is something called the BBI.
Yeah.
And the BBI, unfortunately, people came to know some of the benefits that were to come direct to the community after the BBI was rejected in the court. Today, people understand why a child in Juja is getting 3,000 in bursary fund, and one in Wajir is getting 30,000. And Uhuru and his agents have now been able to reach out to people slowly that is what they wanted to correct. And the people who are refusing that to happen are the people to be purporting to be their friends. I can only assure you that things are not going to be as they look like. It's just a matter of time. And by the way, there is nothing directly that the community can say Raila has done to them. He has not stolen money for their coffee. He has not stolen money for their tea. He has not stolen money from their rice. The only thing is fear that he could come and destroy our business, or his people may not, parent and all that kind of thing. Things that have not been tested so far.
Is Vicky here? Is Vicky here? We can't hear him talking.
And that's why I'm telling you, when somebody says that it will be difficult for Raila to get votes, is not being genuine, especially where the one of the president counts. And I'm not saying that you get 100%. He just needs 30 to 40%, and the deal is sealed.
What I can just say about that is that if Raila chooses somebody from another place to be his deputy,
yes,
is Mount Kenya still going to vote him?
I think, Princess, I must be very candid with you. The Kikuyu and the Mount Kenya are rather bit selfish people, and that is why you can see Baba is moving towards picking a person from the Mount Kenya region. And there is also a narrative that is going around that it will be easier and faster to get back to the top through Papa than this other young man. And that narrative is catching up very fast. Because this is a community that is not used to staying out of the top positions. So inevitably, I think he is going to pick somebody from Mount Kenya region, and from there, then things will spiral, and he will also have to promise certain things. And one of the things, and his most strong point, is that he's willing to tell the community that he will make sure there is fair allocation of resources, where we will follow one man, one vote, one sharing, which the other side has talked nothing about.
I also think that apart from picking somebody from Mount Kenya, once Baba ascends to power, I see BBI coming back in full swing. And in a way, in order to appease the other communities, those other positions like Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, and just balancing the power base within.
You are now talking. You are talking.
Baba will make sure that before he exits the field, BBI will be firmly in place, such that even if a Kikuyu takes over, another community will become prime minister, another community will be deputy prime minister, and stuff like that. And I think everybody will be happy. And
let me ask
you. Yes.
Why do you think Kalonzo Musyoka is so silent? Do you think he's a fool? He's been in politics for very many years. He knows Raila, once he promises that within 6 months, BBI will be through and you get your position. That is what Kalonzo will go and sell to his people, that we are going closer to the executive. Correct?
Yeah, that is very right. And for anybody who is willing to share his power with other people, I think that is a good leader. He's not selfish with power. This
and
other
I know
guy,
Baba will do it.
Yeah.
Baba will do it.
Yes. These are the guys who just want all the power to themselves,
Yes.
people should be very careful. What do you want to do with all that power?
And by the way, let me tell you also something that may escape some people. When you see the largest community behaving the way it is behaving, it is because of fear that they are yet to get direction that will assure their future. And therefore, like you have said, once they are assured that the structures that will be put in place, they will still have influence over their lives. I don't see them going the opposite direction. And it is going to happen. And I know Papa Wio is dedicated to BBI. That is what he wants to leave Kenya as a legacy. And the other guy, what he is doing is saying, oh, these people want possessions. These people just want to create possessions for themselves and the rest. But politics in Kenya does not work like that. The Kampa will want to be secured at the top. The Luyas and the others, they want to be sure that where the resources are, they have their son or their daughter. So there is no other way of doing politics in Kenya. That is the Kenyan politics. Is there anybody else?
Looks like we are just the two of us. Maybe time to.
Has Princess gone?
Yeah, she's gone. She has just gone.
Oh, but I can see someone else. I can see.
But he's not there. Dick is not there.
He's asleep, eh?
Yeah.
So, I think I agree with your ideas. I think there's a very well calculated plan.
Yeah.
And not unless you are a stranger in Jerusalem, the Kenyan communities are more comfortable with their sons or daughters holding positions at a place of influence where they can be able to come and tell them, we have secured this for you.
But you see, what I don't understand with some people who do not want to go back in time.
Yes.
In the government of national unity.
Yes.
We had that structure.
It was there.
It was there, and that structure was not even expensive to us. So
no,
why
these people they are just making noise?
Why are they making noise now when we want to go back to the same structure? We had that structure, and it was tested, and it worked, and and since independence, that is the structure that performs the best.
But are you blind to the fact that the person propagating the other system is actually a student of President Daniel Troy, teacher of Moi? He knows nothing else except the people going kneeling in his office, begging for reconciliation for development projects. He knows nothing else except that one. So you don't have to be, you don't have to be surprised.
Very true.
Yeah. So for me, I think this is a juggernaut, and anybody thinking otherwise does not know politics.
Mm-hmm.
Siasa hii ilipangwa mapema, na even those who don't understand now, when that time comes, and the real issues are put on the table, they will be irresistible, especially the Mount Kenya people. You can imagine like a county like Kiambu, they are told that you'll get 6 constituencies, and that means you'll get almost over 800 million in terms of money to give as bursaries. And then you expect them to refuse? You'll be a fool.
Let me ask you.
Yes.
There's a likely possibility.
Yes.
Of the two candidates picking somebody from Mount Kenya.
Yes.
Is there a likelihood of the DP picking someone from Mount Kenya who will outshine anyone that Raila might pick?
So far, the only person who could come close to that is Mother, but she has made it very clear that she can't work with him.
Yeah.
And you can take the word of Mother to the bank.
Yeah.
The other person is Peter Kenneth. I don't think he has time for that man.
Okay.
The other person is Peter Munya. He has no time for that man. The only people this man can pick is Waiguru,
Yeah.
Kionjori, and the others. And recently I had Alice Wahome and what want. Non-entities, people who cannot.
Thank you, Temba.
People who cannot gather much support across the country. So that is my take. Princess?
At least Demba is back now. I can see some
he's
people are
back,
popping up. Yeah.
Yeah, let them come. Let them come.
Okay, James, I heard you talking.
Yes.
And PK has said that in case both of them choose somebody from Mount Kenya and the other one outshine the other one.
Yes.
Don't you think that the other one is going to lose? That's just a question.
You see, the issue is very simple. In fact, the person to lose is the deputy, because what it will happen, assuming he picks somebody from Kirinyaga, like Waiguru, the Kikuyus in Kirinyaga will vote for him, and then Peter Kenneth is picked by Baba, and they see that they are getting closer to leadership, and the Morangas go that way. So who is going to start to lose? And also, don't forget the fact that Princess, there is also this talk which the president broached when he was in Kakamega, that two communities cannot be playing ping pong with the national leadership. People may take it like a joke. It is not a joke. The other communities are also they are also watching, and they are going to act accordingly.
Oh, thank you, James. Thank you so much for holding Forte when we were away.
Yes.
I have been listening, and I realized that probably some of the people have slept, like Vic. I think we will have to.
Some of them went to Sramba. I don't know why.
And then Rosalind dropped out, so I think
But I've been calling them out to talk, but they don't want to talk.
Yeah, I think Vic is asleep. We'll just drop him off so that we are left with those people who are awake. And I had what you're saying, and I really got interested, especially the comment by Princess that that the youth. What is the difference between popularity and fame?
Is it me you're asking?
Anyone who can respond to that, so that we can approach it now. What's the difference between popularity and fame?
Oh, yeah. For me, I think that you can be popular by whatever. Let me say, whatever you are doing, people can know you through that. They can know you through whatever you have done. And being famous, most of people who are called being famous are maybe you have wealth. I can't differentiate these things so much. They are almost close to each other.
Yeah, there's a reason as to why I'm asking that question, because I had Princess telling us that the DP is popular in Murang'a. And the difference in the two is that you can measure popularity. You cannot measure fame. You can measure popularity. So when you say that so-and-so is popular, there is a way you can measure. While on the other hand, fame cannot be measured. Fame is, it's basically a way of, interpretation.
It comes automatic. It's
Like
just
for example, you can say that so and so is famous, but probably in a particular population they're talking about, but not necessarily popular. Someone can be famous but not necessarily popular. All right. So when we say that there's popularity of a certain person, what are the parameters we are using? Have we measured that popularity? What is it that has happened in Murang'a? Because I heard you say that okay, this and this has happened in is popular in Murang'a. What are the yardsticks? What is the parameter? What is it that has been said, or is just famous because it has been talked about many times? Yeah. There's someone who wants to say something. Felix.
Did you say Felix or Festus?
Festus. Sorry about that, Festus.
First of all, I've been trying to get on this show for a long time. Who is talking? Who is this guy moderating? Temba. Okay, man. Thank you, because I've been trying to get on here, and that guy was trying to block me. I don't know his name. I think his name is Anand, I think. Okay, I think for me, if you have to talk about popularity and fame,
there's something about your audio. I don't know why you're breaking, or it's only me who is noticing is breaking. Princess, can you hear him well?
No, I can't.
Yeah, you're breaking. I don't know why.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, just try talking so that we see.
Okay. Okay, first I have to apologize because I just got on this show kind of late. Like I said, I was trying to get in and somebody blocked me. What is the topic right now before I even comment on fame and popularity?
You might need to work on your audio because you're really breaking, Festus. I don't know if you wanna drop out and then come back again. Do you have headphones? You can put on the headphones maybe.
Oh, it's about Bukhungu, but we were talking on another thing. Can you listen?
Are some of us muted? Because we've been trying to say something, but I think it's like can't.
Can you hear Festus? Can you hear Alex? Can you hear when Festus is talking?
Yeah, I can hear him, but I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you. I don't know why he's
Okay,
breaking.
I can hear him. He's loud and clear. I can.
He's loud and clear. We can hear him.
Oh, is that Vic? You can hear him? Okay,
Yes,
can
everyone
you?
can hear him.
Yeah, we can hear him.
Okay, Festus, can you go on? Go ahead.
I just wanted to see, like, I was asking a question, like, what is the topic right now? What are you guys discussing about? I'm sorry, I have to ask that.
Festus, you've been trying to get in and you don't know what the topic is, man.
No,
Okay,
like I said, I had to get along.
Princess has told you we are talking about Bukhungu 2 meeting. Do you have any comments on the same?
Yeah, okay, I have a comment on that. Definitely, because I come from there, that's why I come, just to be honest with you guys. Bukhungu too, I don't think there's anything new that Atwoli is going to give. You know, the fact is we are going to declare support for Raila Odinga. That's the fact. Bukhungu too is all about Raila. This thing Atwoli is telling us is going to be Luhyias coming together. You know, let's just be honest. Let's be honest about this thing. If a community is coming together for the purpose of that unity.
Somebody's mic is on.
Okay, can we try muting all of us so that we can see if we can hear him alone? Alex, can you mute? Thank you. Okay, go on, Festus.
Yeah, as I was saying, Atwoli is telling us that this is a Luhyia unity meeting. That's what he's been telling us. I come from the governor's place. I come from Butere, Kakamega County. This is not a meeting about Luhyas. This is a meeting to endorse Raila Odinga. It's that simple. It's not a meeting for it's not a meeting for Luhya or whatever Atwoli keeps telling us. So tomorrow is nothing new, to be honest with you. It is something that's just the same thing that happened in I don't know if it was Kasarani where Raila was telling us about Azimio. It's going to be the same thing. They're going to tell us, okay, Luhyas are going to support Raila Odinga 100% for the 2020 presidential election. That's it. Because if it was the unity meeting or a political rally about the Luhyas, we should be there hours.
There's a problem with this audio.
Yeah, that's what I keep saying. But people here tell me they can hear him. There's a problem with this video, with this audio.
Yeah, there is a problem.
So Vic tells me they can hear him, and I noticed that. That's why I was telling him to go out, and then you come back after you've made the audio. If you have headphones, you can put them on. We see if we can hear you. We want to hear you, but we want to hear you well, so that also us, we can understand what you're saying. So the best thing you can do, if I may advise you, is if you have headphones, you can put them on, earphones, you see if it will work. You can drop out and then come back again. I'll still allow you back in. There's not a problem. And
I had to leave and come back.
Because we really are struggling to hear what you're saying.
Okay. I think the problem is the connection, but I think let me try again.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, what were you saying, Princess?
Oh, I was just saying that I can't hear him. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, so my question was, what is this using to because there's this thing I've heard a lot that, you know, UDA is popular in this place, but what's the yardstick? What's the parameter? Maybe if I can be helped by all of you, PK, whoever has that parameter, because I don't know. My little understanding tells me you need to have some parameters to measure popularity. If it is probably, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if I may borrow what James told us about his community, is that his people are very welcoming to anybody who comes with something. So I think his popularity is majorly because he doesn't come with empty hands. So I think it is what he comes with that makes him popular in that region. But when it comes to choosing and placing their votes or choosing their own leaders, I think the game of popularity and choosing their leader will change. That is my view. If I may go by what James told us, he's only popular because he doesn't leave them empty-handed, and that is why he's a bit popular.
Let me.
As we come in, kindly let's mute. As we come in, you mute. As you join in, you mute, so that you don't interfere with other people. As you join in.
As we come in, kindly let's
Moses, so good to mute.
mute. As we come in, you as you join in, you mute. So that.
Thank you. Yes, Princess, what do you wanna say?
I was just saying this. You see, Sabina Chege is right now. She's struggling and almost saying that I'll just fight for it, even if I lose, but I won't go on the other side. So you see, she is saying that UDA is mostly popular in Moranga. That's what I'm just saying that. You see, she's saying, anyway, I'll just fight for it. So she thinks that she might not be chosen because of the party.
That's a nice observation. Mohamed Ali also said that even if he loses his seat in Nyali, he will fight on. Does that therefore translate that Azimio la Umoja is popular in Coast?
So who are these who are these ones who are going to get their seat? Yani bure tu hivyo bila wao kufight, yani bila kukampeni, ni kina nani? Hiyo point haina nani kabisa, haina tija, kwa sababu kila mmoja ana kampeni. Lazima ukampeni, hakuna kitu utapata just bure tu hivyo eti, hakuna. There's nothing free. Na hiyo kitu lazima watu wajue, hakuna kitu free. Kila mtu atakampeni. Kile nani alisema kwamba atamkampenia Raila hata kama hiyo kukampeni kwake itafanya lose kiti chake, she's ready to do it. Na huyo ndio kiongozi. Kiongozi ni lazima uelekeze watu wako where you think is good. So if they don't, kila siku wale viongozi, wakati Raila alienda kwa handshake, watu wengi hawaku understand why. Saa hii watu wanaunga mkono kwa sababu alielekeza watu kwamba hii ni kitu kizuri. Hata Uhuru watu hawakumuelewa, lakini wameongoza watu wakaambia huku ndiko kuzuri. So huwezi kuwa kiongozi na huwezi kuongoza watu wako. Hiyo sio nani kabisa. Asanteni.
Then Kipkoech Nyoro in the comment section is saying that we use the by-elections to measure popularity. I don't think the by-elections so far have indicated any popularity of the UDA as compared to the effort that has been put for the last 9 years. Because if it was that as a measure, I would be worried if I am the leader of UDA, considering that their campaigns have spanned like 9 years. You know, the deputy president has strutted the central Kenya the longest, to an extent that he stopped working as the deputy president to popularize UDA in central Kenya. And in spite of that campaign and continuous campaigning in Kiambu by-election, they merely survived. You know, so if it was that popular, someone is trying to say that UDA is popular, then I could have expected, even if only 20,000 people voted in Kiambu, at least 18,000 should have been UDA. But you see, when you are saying that your party that you have been popularizing or maybe trying to make it popular in the place for 9 years can barely win a seat, barely. In fact, in Kiagu, the guy who won against a party, MCA Kiagu, against a party that is Moses Kuria's, who is unwell. Moses Kuria was out on the ground, but he barely won with 200 votes. So for a party that we are told is popular in Central, that's not a good sign in my view. So the sign so far does not reflect the bundled world that, you know, UDA is popular in this place. Secondly, if UDA was that popular as has been bandied, why is it that no one person has dared to say, I resign so that I go back to parliament with UDA certificate? Because you're saying that UDA is popular in Central. Why aren't there even one MP who is supporting UDA? Has decided that because I believe in being truthful to myself, I do not want, when I'm going to parliament, I'm drawing my salary from the Jubilee name, but when I come down here, I'm talking about UDA. Let me resign from this like Raila did several years back when he disagreed with Ford Kenya. He resigned and he went back to the people to seek new mandate. None of them, in spite of that, in spite of yapping in every place that they get, that, you know, UDA is popular, ground UDA, nobody is daring to even resign, has dared to resign. They still want to draw the money up to the end because they fear they might not come back. So what is this thing we are being told every time, you know, popularity? There's fame because he has been working there every time, building their churches. Who doesn't want someone who has who wants to give you free money? I mean, after Corona and all that, people are hungry, and you want to come with free money. People will come, mention your name to give them the money, but that does not translate to popularity. Popularity is determined by the ballot box. So we are yet to know, and even to measure this popularity of UDA, we are being told every time. The ballot so far has, to me, has not convinced me. I mean, there's a lot that has been said. Everybody coming here tell us, oh, you know, UDA is popular in Central, UDA is popular in this place, but the votes have not indicated that. So I'm yet to be told, what is this parameter? Why haven't they resigned? Yesterday, we were seeing them. It's us Kenyans or the voters who are taken for granted. This person akienda kwa parliament, anasimama hapo, ana draw salary yake kama Jubilee member. But akikuja kwako, anakwambia, you know, I'm UDA. That is why we need this political parties bill so that it can pass and it brings discipline into that parliament. So that if you think you don't agree with the party that took you to parliament, come back, you seek a fresh mandate, because maybe right now we are busy being told, oh, UDA or this party. Maybe you elected that person because they were UDA or Jubilee. Now when they get there, they're not doing that. What happens? So I want us to just think about that, and just give our views generally on that. Then maybe we can move on to the. Keep quiet. Nyoro says, why resign? Why subject your people to a by-election? Of course, why subject us to a by-election? And then if you think you don't want to subject us to a by-election, then stick to the party that we elected you by when you went to parliament. If you don't agree with that party, resign. Come seek a new mandate with the other cloth you think that is good for you. Thank you. Yes, somebody has something you want to say? Princess?
These people must...
Okay.
Jakindube, let's hear Princess, and then maybe we can come back. Princess, go ahead.
Themba, don't you believe that Info? Do you believe that Info said that Raila is ahead of Ruto? Do you believe that?
That's an interesting question, Princess. Can you ask it well?
Okay.
Because
I'm just asking that. And so, do you believe? If you believe that Raila is ahead of Ruto, do you believe that UDA is popular the Popular Party in Kenya.
Okay, Princess, you must be following our debates since even when we are discussing the polls and stuff. My comment on issues, my comments on issues.
She's bringing a good point. I think she's bringing a good point because even me, I was kind of confused. You cannot say Raila is leading in the polls, and then again you go back to say that UDA is the most popular party. That really confused me. So I think she's bringing a good analogy there. Are the polls really trying to be honest here? Well, I want to hear her thought process. What does she think?
Thank you, Alex, for that comment. I know what Princess wants to hear from me, but I'm not going to give you that answer, Princess. Give your comment.
Okay, I know you don't want to give me that answer. That's good. Keep it to you. So I was just talking about that the popularity, why I'm saying it's popular in Moranga. I had Jakindu Bey saying that that's nonsense. Everybody is going to fight for his place. Jakindu Bey, also I can just ask Jakindu Bey that, I can just tell Jakindu Bey that there are some places where there is a party. You cannot move that party. Like if you go in Mombasa, the party is ODM. Believe me or not, if you can get some places, just a little bit places, that's where you'll get maybe Jubilee took some place and somewhere else, just like that. And if you go to Nyanza, like now even Kisii, the whole Nyanza is ODM. Where they're doing good is in Western. Western is still mixed. And Jakindu Bey, you can't tell me that everybody is going to fight for his place, because if I got a ticket in ODM in Nyanza, that one I know definitely people are going to choose me. So people like Sabina Chege has to fight for it. So maybe she's thinking that if Azimio got it, she'll be there. And
You know, Princess.
Yep.
What you're saying may have some level of truth, but you're also ignoring the other factor. There are people in Nyanza who went with other parties and actually went through. Like David Ochieng went with a different party and he won. There are independents who win, all right? So it is not obvious that if you go with a particular party in a certain place, it is not obvious that if you go with UDA in a certain party place, you will win. It is not obvious if you go with Azimio or whichever. Muhammad Ali in Coast, when he went in when ODM was the popular party, but he still won with an independent. So, and even the other guy who came in. So what I'm trying to tell you is this. There's a difference. We can measure the popularity of ODM right now because we have MPs in parliament. We can measure the popularity of Jubilee right now because they have MPs in parliament. We are here to measure the popularity of UDA, all right? We are here to know, even whatever it is being said, they are just sentiments that are coming out. But as the polls will come, then we'll say, it's just like, for example, when it is mango season and there's no any other fruits are selling around that time, we don't say mango is popular. until it's compared against others, so that we find that maybe mango is selling, but people are not buying, say, oranges. So we are saying mango is popular because it is being bought more. You know, that's a measure. So when you have no parameter of measurement, the only thing we are talking about are sentiments that people have said. I think it's more of a political and a narrative that is being pushed rather than the reality on the ground. Until after election is when we will know how popular UDA is. Especially, like I've said, mango season, probably there's too much mango in the market. So I mean, everybody is eating mango. You can't say that time mango is popular. It is famous because it's there. It's a season. But until we have all of them together, you know, and that's why I was telling you that when the rubber met the road, I didn't see that. And that's why when you ask me about polls personally, I don't have so much faith in polls, you know, because around this time you are likely to have too many polls that are going to come. If you go back to polling, even in many elections, even in Kenya, they have sometimes not tended to reflect on the realities that have come into the election. And many things go into determining a poll, right? So my awareness may not allow me to say now, this is it. And that's why when we were discussing polling a few days ago, my comment was this: a poll will give you something, how you use it is the difference now. You need to go back and say, have your own internal methods of collecting data that can help you in strategy. I cannot go by what, I mean, personally, if I am a political strategist for any main candidate, I cannot go by what you read that InfoTrack said this one said this. That is just good for information. You need to have your own internal mechanisms of ascertaining what is the true picture on the ground. And normally there are so many available tools that can help you get that. Not the ones that you find in the media that say this, but that is good for our analysis and our discussion here. So when I go back to the question I was raising, I was saying that it's good to say maybe for purposes of discussion that yes, UDA is popular, but there's no measurement. Nothing has ascertained that so far, in my view. Maybe someone else has a different view, which is also something we respect. Yes, Jakindube, what were you saying?
Nataka kumwambia Princess kwamba hii mambo ya kusema ni popular, na jana walishindwa vitu vingi, wameshindwa, na hiyo popular yao iko wapi? Kwa sababu kama ni popular, mnatakiwa muwe mnashinda kiti kimoja tu, wameshinda, wanapiga mayowe eti wako popular. Watu hawajaanza kukampeni, labda hata huyo Shege huyo Sabina atapita bila nani, kwa sababu watu hawajaanza kukampeni, na ninyi wao watu wa UDA wanasema ati ni popular na watu hawajaanza kukampeni. Raila hata haja kampeni, aliuliza tu watu, kuuliza watu wanababaika, na nishaona tofauti ya, utakuta huyu Sabina anasema ata kampeni, hawa wengine lazima waende na Ruto, everywhere they go lazima waende na Ruto. Sijaona kama wanaenda peke yao. Nishaona kule Mombasa wana kampeni peke yao bila Raila, na ni watu wengi. Hawa sijawaona hata siku moja wakiwa peke yao. So hii mambo ya kusema eti ni popular, mimi siamini. Hata mambo ya kusema kwamba ati akija anakuja kujenga kanisa, akuja alete bank, wachane na mambo ya kanisa, kwa sababu kanisa haileti, ama walete maji, kanisa haileti maji. Si kanisa, si kwamba kanisa ni mbaya, lakini tunataka maji. Si kila siku anakuja ati anakuja kuleta pesa kanisani na maji, hamna maji. Vitu kama hizo lazima Wakenya waanze kufikiria.
I think what Princess anajaribu kusema, I am not in her heart to know what she's saying, Kuna wakati mzee Macharia walienda na Raila katika mkutano fulani kule Central, na mzee akasema vizuri, tusiwe hapa tunadanganya Raila kuwa ikiwa uchaguzi utakuwa leo utachukua, eventually utachukua, lakini kwa sasa kuna njia watu wetu walikuwa programmed. I think mzee haja campaign in Central, na vile Uhuru alisema vizuri, siasa ni marathon, na Ruto amekuwa akikimbia sprint, maybe hata sio 100, amekuwa akikimbia maybe 10 meters, ndio maana amekuwa akiona anashinda wakati wote. Lakini ukweli ni kuwa watu hawa hawakuwa wamezoea kuongea na Raila. Sasa hivi wanamsikiza, kwa sababu hata Sabina Chege alisema kitu cha kizuri sana na kilinifurahisha. We were meant to think Raila is not even a human being. Do you see that kind of indoctrination, how deep it was? So they are kind of, because it was in the media, it was all over. So bado hawa watu wanamuona, wanamkaribia, wanaongea na yeye. So that is where the populist agenda and the feminist agenda inakuja in, that Ruto alikuwa anaangaliwa ni kama mtu ambaye ndiye atachukua, kwa maana unakumbuka 10 yangu 10 yake. I think that is what she's trying to say, but I'm not sure. But Raila is making inroads, and they are not simple inroads. He is making the right contacts, and people are trusting him, the trust issue. And then ikikuja issues pools, pools are very essential, but political pools ndio ambazo tunafia sana. Hizo, they have their own agenda. But hata hapa wakati hapa Amerika, wakati kesi ya George Floyd ilikuwa ikitoka, kumbuka the military took its pool na wakasema, if you pronounce the people who killed George Floyd not guilty, the whole of America is going to burn. Fortunately, that day I was coming from Houston, where my sister stays, and I didn't remember that was a verdict day. Nikapita Dallas, makarau walikuwa wameman Dallas. Kufika Oklahoma wameman, which means when the military takes its pools, they know the truth. There are pools that are non-partisan, that are true. They know it. For example, I'll give you one true pool that nilishtuka because one of my friend was involved. When the Kamkunji seat, huyu jamaa mwenye alikuwa anatembeanga na ngamia for a very long time, he was going to win that seat for a very long time. That is when Kibaki was in power. They postponed that by-election over and over and over until they knew exactly how they can win against. That is when they brought the famous journalist, who is also from the Somali community, to do what? To saturate the influence of Raila within the Somali community. So we cannot rubbish pools. What we can rubbish is the political pools which are paid to influence. But there are pools with no agenda to give clarity, and those pools are very clear. For example, now there is a pool that's saying when Moi got out of power, that was 2002, the kids that were born, whether you tell them about Moi, they are not going to listen, because for the first time they are going to vote. They are born-free generation. So these are the problems in the Kenyan democracy right now, because they don't know the dark days. They don't know when we say that under Ruto, we are going to go under those dark days. For them, they were born in born-free generation. By the time 2010 constitution came, mtu anaweza tukana mtu yoyote, nothing happens. Itumbi can do anything. He can lie about Lamata. He can lie about anything, and nothing happens. So there are pools that you must trust because they are non-partisan. We cannot just say, oh, no, we cannot say that pools are no pools. That is my 2 cents.
Can I contribute? Can I contribute, Pemba?
Yes, PK, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to add on what Mr. Bemba had said before. Maybe nitasema kwa Kiswahili kidogo. Kwa Swahili kule pwani wanasema usidharau dafu, embe ni tunda la msimu tu. What they normally mean ni vile tu Bemba alikuwa amesema, wakati ni msimu wa maembe, because people are not used to maembe wakati huo. Maembe ndio yanauza sana, na watu wanadharau madafu, manake wamezoea madafu wakati wote. Hiki chama cha UDA ni msimu wa hicho chama. Hakuna vyama vingine vilikuwa vinauzwa sokoni. Azimio hata hawajajipanga vizuri, tukajua Azimio itakuja sokoni na ODM itajipanga, na kuna chama kitaitwa Azimio. Hatujui ni matunda gani yataletwa sokoni wakati wa soko na season ikifika. Kwa hivyo wakati huu ni msimu wa UDA, ndio matunda ambaye yameiva. Watu hawana habari vyama vingine vitakuja vipi, ndio maana vinavutia. Na nikirudi nyuma kidogo, kuna mtu alielezea kama kuna mtu alikuwa very hard to sell, especially in Mount Kenya, ilikuwa ni DP because of a given history. Na ndio maana hao watu hawapendi tukiongea mambo ya historia sana. To convince people from Mount Kenya that Uhuru was going to pick Ruto as his running mate, ilikuwa ni kazi ngumu sana. Ilikuwa ni mpaka hawaeleze, manake hawakuelewa. Itakuwa ni mtu kama Raila ambaye hajawafanyia kitu. Ile kitu iko ni uongo tu, alipakwa. Ni mtu alipakwa matope tu, lakini hakuna kitu amefanyia watu wa huko ambacho kimewadhuru. Hajachukua mashamba yao, hajachukua pesa zao, hajaangamiza watu wao, ni kupakwa matope tu. Lakini yule mtu mwingine ambaye walinunua, kuna vile walimsamehe na wakasema na wakampigia. Sasa itakuwa ni mtu kama Raila ambaye ni matope tu. Matope ni kumuosha tu, na wakimuosha atakubalika. I think hapo nimeeleza kwa kifupi tu. Asante.
Okay, thank you so much. Who else is here? Akona maoni anataka kuongezea kidogo hapo?
Mimi Demba nataka kuongea, nataka kusema nataka kuongezea juu ya muungano ambao wanasema ni ya Waluhyia, ambayo mkutano wa Atwoli kesho.
Haya, go on.
Nafikiri Atwoli ana jambo nzuri la kusema kwamba umoja wa Waluhyia kesho, kuwaonyesha njia gani ya kufanya, njia gani ya kuendelea, njia gani ya kufuata, wakiungana pamoja na Wakenya wengine wote. Na mimi nafikiria, kwa maoni yangu, tunataka maoni kama haya ambayo yataleta utulivu, au kitu Atwoli anataka ni utulivu. Na utulivu unapokuwepo, nchi inakuwa na maendeleo, kwa sababu kama kuna fujo, hamwezi kukosa kuwa na maendeleo. Hatuwezi kukosa kuwa na maendeleo. So kitu ambacho wale watu ambao wanataka mzozo, kama kina huyu kijana Malala, nafikiri yeye ataambulia patupu. Aulize Ababu na Mwamba ambaye alianza na fujo kama yeye. Na mimi nafikiri mtu ambaye mimi namlaumu ni Mudavadi, kwa sababu Mudavadi alipewa uongozi huo na Waluhyia wote na amekataa kuitumia. Kwa hiyo ni vizuri warudi pale walikuweko, wampatie mtu mwingine uongozi aongoze, kwa sababu yeye ambaye alipatiwa uongozi ameshindwa kuongoza. Kwa hiyo asilalamike. Mimi naona asilalamike kwa sababu hata wakati kati yake na Raila, yeye na Kalonzo wamefanya mpaka sasa hatujapiga hatua yoyote, kwa sababu wao ndio wamefanya Kenya imefikia mahali wako tuko, kwa sababu wakati wanaambiwa tufuate hivi ndio tuweke Kenya pamoja, wanarudi upande ule mwingine, wanafanya hivi, wanajitenga, yani ni viongozi, watu ambao huwezi kuamini wakiwa nyuma yako. Hauwezi kuamini kwa sababu ukiangalia historia yao ni watu ambao wanasema hii, ikifika miezi 12 anasema kitu nyingine. They are not consistent. Hawana hiyo uvumilivu. Na mimi nawasihi sana viongozi wale ambao wanajiita vijana ambao wanataka uongozi. Hata ukitaka uongozi ni lazima uwe na uvumilivu, na vile vile lazima uwe na heshima. President Obama alikuwa president, na ulikuwa ukiona akisalimia sultani yule wa Oman, anamsalimia na mikono miwili kama mzee. Wa Amerika wale ambao wana adabu walikuwa wanasema Amerika ni nchi powerful, haiwezi. Obama aliwaambia huyu ni mzee, lazima utofautishe, namsalimia kama mzee, sio kama mfalme, namsalimia kama mzee. So lazima tutofautishe heshima vile vile. Tusifuate tu vitu vingine za watu eti kwa sababu ni demokrasia sasa unaweza kumtusi tu mzee. Hapana, mzee usimtusi, hata kama ni mtu tu usimtusi. Hiyo haionyeshi eti heshima si utumwa. Heshima si utumwa. So Malala kuanza kusimama na kumtupia Raila maneno machafu, hiyo haina tija, haimsaidii. Kwa sababu yeye ni kijana, anatakika aridhi hata zile kura za Raila. Wale watu ambao walikuwa anatakiwa aridhi kama anataka uongozi. Sasa kama hizo urithi wako unaharibu, utapata hizo kura wapi? Yeah. Kwa sababu hata anapotaka governor pale Kakamega kuna wafuasi wa Raila, na nao atataka kura zao. Kama anamtusi watampigia kura kivipi? So lazima tuambie vijana, heshima si utumwa. Na hiyo mkutano wa kesho wa Atwoli itakuwa successful na itakuwa game changer. Asanteni sana.
Mkutano ni wa leo, si kesho. Imesha.
Ni wa leo. Pole.
Tunaongojea sana.
Hata mimi naingojea sana. Najua itakuwa successful, itakuwa nzuri sana, na itakuwa ni game changer. Itageuza kila kitu.
Nikiongezea hiyo, umesema mzee wetu Kindube. Kuna mzee mwingine hapo nyuma kidogo aliita watu mafia kuku, na watu hawakulalamika. Manake kuna umri mtu anafikia akisema maneno fulani watu wanamuelewa kama mzee, lakini kama ule mzee aliita watu mafia kuku na watu wakacheka, wakaanza kucheka, kwa nini leo mzee mwingine akisema tu shenzi watu wanalalamika? Na wote ni wazee. Tunajua Kiafrika, tunajua lugha za wazee, kwa hivyo tunafaa kukubali wazee saa zingine wajiburudishe na matamshi fulani. Tunajua ni lugha za Kiafrika, lakini kama ni vijana wanatukana watu, hiyo ni kazi nyingine. Lakini wazee, kuna latitude tunapatia wazee wapumue kidogo. Tusiwe mzee mmoja akisema mafia kuku, tunapumua tunamwachia, na mwingine akisema shenzi tu hatumpi hiyo nafasi. Wote ni wazee. Wazee Kiafrika wanapatiwa latitude kidogo wajifurahishe. Kwa hivyo vile tulikubalia mmoja aite watu mafia kuku na tukacheka, hata mzee Atwoli akipumua kidogo aseme shenzi, tucheke tu na tukubali, tuseme ni lugha zetu, ni mandhari yetu ya Kiafrika. Asante.
Okay, thank you so much for that. James Wan yes, Captain sema.
Habari zenu lakini?
Salama, niaje?
Poa sana. Unajua nilipotea saa zile kwa sababu nilikuwa naingia kibarua, nilikuwa nimeomba niongee lakini hakuna shida. Tuko pamoja. Naona tunaongelea mambo ya Bukhungu kesho ambapo ni leo, si ndio?
Hiyo ndio tunasema. Toa maoni yako.
Lakini kwa sasa sababu nataka kuendelea na penye Jagindube nimesikia akisema mambo ya heshima na vijana na wazee. Tukiongelea mambo ya heshima, nafikiri heshima iko kila mahali, kwa upande ya mdogo ama mkubwa. Mtu kama mimi nisipoheshimu ule mtoto mdogo, naye pia hatakuwa na heshima na mimi. Na tukikuja kwa wanasiasa, Malala sasa inasemekana hana heshima kwa Raila, na ina trend sana hiyo. Na hata mimi nilisikia Malala akisema hakuna mkutano itakuwa Bukhungu ambapo ni leo. Atwoli naye anasema mkutano itakuwa. Atwoli anaita mkutano na anaita mkutano ya siasa, na yeye ni kiongozi ya wafanyikazi. Hajaita wafanyikazi pale, ameita wanasiasa. So nikikuja hapo kwa upande ya heshima kwa wazee na upande ya vijana, tukuwe na heshima hata sisi wote kwa viongozi na ni wazee, naye wazee pale wakuwe na heshima na sisi. Tukikuja nani huyu Babu Owino ajekuwa akiwa na heshima sana na Ruto, anamkosea heshima sana Ruto. Ukikuja kidogo hapo tena naye Ruto hapo ni kijana kwa upande ya Raila. Yule jamaa anaitanga Raila mganga. Mimi ni supporter wake wa Ruto, lakini sasa kidogo hapo ndio huwa sipendi. Hiyo hapo tuangalie heshima, sisi wote tuangalie heshima. Hata wewe Bernard saizi lazima nikuheshimu na wewe pia uniheshimu. Ama namna gani? Haya, kesho Bukhungu nafikiri ni kuleta pamoja Oka, ambapo ni Raila analetwa na Musalia, Wetangula. Yani wale watu wa Western wanataka kuwa kitu kimoja, na Atwoli anawaomba support baba aingie kwa ile kitu. Kama siko wrong, wacha niseme hivi, baba ndiye aingie Ikulu. Ile determining factor ya kufanya baba aingie kwa Ikulu ni mwenye atateua kuwa naibu wake wa rais. Hiyo ndio itamuingiza Raila pale, na hiyo tukipiga kura tu ya haki, hiyo ndio itatambua. Na mara mingi sana mimi naona ni hapo juu, hapo upande wa mlima ndio watatoa naibu wa Raila. Pia naye William sijui ni kama atatoa naibu wake huko, siwezi jua hapo. So tuendelee, wengine watoe maoni pia. Niko njiani naelekea kwa nyumba, nikifika kwa nyumba nitakuwa nimekunywa kahawa basi, alafu tuendelee mpaka asubuhi. Jana nilikatikiwa kidogo na network, lakini leo najua niko sawa.
Nikuulize kitu kabla hujaenda, nikuulize kitu.
Natembea mguu, niulize kitu kama sijatoka kwa online.
Nasema hivi,
Yes,
mimi nakuuliza kwa maoni yako.
Yes.
Uoni kwamba morally watu wa Rift Valley na watu wa Central wao nao waache uongozi na nani wengine, jamii wengine? Uoni hiyo kama si vizuri?
Unajua Jagindu Bey, wacha nikujibu hivi. Si uchaguzi tunaenda ambapo ni mwaka kesho. Tutakuwa una uchaguzi mwezi wa 8.
Ndio.
Na wale wapiganiaji viti waniaji viti wa urais watakuwa wengi. Tusiweke tu automatically ya kwamba, ngoja nakujibu hapo, nakuja hapo. Tusiweke automatically ya kwamba hii kiti itaendea Mkalenjin ama itaendea Mkikuyu. Eti kwa sababu wamekuanga kwa kiti siku ingine, inafaa hata wasionekane pale kwa ballot kwa sababu waliwahi kuwa. Wacha waonekane tu pale. So wakichagua mtu mwingine, si huyo mwingine mwenye atachaguliwa kama sio Mkikuyu ni ama sio Mkale, si ataendelea na kasi ya kuongoza Kenya?
Mimi nimekuuliza kwa maoni yako. Kwa sababu sasa ukisema Raila atachagua vile unasema ni kwamba achague mtu kutoka Central na Ruto achague mtu kutoka Central. Unaona? Kwa nini wasichague mtu kutoka popote tu? Kwa sababu sisi wote ni wa Kenya. Si lazima, inatakiwa kama sisi tunataka umoja, inatakiwa tuanze kupractice umoja. Tuchague mtu yoyote. Si ati tuchague mtu kutoka hapo kwetu ndio tukupatie kura. Sisi wote ni wa Kenya. Mtu yoyote utakayechagua kama sisi ni wa moja, inatakiwa tuunge huyo mkono. Haitakikani tu ati mpaka huyu uchague wote ndio tunakupatia kura. Sasa hiyo ni ubaguzi. Hiyo tunaanza kujibagua sisi wenyewe. Kwa sababu kama tukisema sisi ni wamoja, tunataka umoja wa nchi yetu na hatutaki ukabila, inatakikana Raila au Ruto achague mtu yoyote. Si lazima atoke Central, achague mtu yoyote na watu wamunge mkono. Achague huyo mtu ambaye watu wanaona ako na integrity, mtu ambaye hana mambo, yani mtu clean, na watu wampigie kura. Kwa sababu hiyo mimi sipendi. Mimi kwa maoni yangu hiyo jambo nimesikia watu wakizungumzia ati mpaka Raila achague tu kutoka Central au Ruto achague kutoka Central. Hiyo ni sio umoja hiyo. Chagua mtu yoyote, chagua mtu kutoka Pokot au Pwani au mtu yoyote ambaye atakuwa unamuona.
Wacha nikusaidia hapa. Ama Captain unataka kusema kitu?
Nilikuwa nataka kuambia Jagindu Bey namna hivi vile siasa yetu ya Kenya inaenda, mtu mwenye anataka kusimama urais anaangalia kura zinatoka wapi. Unaona? Kura mingi zinatoka. Siasa yetu ya Kenya hiyo ndio nasema. Na sisemi wewe Jagindu Bey, Bernard ama nani ama all the panelists wenye wako hapa eti wamesema hivi ama hivi. Hapana. Ni wanasiasa wetu walitoa hiyo ukasumba ya kwamba nikitoa naibu wangu wa upande huu, wale watu wa pande hule juu wako na kura mingi, nitakuwa nimepata kura zao zote. Hizi zingine ni kuchangia na nitakuwa nimepita. Unaelewana Jagindu Bey? Hapo nimesema hivyo. Bena unaweza muongezea?
Ningependa kuuliza Captain swali.
Wacha niongeze kidogo kabla tuulize Captain swali. Captain naweza mute kidogo. Jagindu Bey yako na wazo zuri sana, lakini hii historia ambao watu wanakataa, vile ambavyo tumegawanyika, the way we are divided, it's because of what was put into us by the colonialist. Hao ndio walituletea vitu kama sijui districts ikagawanyishwa, mipaka na nini. So when we come to to our political formations and organizations. Kutoka kwa kijiji, kutoka kwa vijiji counties, unakuta there's already organization according to clans. So unakuta maybe if you go to Kiambu County, utakuta ndio kuna wa Kikuyu, but they are not just Kikuyus. Unakuta pia huko kuna clans pia anasema watu wa Mbeere ni wengi hapa. Kama saizi already kuna Mount Kenya East, Mount Kenya West. Oh, sijui kuna, you know, those are already organizing themselves according to their clanism. So when you move from tribal, the bigger one, arithmetic, then you come to clan arithmetic. Will we reach a point, kama unasikia, I think in Siaya County, where they say that you cannot have maybe this, if you have a senator from this side, the governor has to come from this side. So the reality is our political formations and organization and activity revolves around some either ethnic affiliation or clanism or similar things. It is an ideal that what Yakindube is saying, but fair enough. Look at it even from even the most developed democracies, the West. They may not organize themselves ethnically, but they organize themselves according to certain races. You find maybe where there are Spaniards, where they are like in Minnesota, where we have so many Somalis, they elected someone from their own, you know. So let's appreciate the reality that political organization and leadership organization will not appear, will not happen in utopia. It does not happen in a place where there are not these realities. If we don't organize ourselves like that, you find there's another way where we are stratified, where we find our organization. Because politics in terms of democracy is about the numbers. So where are the numbers? How do you organize those numbers to be together? If you can organize them in terms of profession, you'll find probably you'll organize them that way. It is a good ideal, what Jakindube, it is an ideal situation. But the reality is our politics is still developing. And we have been organized ethnically for a long while. Why are we saying that that we need the Kalonzo Musyoka to join this side? Why are we saying that we need this other one to join? It's because he's saying that he's coming with his numbers from his side. So I think while it is an ideal situation, but we must accept the reality. I agree with what Jakindube is saying, that we would want someday to reach a Kenya where we will not, it will not matter who is the president, who is the deputy president, because our counties will have become the center of development for all of us. And since the center of development will have become the counties, industries will have been developed to the extent that we don't need too much reliance on government. And therefore, those positions will not be as attractive. We are coming from a socialization where the political positions are so attractive because when someone gets there, the first people they want to give their development are the people that voted for them. And this is why you see when the deputy president comes out, he is bitter because according to him, he went and looked for the presidency. And so the other people are enjoying, instead of being happy that, okay, fine, we got it, but all Kenyans are supposed to enjoy irrespective. Now that is where we need our leaders to get. That when I'm going there, I'm not going because of the people who will vote for me or the people that are working with me. No, it is a position that is given by the Constitution for the people of Kenya, not for those people who have voted for me. I think that is the analysis and the thinking that we need to change. Now, I want to give PK
I wanted to
a
ask
comment.
a question. Yeah.
Yes,
Let me
PK.
can I continue with what you said just a minute?
Okay,
Just
go
to
ahead, Alex.
emphasize on
Yeah.
what you said. You see, sometimes we think that aping Western democracy is better than our own, developing our original democracy so that within our own prospect of our challenges, because as you said, we deal with tribalism. And in the state that mostly I spend my time is the state of Minnesota, but not all the year. When Ian Omar decided to seek for her MP seat, which is the Congress, we of the African origin, the East Africa, we ganged and we made sure she was elected. In the 7th district, where she comes from, in fact, we made sure that we were registered there. But unfortunately, when she came to power, we realized the truth is that the Somalis have benefited more than us because we did not foresee how power in itself brings pork back home. And for that reason, this coming election, we have also made a mark. We have a little girl also who is seeking to become a senator. And I'm telling you, people are excited about it. And we may agree or disagree about that. Even where I was in college, you will find that when it's lunchtime, time to eat, you will find Africans in one corner. And in that corner, about 3 tables, Kenyans in one table. And somebody who is seated next to you, then you find again, you are seated next to a Kisi and a Kisi, a Luo to a Luo. So, I mean, we can never deny that being around your people is natural. But also in politics, because of what our forefathers did, we fear the retribution of not getting jobs and other things. And that is why Kenya has not evolved enough to a point whereby we can have that confidence that if our person is not there, are we going to benefit? I think we are far from there. Thank you.
Kwa hiyo mimi na apili hivi, ile kitu ni mimi nimekuwa nikiapili kila siku ni kwamba to develop system ambayo inafaa environment yetu, kwa sababu environment yetu tuko na makabila nyingi. Kwa hiyo tunaweza kuwa na system ya demokrasia ambayo iko negotiated, ile ambayo tunakaa chini tunaona huyu ndiye anafaa basi. Manake hiyo itatufanya tusiwe bias kwa sababu ya ukubwa wa wingi wa kabila zingine, udogo wa kabila zingine. Kwa hiyo inatakiwa tutoke kwa hiyo box ya hiyo demokrasia western, tuwe kwa demokrasia ambayo inatuhusu sisi. Hiyo itatupatia utulivu, tutakuwa hatuna fujo ya kupigana, vitu vingi hatutafanya ambazo tunavurugana nazo kama sasa. Kwa hiyo nafikiri hiyo inafaa sisi kama wana Kenya ama wa Afrika tutoke kwa hizo demokrasia za western, kwa sababu environment yetu ni tofauti na yao.
Not everything that is kidogo PK, not everything that is ethnic is negative. Negative ethnicity ndio mbaya. For me, my submission is we need to celebrate our ethnicity. You know, we need to appreciate because when you see a Maasai dressed in the Maasai regalia, there's rich culture in every tribe and every ethnic community. If we learn to celebrate those nations of people, I mean, it makes you rich. They say, he who runs away from who they are does not benefit the world, because you're not giving us what you are, you know. So I think that there's a way in which leadership, culture, and all that can be merged and become something that can be celebrated, because there's differences, but there's also some strength in those differences. For me, I don't look at someone based on what ethnic community they come from. I admire the things that are good about them that make it rich. And Kenya is a nation of different ethnic communities. Now, mobilization negatively by politicians should not necessarily make us get the good out of that. You know, there's strength in those ethnic communities that we need to celebrate as Kenyans. When it has been used badly, it does not make it bad. You know, it has been used badly. It does not make it bad. It is the user. I usually say, for example, if you have a knife in your hand, you can use it to kill someone, but you can also use it to cut something into pieces for you to eat. So it is the use of the tool that you're having that now results into a bad thing. What has been put into us is, when I look at a Kikuyu, like look at how we are looking at even discussions. We are saying, why are Kikuyus, you know, interested in leadership? It's not necessarily that all Kikuyus are interested in leadership. It is because of the continuous narrative that has been put in our head, you know, by those who are creating political formation that negatively make us think, like they were telling us that we always thought that Raila was a bad person. Is that kind of indoctrination? So do we want to allow that indoctrination to continue and look at each other? Like when I see a leader, if I see Peter Kenneth, I'm not looking at Peter Kenneth the leader, I'm looking at Peter Kenneth the Kikuyu. If I look at Raila, I'm not looking at Raila Odinga the leader, I'm looking at Raila Odinga the Luo. What is wrong in being a Luo? Is it wrong to come from a tribe? That means that if you come from a certain community, you should not seek leadership. You know, I don't think that is the direction of the progressive Kenya we want to create. We want to create a Kenya where you are judged by the content of your character, not the first or the second name or the first letter of your name. Can you lead? You know, the fact that someone has a Kikuyu name, we are thinking that that's already a Kikuyu. I had Princess here saying that she has relatives across board. You know, we need to appreciate people, not necessarily because of what we think and the stereotypes that we hold about those communities. Yes, PK.
Yeah, I was in a hurry because I wanted to catch Captain kama hajaenda, sijui kama yuko, because my question was about Captain.
Yeah, he's going home. Probably he'll come back in a bit.
Ndio maana nilikuwa naharakisha nimuulize swali.
Okay, so you wanna wait for him, because we also almost getting off Facebook in about 4 minutes, so we'll only be on YouTube. Yes.
Maybe I can just ask in his absence. Ni kitu nilikuwa nataka kucontribute to, maybe mtu mwingine anaweza akafaidika kutoka kwa swali langu. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead, PK.
Yeah, Captain had mentioned that Atwoli is calling for a meeting tomorrow, and he does not see any wafanyikazi, hajaita wafanyikazi kwa hiyo mkutano. It's a political meeting, and given the history of where we've come from, we've had people like Timothy Njoya and Ndingi Mwana and Zeki, who are in the church wing, and in the past they could not even call for political meetings or host politicians in their church. And now we have made a step where we can see church people calling politicians in their church, and it is not a problem. So why should it be a problem when somebody like Atwoli can call for a meeting and na anaita watu kwa hiari yao, watu hawashurutishwi. People are not being forced. People are willing, you know, that it's a meeting of people who are willing to go and listen. What is the problem of somebody like Atwoli just calling for a meeting for people to go and listen to what he's going to say? This is a step forward, because in the past, any ordinary Kenyan would not call for a political meeting. In fact, in the past, ukiita mkutano wa siasa, mnapigwa, mnafukuzwa. We should appreciate the gains we've made so far in our political journey, that somebody can just call for a political meeting and people are free to go and attend and listen, rather than castigate Atwoli for calling for a political meeting.
Thank you for your comment, and maybe as we move ahead, thank you so much for those people who have been watching from Facebook. I know we'll be thrown out in about 2 minutes. We really appreciate your coming on, and hope to catch you up later again after the Bukhungu too. I mean, there will be several sentiments that will have come out there. We'll meet up here again to analyze. We really appreciate you. For Facebook, I mean, for YouTube guys, we now can start closing so that we rest and get ready to analyze the Bukhungu. But the Domi has joined us, so
can I say something before you? Just
before
one
we
thing.
start our closing, huh?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I wanted to say,
Jakin Dube, can you just hold on a bit? I want to give Domi a moment. He speaks, and then now we will now start taking our rounds, and we'll start with you. Domi, can you talk?
Okay. I appreciate this opportunity because I think I was here early and I was locked out sometime. Now I've been listening. I've been listening to the proceeding of the meeting. Now, I want to comment something on this so-called Luhyia unity, and that is in line with the meeting that we are having today. I think, let me say, Luhyia unity, as it has been called, it has been, let me say, it has not been that very good, and it's because of the leaders, our own leaders.
I think you have a big echo. We can't hear you very well. There's an echo.
Let me move. Okay, can you hear me?
It's a little bit better,
Can you hear me now? Okay. Now there's the problem. The problem that we have been having with our leaders is that they are not giving us direction, and that one goes to our own Mudavadi. I think I have a problem with Mudavadi, with his leadership, and I think because now he's complaining that they are bringing people from outside to come and influence the Luhyia community. Okay, through whichever means, probably through this guy Malala or whatever. But now he is himself not giving direction. I remember when he was the patron of AFC Leopards. That was the time AFC Leopards went to relegation. Now, if he was not so much concerned with those things concerning the Luhyia. Now, if things are turning around that he's not being put as, okay, as Atwoli said, he remains to be our Luhyia spokesman. Okay, I happen to be a Luhyia. Okay, he remains to be the spokesman, but now that is being a presidential candidate is yet also a different thing. I believe that he should come and join the whole group, support whoever that is there. Okay, even if he may not support at once, but at least let him be there so that he airs out his views. Then talking on the periphery, because at the end of the day, Bukhungu meeting will be there, and I want to assure people that people will gather there and they will be Bukhungu Stadium will fill. Itajaa sana. Na tusidanganyane, that declaration that will be made there, it will have an effect. Tukubali tukatae. And if anything, we have seen more fruits from Raila's leadership when he was the Prime Minister as Western. For all those years, let me give an example of the road from Kisumu going all the way to Kitale. It was made that time when Raila was in, the Prime Minister. That road was bad. I happen to have been traveling to Kisumu very frequently for some years ago, and we used to have a very hard time. You could travel from that is a distance of about 40 kilometers, but you could feel your back aching. At least right now you can move. The road has been made wider. At least it's more smooth and it's a bit more comfortable, better than it was even the first term of Kibaki. Things were not working well for us as Western until the Grand Coalition. Things worked out. So I can say clearly that we have had good fruits with Raila, and if anything, Raila is our neighbor. If at all we have to go region by region factor, whatever good that happens in Kisumu is going to affect Kakamega, Bungoma, and whatever the surrounding. If somebody has to say Kisumu, there's a lot of development in Kisumu compared to the Western. So to me, and also another problem with our Mudavadi is that he's not moving out. He wants to be president, but he keeps rotating around Western. Western Kenya is not everything. Okay, I want to talk also about affiliations and leadership. To me, I believe, I've seen some people talk about somebody because he has left some Ngirichi, because he has left Uda. Now people have nailed him. I have nailed her. Atanaambiwa kuwa he's finished. She's finished. But let me ask, what is leadership? In essence, leadership is you go ahead and give direction. It is you to show people the way, because in reality, you can find out that you as a leader see better than the people you are leading. People you are leading have a lot of confusion, have a lot of things. Probably there are some people who are not okay, who have a lot of things in their head. Okay, they have their fixed in their businesses that they cannot see which direction which is the right direction. Leadership should be giving direction. Whether let me talk about those you are supposed to be there to give direction, whether you are popular, whether your popularity go down or not. I appreciate this Kina Sabina Chege, in as much as it's against the current in their place, but they are giving leadership. They are saying this is the right direction, whether you agree with me or not. This is the right direction. That's what leadership should be. You give direction, people will agree with you, or if they don't agree, fine. But you are telling them that you are giving them the right direction. You are telling them this is where our best interest as the country look. This is where our best interest as a country is. Whether you may not like it, but this is the best direction. Because at the end of the day, you may decide to follow people as they say the ground is following this different direction. Fine, you follow the ground. But in the end, you get your people into a ditch. in the end, be sure that you will have a problem with yourself because you will because now that is what we call misled your community, or you misled your constituents. You gave them the wrong direction. So let us embrace those leaders who can go against the current to show the right direction. Okay, that's what I'll say for now.
Thank you so much, Domi, for those views, and definitely they are well said, and I think we have understood you loud and sound well. Now I want us to start closing down because I know we need to prepare for the next debate after Bukhungu, and some of us, especially those who are in Kenya, need to sleep so that they can be ready for the Bukhungu 2 analysis later in the day, starting at 8.
Demba, can I comment something before we go to that?
Yeah. You can comment, and then we take our 2 minutes each.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity. I think I have to comment about
Domi, can you mute?
Mudavadi and the position. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I just
Yeah,
wanted to comment about.
we can hear you, but Domi, can you mute your mic?
Can I go ahead? Okay, I just wanted to comment about the Mudavadi and the Western politics. You know, sometimes I really wonder when I see some of the Luhyias in supporting Mudavadi. They are just saying Raila, he has been used to them for so long. So that means this time they have decided to escape from Raila. But it would be my own opinion, what I can say about Western politics. And I think Mudavadi is not qualified to be even a leader. And I have the reason because if Mudavadi, he just wanted the presidency, you know, presidency is not given, you just look for it. And since Mudavadi was declared as a Luhyia King Beni since 2016, I think by now it should be somewhere, maybe he has put all of the Luhyas together. And from there, he can just start to negotiate with the other people. Now, if you see Western, Mudavadi doesn't have even 10 MPs. All of them, they have splintered out. And now he's waiting for Raila to endorse him. Even if Raila decides to endorse Mudavadi by now, you know he cannot make even to get 2 million votes. Maybe he can get for only for Munyasa or maybe some communities. So at least Mudavadi has to accept and move on. Because if we cannot convince even the Luhyia MPs to come together since 2016, in fact, if I was his advisor since 2016, that's the only thing I could do since then, to only put all of the Luhyias together. And then from there, if I go to negotiate with other tribes, so I will negotiate well. Yeah, I know I have my people, but now he doesn't have anybody. You see, the deputy party leader for NC, Safura, is together with Atwoli. Now I don't know what Musalia is talking about the Luhyia, and is now criticizing Atwoli. I think he has let the Luhyias down, and the Luhyias must see this one and move on, because if they continue like this, you know, like, okay, I don't want to talk about Wetangula, because Wetangula is just looking for money, nothing else. And that's why if you see Wetangula, yeye akiambia tunaenda kwa muungano, lazima kwanza anasimama kiti yake kwanza ya usenata na kisha amepata ndio mpatie nguvu, otherwise atakaa kwa baridi kama Mudavadi. Okay, and another thing, ningeongelea mambo ya running mate. I had somebody saying it is possible for Raila to get a running mate from Central, but according to me, I prefer okay, if Raila he can choose wisely. I don't think Raila he needs a running mate from Central, because Central, we are not 100% or 80% maybe Raila can get those votes from Central. But if Raila can get Kalonzo Musyoka, we are assured we have that 1 point something votes. So if these people they can come together, because Raila he has been won without Central votes, and if maybe this time Central they have decided to vote for Raila, we just need like 20 to 30%. That's enough. And if Central people they are talking freely from their heart that they want to support Raila this time, there is no need to give conditions that Raila must take running mate from Central. Let them accept, and I think they are going to do that, because what I've realized, the Central people they just fear William Ruto, because this man, what I see, first of all, this guy the way he talks. You see, double standard. Today is talking about this, tomorrow is talking the different things. And if you see someone is saying, I want to become a president, okay. Hata mambo mingi unajua Ruto yeye anapinga tu mambo ya serikali, kitu yote unaona katiba ile ya kwanza ya 2010 aliipinga, hii BBI aliipinga. Now what if this guy once he gets into power na tumemuelewa vile anatumia pesa na kununua watu, aenda anunue watu na akuja abadilishe katiba sasa afanye kama Uganda, akuwe kama Museveni. I think Central people they will suffer more than other tribes will suffer, because most of them ndio wako na biashara mingi. So nafikiri hiyo kitu inawapatia wasiwasi. Also remember, you know, politics is all about to win election. Hiyo ndio kitu tunaangalia, na ukabila haitaisha juu hiyo, because we are different tribes with different cultures. That's why sometimes you need someone from your side. Maybe he or she is going to represent for you, or maybe for your culture. So if, okay, like me, I come from Kisii. If we say, okay, now because of corruption, I mean because of tribalism, let us put anybody provided is a Kenyan. But you can, okay, we can put someone in there, but this person maybe doesn't understand my culture. Na that's why unaona mambo mingi mtu anaamua, but kuna mambo zingine unapata ni culture yetu na inakuwa ni ngumu, unapata ni like tumefinywa. So na nakubaliana, kuna sijui ni nani yule alisema hapa, ilikuwa ni Alex ama ni nani, ukienda tu kila mahali, hata kwa shule unapata tu kama ni wa Kenya they are together, ukisonga songa kidogo utapata kama ni Mkisii wako na Mkisii. Hiyo nayo itaisha, but what we have to do is just to love each other. Na unajua hii mambo ya ukabila inakujanga during election, but now we are living together, we are brothers. Kama ni kwa club tukikunywa tunakunywa na Wakikuyu, we are friends, but ikifika by siku ya election we start saying, oh, we ni Mkikuyu, we ni Mkamba, we ni Mkisii na banda ya kazi. Alafu pia ni wale viongozi wa Nsirisi pia walituonyesha hivyo. Unapata most of the development unapata zinaenda side moja. Like now, if we have to be sincere, since 2017 2018 handshake ifanyike, we have seen a lot of things zikifanyika Kisumu na hatujaiona. So ukienda kama Western, sijaona kama kuna kitu imefanyika Western, hata sijaona rais akienda Western. So hiyo ndio kitu nafanya hivyo, that's why we are fighting at least tuweke mtu wetu huko, but saa ile kitu naomba wacha tu wa Kenya tupendane na tusiane, tupige kura kwa usalama, mwenye anashinda ashinde, nchi ni yetu. Wacha tutofautiane kwa maoni, lakini isikuwe tu ni kupigana. Asante.
Okay, asante sana, and thank you everyone for your contributions. Right now, we can have 2 minutes so that we can close, and I'll start with Jakindu Bay as we go up. Can you mute?
Asante sana Demba, nimeshukuru na nawatakia siku njema, siku ya Bukhungu ambayo najua itakuwa ni successful kabisa. Na mimi napenda sana hiyo, na naunga huyo kijana ambaye amezungumza kusema makosa ni ya Mudavadi. Mudavadi hafai hata kuwa kiongozi kwa sababu ashapewa hiyo kitu mara nyingi. Kuna wakati mmoja ilikuwa afanye badala ya Kibaki, ali bolt out. Kila mara akipatiwa huo uongozi ana bolt out alafu ana complain. So mimi Atwoli alimpatia, ame bolt out. Kitu ambacho nilikuwa nataka tu kuelezea kidogo, sikuwa nasema ati naichukia ukabila, naichukia kwa sababu watu, unajua sheria hutengenezwa kwa sababu ya makosa fulani ambayo imeonekana, na mimi nasema kwamba hata ukabila inatakiwa tuiwekee vikwazo fulani za kutuongoza kama Wakenya ambazo zitazuia abuse, kwa sababu unaona mambo ya ukabila au mambo ya upresident ishatufanya tumeuana, watu wengi wamepoteza maisha kwa sababu ya hiyo upresident. Kwa hiyo inatakiwa tuweke mkakati. Ndio maana mimi na saa zingine nasema hii negotiation, demokrasia negotiation ni nzuri kwa sisi Afrika, hasa wa sisi wa Kenya ni nzuri, inatufanya tusizozane, tutoe hiyo mambo ya abuse. Unaona, kwa sababu tuko na makabila zingine wachache, makabila zingine ni kubwa. Tukiacha tu kwa kiholela, utakuta kwamba kuna wakati mwingine wengine wata abuse. Ni hiyo tu, sio kusema kwamba nina chuki na watu wengine ama naangalia kwa njia ya ukabila. Hapana, mimi naiangalia kwa yale makosa ambayo nishaona. Ndio maana naona hizo mikakati iwekwe, ndio hizo makosa zisitokee tena, kwa sababu hizo makosa zinatugharimu. Saa zingine tunachagua mtu ambaye hata afai kwa sababu ni kabila yetu, unaona, alafu mwishowe mnakuta ile gain mmefanya imerudi nyuma. Kwa mfano tu angalia Nairobi, tulichagua nani? Sonko. Nairobi imerudi nyuma. Huko walichagua msimu Waititu. Hizo vitu kama hizo ndio maana nasema lazima tuweke mikakati fulani za kucheck vitu kama hizo zisitokee. Jambo lingine nilikuwa nataka kumjulisha mtu yule alikuwa anasema kwamba Atwoli ya kuita wafanyikazi. Kwanza, kesho kuna wafanyikazi wengi tu, wale wataenda pale ni wafanyikazi. Pili, katika mambo ya siasa, mambo ya ukombozi wa nchi zetu, kitu inaitwa labor ambayo inaongozwa na Atwoli ndio walikuwa wa kwanza katika walihusika na wanahusika siku zote katika nyarakati zote za aidha za siasa au chochote kile kinachofanyika, kwa sababu watu wengine hawakumbuki kama mtu kama Tom Mboya. Tom Mboya alikuwa ni katibu mkuu, alikuwa secretary general kama Atwoli, na walihusika katika hali ya ukombozi wa nchi yetu. Kwa hiyo asifikirie kwamba ati Atwoli hiyo ni jukumu lake, na anafanya kazi ambayo inahusika na yeye kabisa, na ni haki yake kama Mkenya. kabisa. Asanteni sana, muwe na siku njema, na nafikiri tutasherekea mambo ya Bukhungu. Asanteni sana. Asante Mwananemba.
Asante sana, wacha nimlete Alex, dakika zako 2 za mwisho.
Asante sana. Nashukuru sana mwanzilishi wa hii online TV kwa sababu it really does help me take a footnote of vile watu wetu tuna our mindset in regard to politics ya Kenya. Tunaweza kuwa tuna disagree, but unachukua barometer na unaona watu wetu vile wamesumbuka miaka mingi na their deep need inside them. Now what I'm noting is our people wanataka ukombozi, wanataka a working president, a president that will be a president for all people. Na I think wakati mzee Atwoli anapofanya hii yote, sidhani ni kwa sababu tu ya Waluhya. Ameona Waluhya hawajui mwelekeo, wakati umefika waende wapi. Kitu cha muhimu ambacho I see here, the greatest beneficiary wa hii meeting could have been Mudavadi. Unfortunately, he is not seeing it. The departure of Mudavadi with Raila individually was not because they don't like each other. In fact, they like each other, they've worked with each other. Na vile uliona hata walipokuwa kwa matanga, wanaitana mwana wa Ana na mwingine anamuita mtoto wa Mary. Personally, they like each other. But Mudavadi hakujua kupanga nyumba yake vizuri. In Kenya politics, and I came to know this recently, which I didn't know, for a party to be declared a parliamentary party so that it can solicit the funds from the government so that it can bankroll, you need 3 governors, 3 senators, and a couple of MCAs and members of parliament. And I don't think this could have been very difficult for Mudavadi to negotiate within the Azimio la Umoja under the umbrella of Atwoli, so that ANC as a party can work hard also to choose people who can deliver to its people. So Mudavadi wants to be handed over governorship 3, senators 3, so that his party can be recognized, ndio ipate pesa za political funds. This also was elusive to Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka got everything, but akamiss pia the top 3 governors. Ukiangalia magavana wa Ukambani, Kivuta Kibwana, Mama Ngilu na Mutua, what hawajatoka Wiper. But Kalonzo is working quietly to see how they can work to, even this amendment that was being done was good for Kalonzo, so that he can work with other parties within his region so that they can be able to solicit those funds. So Kalonzo is putting his house in order, but Mudavadi is doing everything possible not even to qualify for that fund. It's unfortunate that Mudavadi does not have a cathedral mindset, but I'm glad there are people like Atwoli who care for their own people. They might not see it because politics is interest, and those interests bring pork at home. But there are those who have seen the light. So I think Bukhungu is going to be successful. Na tunashukuru watu wa Western sana kwa sababu walipotupea kijana mdogo anaitwa Sifuna akaja kuwa katibu wa chama chetu ODM. He has worked tirelessly in a very effective way. And that is the kind of leadership that I think Western Province has always missed. I hope he continues to grow this way so that we will not judge Western kwa watu kama wale. to judge Western from people who can perform on a national level, kama mtu kama huyo kijana wetu Sifuna. Lastly, ikiwa nilisema kitu ambacho touched you politically ambayo hukupenda, hii ni politics. Vile Mandago alisema, tusichukulie ndani blood pressure iende juu. Tunapolala tuombeane, na kesho leo sasa sisi kwetu ni kesho, lakini mulio Kenya tutakapomaliza Bukhungu turudi
tuweke kwa
tena
lungs. Tuweke kwa lungs, Alex.
Turudi tuchambue, lakini vile tutakapoona musione vibaya kama sitaangalia vile mnapoangalia. It's just an opinion. Asante sana nyinyi wote.
Okay, asante sana Alex. Nimlete Aziz aliongea tu mara ya mwisho hapo, so acha nilete Princess aseme zake dakika 2, alafu PK dakika 2. Princess, tupe dakika zako 2.
Nimeshukuru sana Themba
hapo kwa dakika 2
na all the panelists. Okay, Captain unataka kuzungumza?
Captain, nimekuona, sita kufungia nje.
Nitakuwa wa mwisho. Nilikuwa namwambia juu nilisikia akipeana list.
Hakuna shida kwa Captain. I have noticed
okay,
you.
Sawa. Continue Princess, continue.
Amana jina lako. Okay, Princess, continue.
Katika hii jambo la Bukhungu, sina shida nayo mie. Wacha Atwoli aende, kama anaweza weka watu pamoja. Umoja ndio kitu cha maana. Akiwa atawaweka Waluhya wote pamoja, manake Luhyas are in clans. Ziko clans ndogo ndogo kwa Waluhya. So kama atakuja kuwaweka pamoja, itakuwa ni nzuri kabisa. Na hiyo atakuwa amewin. If he can put all Luhyas together, hiyo itakuwa ni kitu mzuri, kwa sababu katika Waluhya watu wako tofauti. Hiyo ndio sababu unapata Wetangula hataki kuondoka kwa yake, na Mudavadi hataki kuondoka kwa yake, ili waungane pamoja. Lakini kama Atwoli atawaunganisha, shukran. Alafu kwa ile jambo Themba, ile popularity and famous. Popularity
My sister, usirudi hapo tafadhali.
Na kweli.
Ngoja tu aongee.
Famous ni jambo ambalo mtu ameachieve. Unaona, kama mtu ameachieve something, anakuwa famous. But popularity, unaweza julikana kwa uzuri na ubaya pia. Kwa hivyo UDA kule Murang'a, tuweza julikana kwa uzuri ama kwa ubaya pia. Lakini jambo moja ni tuungane tu Wakenya wote. Hiyo ndio jambo langu la mwisho, ni kwamba umoja, upendo ndio jambo la maana. Unavyoniona hivi sasa hivi, ikiwa vita imetokezea kati ya Mkikuyu, Mluhya, Mjaluo, Mtaita, Mkamba, Mumasai na Mkalenjin, siwezi ingilia. Na Mjaluo siwezi ingilia, sababu nikiingilia naweza mgonga mwanangu, mjomba wangu, mtoto wangu, Kwa hivyo tukiwa na umoja itakuwa ni jambo la maana. Kule kwetu nyumbani kwetu kwa babangu, huwezi ita huyo mtoto ni Mjaluo, ni Mluhya, ni Mkamba, ni Mumasai, kwa sababu babangu ni mwingine, kabila lingine, mamangu ni kabila lingine. Kwa hivyo watoto wakaenda wakaolewa na kabila zingine. Kwa hivyo kwetu utawatupata pamoja tukiwa tumeungana pamoja. Lugha ni Kiswahili, Kisiwahili ndio twazungumza pale. Kwa hivyo tukiwa na umoja, undugu, Kenya itaendelea mbele. Ninashukuru kwa hayo.
Asante sana. PK, dakika zako mbili.
Asante sana. Nafikiri hata sitaongea dakika mbili, nitaongea tu dakika moja ama chini ya hapo. Mjadala wa leo umenipendeza sana, lakini kuna jambo kidogo nilikuwa nikitaka kupick from Demba. Kuna huyu jamaa anaitwa Alex. Kuna wakati fulani nilikuwa nafuatilia vile Alex alikuwa akiongea, alikuwa anajaribu kuelezea stories za Sam Ongeri. Nafikiri ni yeye, if I'm not wrong. Na Demba ulimweka hapa kwa hapa bana, mpaka he was lost in his path of explaining, mpaka yale maneno alikuwa anataka kutoa bana akakosa kuyatoa vizuri. Sasa mimi nilikuwa nataka kukuomba vizuri Demba, next time bana umpatie nafasi, simweke Manon. Mpatie nafasi kidogo atoe ajieleze kidogo. The other thing kuhusu Bukhungu, Waswahili husema hakuna haja ya kuandika na mate wakati wino huko. Nafikiri huko nyumbani tayari Bukhungu ishafika. Hakuna haja tuandike na mate na wino upo. Acha Atwoli afanye kazi yake, tukikutana hata jioni tutakuwa tunaongea stori zingine. Asanteni, Mungu awabariki na tuendelee na mjadala hivyo hivyo. Asante.
Alex, are you subscribing to PK's assertion that you got lost?
Ni mjadala na I think tulifurahia sisi wote.
Yeah. My way of interrogating what someone is saying is also trying to take you a little bit deeper into what you're trying to say. So it helps the listener if you are a little bit probed further in what you're trying to say. I don't think for someone who is well versed with the issues of debating will be offended in exercising that leeway of probing further. You should be able to account for what you say. That's what I'm trying to say. So when I'm trying to squeeze information from you and taking you through the process, is a realization also that you could also give us a little bit more information than what you're trying to give us. So that is part of the process. There are times that we just let you speak, but there are times we want to, when we see that you can handle it, we give you a little probing questions to bring you back. So for those who feel offended, I don't see the need to apologize, but I see the need to welcome you to the other level of awareness. Because at the end of the day, you see, Alex is able to give us more, and we benefit more. Why should we let you go back with what you have brought here? Like Princess has a lot of information.
for the record, what you asked me, I sent the link, and I think I will resend it again so that you can read about it, because I had to do that for the benefit of our group.
Yeah, we say here that we are here to learn, and if you can educate all of us, they say you stop learning when you die. So for as long as you're still alive, learning continues. What is it, Jakindube?
Sorry, the reason why I commented about the case with Alex is because I was aware about the Kofi Annan thing and Sam Ongeri and Ruto case at that point, and it was all over in the news. And at that time, Ongeri was on the PNU side, and even I remember Raila advocated for the two of them to be sacked from cabinet. But somehow Kibaki stood his ground and salvaged the situation. And I think at some point Alex was trying to go somewhere, and then somehow you derailed him, and he was lost.
Yeah, you see, he was in a hurry. He needed to give us those links, and I do want him to just rush out of it. And it's good that he was able to share the link. Having said that, though, I welcome all of us, those who can come in and join. It's a discussion, is a learning process. And when we see the need to probe you further, we'll do that. So it's how we do it. Now, I want to bring in Captain. Captain, you came in. You have your 2 minutes, if you may.
Okay, thank you very much, Temba. Nafikiri PK kuna dakika yake moja ya kutumia. Wacha nikuwe na dakika 3. Sasa iko namna hii.
Wacha
Bugungu,
captain hiyo.
Bukhungu kesho ambapo ni leo, nafikiri leo ishafika. Unajua mimi sijalala, nikilala nifuke, nitajua sasa nimefika Atwoli. Wacha tuone vile itakuwa, vile Atwoli atajesha timu yake, kama atakutanisha Raila, Mudavadi na Wetangula wakuja wabambane na Asla, lakini asifanye makosa, asituletee Raila kwa siasa ya pigania urais. Hiyo siasa haitakuwa siasa. Hakuna mtu anaweza shindana na Ruto, na hakuna mtu anaweza ngoa Ruto kwa hiyo kiti kama atapigania apate ama asipate. Wakishindana na Raila, Raila ndiye anaweza mweza. Hao wengine wote ni landslide, hakuna haja hata apewe. So bring in Raila for us and say that it cannot be a walk through. Nimesikia kuna mtu amesema Wajaluo ni shemeji kwa upande wa or whichever the or vice versa maybe. Even sisi Rachel anatoka kwa Waluhya hapo. Rachel bibi ya Ruto anatoka kwa Waluhya hapo. Sasa hata sisi pia ni shemeji. So shemeji, ukiona tunagungangania kuna kitu mzuri uko naye. Naona Waluhya mungekuwa rais kitambo sana. Shida yenu sijui ni nini. Yaani kila mtu anataka kukupa kivyake. Kila mtu nimesikia mtu amesema there are so many sub tribes, which is true. Wangekaa tu pamoja hivi wanatoshea, niseme nini, wanatoshea kutengeneza rais kabisa. So kwa hapo tuangalie sana juu hata sisi Lusaka tuliwapea kama speaker. Nilisikia Waluhya wakisema hatujawahi ona, hata tukuwahi ona gari ya JK ikikuja huku. Hiyo position ilitoka kwa sababu ya William Ruto, alimpatia Lusaka kwa speaker huko Senate. So ikifika 2022 hapo mwezi wa 8, tafadhali angalia sisi. Okay guys, let's have a good Kenya where all of us we can be in any place as we.
Captain.
Yes madam.
Hata mamake Mudavadi mdogo.
Yes.
Ni hiyo ametoka huko.
Kwa Moi
pale. Wacha mashemeji ya Rachel. Okay.
Yes. Sasa unaona sasa, na sasa hata utuache hiyo ya Mudavadi na Ruto. Mimi mwenyewe nimeoa hapa Vihiga hapa Gambogi hapa. Bibi yangu ni Maragoli. Nilikuwa nasikia ati wa Maragoli ni hatari sana. Nikasema huyo hatari huyo ndio nataka. And we are doing good. I don't see where there is any negativity. So hata mimi ni shemeji. Mkinirushia mawe pande hii mnajua mnarusha shemeji. Tunga mawe isiumize shemeji na ameleta ng'ombe. Amelipia mahari. Okay guys, what I was trying to say is that tuangalie sana vile tunaweza jenga nchi yetu Kenya. Tuko na nchi mzuri sana. Mimi niko nchi zingine za nje huko ambapo saa zingine nikiangalia watu wanalima shamba mchanga ni white, yani ni ile mara. Na ile shamba inalimwa mpaka inaleta mazao, inaleta chakula. Watu wanakula. Ups and downs, yani ni milima na mabonde. Sisi kwetu tuko na flatlands huko Wazingishu tunapanda mahindi. Tuko na wanyama huko porini Masai Mara wapi. Lakini we are not utilizing them. Hao watu wa huku wanafanya kazi usiku na mchana. Ile nchi yetu Mungu alitupatia, tuache ukabila, tuache mambo hii ya kusema fulani mwisi kama ameiba. Okay, I don't know, maybe ameiba. But tukue na nchi moja. Sisi wenye tuko kwa forums kama hizi sasa hivi unaona. We are giving each other time. Kila mtu anaongea, kuna interruption. Unaona? Kuna groups zingine tumekuwa kama za post kitu hivi inakuwa ni mafupi nini. Lakini sasa hapa sasa hizi leo hata kwanza nimeona ingawa sijakuwa sana on leo at least iko organized. Na nakushukuru sana Temba. I will see you there kuanzia saa ilikuwa jioni nikienda job mpaka saa hii uko pale pale. I really appreciate you. Ni vile tu sasa siwezi kuwa na uwezo sana. Ningekurushia M-Pesa ya mwaka mpya hapo. But Mungu atanisaidia. Siwezi kuwa hivi mpaka hapo mbele. I'll be blessed and hata naweza kukununulia shati nyingine hapo. Naona. So guys, tuko pamoja. Nashukuru sana. Uone Bukhungu tu kesho vile itakuwa. Sijui kama nasikia president ata address the nation for the new year. Temba utatuleta hapa tusikie vile alisema. Yeah. And then we'll continue like that. There are some of my friends they want to join you guys some day, maybe tomorrow. Temba kesho unaanza saa ngapi?
Tuko hapa kuanzia saa 2 Kenyan time.
Saa 2 ya jioni.
Yeah.
Yeah, nitamweleza nataka kugonga manda kwa sana. Ati anaitwa shujaa wa maendeleo na hakuna kitu alifanya Eldoret town. Alikata miti akajenga basements akauza mbao. Ukienda mahali kama Kisumu barabara ni za ghorofa. Alafu anakuja kutisha watu ati siasa weka kwa land. Ati ni shujaa wa maendeleo. Anyway, we'll talk on that. We'll discuss on that.
Captain.
Yes,
Wachana na maneno ya Mandago. Wachana na maneno ya Mandago kabisa. Mandago,
yes.
Mandago wachana na maneno yake kwa sababu utoke senator, utoke governor urudi kwa senator. Unataka nini huko chini? Wachana na maneno ya Mandago.
Sasa tuko na wewe sasa. Unajua ukusikiza statement yangu. Mimi namgonga sana. Mtu akitoka assistant chief anaendanga kuwa chief.
Hakuna haja ya kumgonga kwa sababu wewe mwenyewe unajua ni kama kujiweka kwenye nini, unajiitia kitanzi.
Ama
wewe mwenyewe
nikifanya na nikafanya nagonga kumbe ninamuusa zaidi. Naona.
Sababu ukisema jina yake kila wakati utakuwa unamuuza. Ndio sababu nilikuwa nikiambia watu hapa wacheni kuongea habari ya Malala sana. Mkiwa mnasema Malala kila wakati, hiyo ni mnampatia famous. Unajua kuna famous, kuna popularity kwa ubaya na kwa uzuri.
Haya, asanteni sana Captain Princess.
Thank you very much, sir. I give you a salute for that. itaendelea namna hiyo.
Unataka kunitumia kachai? Naona unataka nikule.
Imagine hata kwanza hata sikuwa nimemaliza kuongea. Unajua hii nchi haina hata M-Pesa.
Temba.
By the way.
Yes,
Hata M-Pesa hakuna.
Yes, princess.
Tu nyinyi mko mbele sana.
Oh, una nambari ya Kenya?
Namba ya Kenya?
Ehe.
Unataka kutuma chai?
Kama uko na namba ya Kenya uniambie.
Mtaenda inbox.
Ndio nakwambia, ukiwa na namba ya Kenya unielezee tu. Ni hivyo.
Sasa Temba wewe unaulizwa namba ya simu unaanza kuuliza ni pesa?
Hapana,
ni pesa mimi nataka, kwani ni nini tena?
Na wote ungeambiwa
tulia princess. Tulia hapo, tulia captain mute. Caesar, toa dakika zako 2 ndio tumalize show.
Ni sawa, lakini usiebe, labda ungeambiwa unapendwa kwa njia nyingine, lakini wewe unajikataa mapema.
Hiyo pia si mbaya. Hiyo pia ni nzuri tu.
Asante.
Haya, toa maoni yako. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Yes, princess. Yes, princess.
Kwa hiyo upendo kuna maana yake mara mingi sana Caesar. Upendo upendo mara mingi.
Hata ile ya Roho Mtakatifu.
Princess ni aina mingi, sio mara mingi.
Caesar, toa maoni yako, dakika zako 2 zimeanza sasa.
Haya, asante. Kwanza ningependa kuchukua hii nafasi na nikaribishe huyo captain kwa Azimio la Umoja. Naona umeongea vizuri captain, na vile umeongea nikiangalia kutoka ndani yako haufai kuwa mahali huko. Wewe ni mtu wa Azimio. Namba 2, mambo ya Mandago ulisikia alisema tu vizuri. Ndio maana mambo inakwama pale kwa bunge, kwa sababu wale watu wameenda huko hawajui kuongea hata jina yao. Alikuwa anajibu Oscar Sudi. So iko na maana na ako na haki ya kurudi aitishe kiti ya governor, juu hawezi enda juu tena. So hiyo ni haki yake. Sasa mambo na Bukhungu, ile kitu mimi naweza sema, unajua Atwoli sasa ndio anafaa kuwa kiongozi wa Waluhya. Mahali amejaribu amefika, kitu cha kwanza Atwoli yako na pesa. Huyu Mudavadi mwenye anapweka huko na Wetangula wameshindwa kuleta hata wabunge 20 peke yake waweke pamoja na waongeleshe. Lakini Atwoli leo unaona anaweka watu wangapi pamoja? So watu wasiandaleti Atwoli, ako na pesa. Na watu kama wengine wenye wanaongea ni njaa inawasumbua. Atwoli anaweza tumia pesa yake na leta hao watu pamoja. Na ukiangalia ile hesabu yenye wamepiga, ukiona ile chama yenye ilifunguliwa inaitwa chini DAB ile ya Bungoma, ile wamepigia hesabu ya Wetangula. In case Wetangula asipojiunga na Azimio, pale chini watamsumbua, hataenda mahali. So na ndio unaona Bungoma hata 2017 pale kulikuwa na wabunge wa Jubilee karibu, I think ni 4 ama ni wangapi walipata viti huko na nini. So pale hiyo hesabu tushamaliza. Kakamega hivyo.
Haya, umemaliza. Pen Nyagaka pia wanataka kusupport kutuma kakitu. Leo mnataka kunitumia kachai. Asanteni sana. Wacha ni shukran sana Pen Nyagaka, Gitash de, thank you so much Masi Omenke. Unatafuta link lakini tunamaliza show ya leo. So see you are too early for the next show. Itaanza saa 2 Kenyan time. Gitash de, thank you. Chui. Kwa nini nasema princess aache kuyell? Princess is a calm person. I don't know why huyu anafikiria princess ana yell. Princess ako sawa tu. Tuichui, thank you Penyagaka. Penyagaka anataka kuwa Alex, Penyagaka anataka kuwa governor huko Kisii. Sasa na anakaa hapa Amerika. Sasa sijui utampatia utampatia mawaidha Penyagaka, anapiga kelele huku. Mwambie kitu Alex.
Unajua uzuri wa Wakisii, ukiuza sera tunakusikia, lakini wakati huu ukweli uliopo ni kuwa kijana Okengo Matiang'i aliangalia mbali na akapanga na akipanga na anajua uongozi ni nini, kwa sababu baada ya Ruto kuwa ghost worker, he basically took over as the deputy president. Sasa Kisii ni mahala kunaenda kuwa siasa ngumu sana than before. So na Simba Arati ameshatuharibu already. I'm telling you, I mean, we've never seen the kind of politics you have seen this time around. You know, I was asking a friend of mine ambaye tulifunza na yeye, and now he is a lecturer. Nikamuuliza alikuwa ameenda matanga fulani, nikamuuliza nimeona picha fulani watu wanapewa pesa, akaniambia don't be surprised kuwa 2 lecturers walipanga laini na wakapewa pesa na Simba Arati, kwa sababu uchumi ni ngumu na jamaa was giving 2000 hauna pesa ya mafuta. So siasa imekuwa ngumu, so kama ako na pesa aingie uwanjani, lakini kama hana pesa
Penyagaka, umesikia hiyo? Simba Arati yuko kwa ground, wewe bado napiga kelele mtandaoni hapa, nataka kuwa
Nataka
governor.
kuambia Alex kitu kidogo hapa.
Mtu anataka kuwa governor na anapiga kelele hapa mtandaoni.
Wacha niambie Alex hapo hivyo.
Yes, haya Captain, kuna kitu alafu tusikie Princess.
Alex, wacha niseme namna hii. Sisi kama Wakalenjin hatuwezi kubali mtu alipwe pesa ya wananchi wa Kenya. Kulingana na katiba, William Ruto ako pale kulingana na katiba. Na wakati tulienda kupigia kura Uhuru Kenyatta pale kwa ile karatasi ya ballot, kuna mahali kulikuwa na picha ya Uhuru na jina ya William Ruto pale kama deputy president, alafu unaweka tick kama unamchagua. Juu kama huko unamchagua ungegusa pale, unagusa penye mtu unachagua. So William Ruto sio ghost worker, lakini anatambuliwa na katiba ya Kenya. Matiang'i ndio ghost worker kwa sababu hayuko kwa katiba ya Kenya kama deputy president. Ni vile tu ulichanganyikiwa na maneno ya kusema, ungesema Matiang'i ndio ghost worker, William Ruto anatambuliwa na katiba ya Kenya.
Captain, unafungua debate nyingine, wachana na hiyo tu hapo. Princess unasemaje?
Captain, hapo naye siko na wewe kabisa. Hapo nimekuacha. Alex, wasema ukweli, kule Nyamira Simba Arati amepindua kila kitu, kwa sababu huko dada ya mama ameolewa huko kumeharibiwa na Simba Arati kabisa. Hiyo ndio nilikuwa nakuelezea, hiyo ni ukweli.
Asante sana Penyagaka, toka kwa mtandaoni. Kama unataka kuwa governor, enda kwa ground, chapa kazi kwa ground. Nakuja hapa kupiga kelele na unataka kuwa governor. toka YouTube. Enda Kisii, enda Simba Arati, wanaume wakutane kwa ground. Sasa wewe ukikuja hapo unapiga kelele the whole day. Lakini tunashukuru sana Penyagaka, at least you are here. Patrick Moshiri tunashukuru. Mwalimu Sisa, jina ngumu. Chege of course, na wale wote ambao wameweza kuja hapa kwa mtandaoni. And Penyagaka anasema those are easy to beat. You are so confident my brother. But we really thank you the panelists wale ambao wamekuwa hapa. Captain Rubani, asante sana. Alex, Jakindu Bey, Princess Zaina, asante sana na PK. We really appreciate you for staying all the time and engaging, because we say it's always good for us to engage as Kenyans. When we stop talking, we start fighting, and we don't want to fight. This forum is for us, like Captain has said, to learn from each other. You know, there's an interesting scenario that was given. If you come from a village, let's say let me use Alex home village. I know that is not where he comes from, but if you are born in Nyachogochogo, then you go to Nyachogochogo Primary School, you go to Nyachogochogo Secondary School, then you go to Nyachogochogo Polytechnic, then you work at Nyachogochogo Shopping Center. You will never know how Kenya looks like. You will imagine that's how Kenya is. But now when you meet other people and you try to understand them from their way of life, you realize they are also Kenyans too, just like you. There are some of us down there who think that Kenya is what they know as Kenya. And that is what they have been trained to believe. Kuna wale labda ni Kikuyus, Luos, they have never left their village. They have never traveled beyond that place. They even wonder if there exists another tribe other than their tribe. But we are hoping that as we are opening up and as we are engaging, we are able to understand that even other people too exist. They're also Kenyans just like us. And we are hoping that with this conversation, we'll be able to give people a way of making informed decisions. Let us keep talking. Let us keep engaging. Let us keep sharing. We don't have to agree, but we have to defend each other's right to express what they feel and what they share, because that's what the Constitution assures us. At the end of the day, we are all Kenyans. Thank you so much, lady and gentlemen. Kindly subscribe to Mudavadi TV. And also, for those who want to do me a favor, also subscribe to my channel. It's called Temba Ondiege TV. Subscribe to it as many times and like and share as much as you can. Yeah, good night. So that at least we engage as much. Today, later in the day, we meet again right here at 8 p.m. Kenyan time to discuss Bukhungu 2. We'll be now doing an analysis of what will have happened. Right now, we are trying to give ideas on what will happen. So meet right here. Other than that, unless we have someone who can pray for us.
Let me pray.
I can pray.
Princess can pray. Yeah, at least it's good now
Okay.
that she's a lady. Princess, guide.
Thank you, our Heavenly Father, for giving us another day in this podium, Jehovah. We are learning each day. May you make us learn more, because in you, we believe that we can achieve love and be in one. As you put us in one thing, there is nothing can happen. May you make Mudavadi TV teach us and make us to know more. As we are Kenyan, may we be one Kenyan, one love. We thank each and everybody who is contributing here. Make us to learn our Kenya and put us in a good position, Jehovah. As we are in different places, it makes us know what is going on in Kenya. Thank you, and let us be one together in our Almighty God. May everybody say, Amen.
Amen, amen, and amen. I want to give us a challenge. Probably tomorrow when you are finishing the show, I will give us a challenge. Kila mtu, the final word atakuwa naimba wimbo wa taifa wa Kenya. Stanza 3, not stanza 1. Zaina, Princess Zaina, can you sing the last stanza of the national anthem?
Sio leo, si umesema kesho?
Oh, kwa hivyo hata hamjui.
Si tunajua lakini sio leo.
You know no, Captain, unajua the last stanza?
Mimi nitagoogle bana. Mimi sijui.
Unaona sasa?
Najua tu ya
Alex,
kwanza
unajua the last
hiyo.
stanza?
Hapana, mi hata Kiswahili kimetoka kichwani bana.
No, in English. In English?
Amani na uhuru.
Jakindu Bay, do you know the last answer? PK, you know the last answer of our national anthem?
Najua Temba, ile hawa wanasiasa wetu ile vituko wanatufanyia inatufanya hata tuna lose morale.
No, you see, when you learn to embrace the values that are embodied in the national anthem, you will learn Ukenya. You'll stop hii story ya kuangalia at your tribe na nini. But when you start learning the values,
hapo ndio iko na undugu, umoja.
Umoja.
Na ustawi.
Tupate na ustawi.
The last one.
Raha tupate na ustawi.
Hiyo ni
kama ni gani?
Wacha tuigwe ya kesho, tutaendelea kuongea hapa.
Haya, itakuwa ya kesho. You guys kindly go learn it so that at least tuanze kujifunza Ukenya. Tutoke kwa Raila, Ruto, nini, tuwe na some embodiment of Ukenya. Ile kitu natuunganisha kama Kenya. Asanteni sana. God see you later in the day.
Temba.
Yeah. Yes.
Kile kinanifurahisha. Mimi nafurahi sana kwa sababu kwetu kwenyewe iko Ukenya. Hiyo ndio kinanifurahisha na ndio kwa sababu kila wakati nasema Ukenya ni kitu cha maana. Na nashukuru kwa vile unasema watu wawe na umoja, Ukenya. Nashukuru sana, asante sana.
Tuwe na Ukenya, tutoke kwa sijui nani, tukiona captain sijui nani. Unajua hata nani ananifurahisha hapa, anasema ati unajua tumeoa huko Luhyia, sasa sisi ni mashemeji watupatie uongozi. What kind of conversation is that? So what about those people who are not married in those places? They will never get leadership. We need to start condemning such kind of conversations. Ati unajua nimeoa hapa, nipatie nini? Kwani marriage is a qualification
Temba hiyo inakuja kwa sababu gani? Hiyo ilikuja kwa sababu ya kusema ati sasa Wajaluo, Wakikuyu na Wakalenjin wameongoza sana. What if they have the best leader who can lead this country than the previous one? Can we put them aside?
Actually, it should be in such a way that even if, we hope one day in our Kenya, it will not matter even if it is from Kikuyus who are bringing leaders after another, as long as they can lead us well.
Kwani huyu mama alifariki. Huyu mama governor aliolewa na kabila gani?
Ameolewa huko Nduola.
Aliolewa na Mjaluo. Huyu mgavana aliolewa na Mjaluo.
Alikuwa anaitwa Joyce Laboso Obonyo.
Unaona sasa hapo, hebu ngojeni hapo sasa. Msichana sisi ni wetu, lakini tukawapatia Wajaluo na alirudi kwetu kuomba kiti tena na tukampatia. Are you seeing that patriotic, being patriot? Unajua tusiende sasa kwa ukweli.
See you tomorrow. Bye.